Rallyx is brought to you by Cooper Tyres, Olsbergs,
Well, we've left Sweden. Obviously, rounds 1 and 2 were fantastic for Rallyx 2022, and we have arrived here at Kouvola in Finland. That is the start-finish straight. My name is Andrew Coley. Joining me this weekend is Hal Ridge. We've got Riv Andreas Backerud, and the Ridge Racer is back. Hal, fantastic track. We're heading around it here on board the drone.
Yeah, fantastic to be back. Fantastic circuit. It's a real Scandinavian rallycross track, isn't it? With loads of undulation, really difficult braking areas as we ride down here into one of the most challenging corners on the entire circuit, through the trees like a finished rally stage. It's got a little bit of everything, a really different challenge to Julius last time out.
Yeah, very much. That's the split to the Joker. Joker goes right. This is the standard lap that we're on. There isn't a huge interval in between the two different laps. We see some great merges here. There's that lovely crest on the dirt before they flick the cars around to the right. It is time for rounds 3 and 4 of Rallyx 2022. That is a live shot of the paddock. We're in the background there in that lovely Olsbergs truck to the left-hand side, the TV trucks to the right, and then you've got timing and race control further over. That's the last corner, effectively. I love that crest the crest into the last corner there is brilliant. We were there, stood there last night during free practice, and you've just got this. You come in and you just see them unsettle the car, and you use that crest to turn it in. There's a lot of that around here.
There is, yeah, but there's also so many different approaches to that last corner, isn't there? You can either keep it straight, get the braking done as you land, and then get the rotation done onto the curb on the inside. Or what you see a lot of the Lites cars do is use that crest to get the rotation. And that's, as you say, a lot of that around here, especially in the Joker lap. Those last few corners, there's lots of off-camber and on-camber and big dips and crests, so the car's moving around all the time. It's like a three-dimensional circuit.
Yeah, it is. It's another cool one. We've got a couple of proper experts here who are going to come in a minute, just hiding behind the camera at the moment. If you missed Julius, one of them won both rounds. The other one is P2 in the standings at the minute. They've had quite a tricky start to this morning. We've already had Q1. You're joining us live for Q2 onwards. We're going to be starting with Crosscar. Crosscar Junior have done their first 2 qualifying sessions. We're going to see them later on during their Q3. So with Crosscar, open 2-wheel drive. I'd say we've got an eclectic mix for open 2-wheel drive, wouldn't you, in Finland?
Old school rallycross, yeah. The Finns love the supernational open 2-wheel drive category, as it's known in different regions, and there's a big variety of ways of propelling a 2-wheel drive rallycross car, let's say. Yeah,
there are, and there's some fantastic homemade machinery on display here as well. After that, of course, we've got Supercar Light and Supercar as well. I think we're going to be able to take a look back at some of the action from before. What are we headed? Where are we headed, Robert? What are we doing? Got some. Let's have a look back at some stuff from Julius, shall we? Here we go. So, Julius, Hal wasn't there. You missed out, mate.
I did, yeah. I watched quite a lot of it back. Not every minute, I have to say, but most of the minutes. And
not 13 hours.
No, a few of them. I've been quite busy since. I was quite busy then, but a brilliant drive from Kevin Eriksson that we're seeing here. Oliver also did a stunning performance, as we know they should. But the level is high in Lites, isn't it? So to come in and deliver, having not raced in a Lites car for some time, is impressive, especially in these spec machines. And you know, spec racing is all about maximising every single corner, just like it is in every category, but they did a great job.
There's got to be a bit of pressure on you as well when you're an Ericsson. You've won the series before. Oh, look at that line off the jump there. I wonder if anybody else takes that line later on today. I had a go at driving a Lites car at the end of the Julius weekend. That was in fact the super close finish with I think it was Olofsson who got the jump wrong at on the final lap and was due to beat Ericsson. Ericsson got him. This was a very typical turn 1. Julius, Johan Kristoffersson on the inside, hooking a wheel up over the dirt. Matthias Ekström with a not very typical move, ending up in the wall on the outside. That dirt in turn 1 can be so tricky.
He was unlucky there too, Ekstrom, wasn't he? Just that little, that touch at the wrong moment really changed the trajectory of the car. Another masterclass out front, though, from Johan Kristoffersson. They've worked hard on that car, haven't they, to bring it more in line with the very latest of the supercar machines, and yeah, put on a great show.
Yeah, lots and lots of little changes to the car. Johan said to try and make the operating window a bit wider. He was very disappointed to lose that one lightweight mirror and a bit of contact earlier on in the weekend. This was Anton Marken who got him at the merge. And I say we'd had a great day's action really. This was the first day. Coming up, you know, to the last two finals, Supercar Lites and Supercar, we weren't expecting this. You know, I had to go level 11. I'm afraid, mate. You know, it was.
That does surprise me.
And yeah, it happens occasionally, doesn't it? Anton breaking the suspension on the final jump, and of course Markman going on to win the first round of the European Rallycross Championship last weekend. He's in a good run of form. Unfortunately, not here with us this weekend. Although maybe that's fortunate for Niklas and Johan, because he really is looking strong at the minute. On to Lights on day 2, and it was the other Ericsson this time.
Yeah, great job. That amazing start there from Oliver to get. I still don't quite know how he hooked it up that well to get from the second row of the grid. The Joker here, I've been talking to quite a few drivers this morning, pleased that we're at a circuit where the Joker's not quite as challenging as the Joker at Hurlius, because you can lose a lot of time there, but Oliver absolutely smashed it. He is the master of the Supercar Lights category, isn't he? And proved that on the second day in Hurlius.
He did indeed. This was the merge. Nicely in front and job done. Similar weather there as it is here. I'd say it's a little bit colder here. We looked at the forecast earlier this week and it looked like it was going to pour with rain the entire time we're here in Kouvola, but so far so good. A bit of drizzle last night, but the track is dry at the moment. It was dry for Q1 as well. On to day 2 Supercar final. Kristoffersson off the line on the inside. Ekstrom this time no problems in turn 1. Well, other than you know, not getting the exact line he wanted, but not ending up certainly across in the wall.
Difficult weekend for Niklas, wasn't it? Just nothing seemed to go right for him after that brilliant pace early on the first day. And Matthias jumping back in a supercar after a little time out of one. The last car he drove would have been the all-Incal machine in the World Championship last year. So, and they're not easy just to jump straight back in, even with all of his experience. It's also a good reason for not achieving what he wanted to do. But lovely Joker entry for Kristoffersson in the final in round 2. I love the way the cars pick up on that curb on the exit. You know all about that now, don't you? And running towards the end of the lap.
I don't think I'm a Hurlius expert with 5 laps, but I'm looking forward to everyone seeing how it went.
Oh, I thought you were now.
Not quite. Johan Kristoffersson taking 2 wins. That was the second one. Out the car, fist pumps all round. And yeah, good times. Johan is hiding behind the camera at the minute. He's told us some very funny stories. There's so many good stories. One day we're going to write a book. Hal's writing a book, actually. We'll tell you about that later on as well. He's written one already, if you didn't know. It's not just me and Hal Ridge here, of course. Molly Pettit's here as well. Molly, where are you?
Hi guys, yeah, I'm down in the paddock. I've just been over to the Crosscar Junior area, and apologies everyone, my voice isn't quite with me. It's been too much motorsport in the last couple of weeks. There's been too much shouting. But yeah, some young and hopeful drivers over there in the Crosscar series, and they do some amazing things out on track, starting at 11 years old. It's just absolutely incredible what they are able to do. And I found another young and hopeful Finnish driver who's back with us this weekend. Jesse Kallio, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
When did we last see you in Rallyx?
I think it's last year. I've done the Nürburgring in RX2, and then 2 years ago in Rallyx Nordic, so it's been quite a while.
And what is it that brings you back with us this weekend?
It was a bit late call. Andreas asked me to come here and do the race, and of course I'm in. It's nice to be back in Supercar Lites and also do it in home race. It's really nice.
You've been to many rallycross tracks, but how would you describe this one?
I think it's must be one of the best tracks. Kouvola is a lot of elevation changes, and but at the same time it's quite fast, so it's one of my favorites for sure.
And what would you say are the biggest challenges on the track?
You need to be really careful, but at the same time you need to push. So the racing line is not so wide, and some tight corners and everything. So yeah, it's a big challenge, the whole track.
And you've also moved over to do some rallying. How's that going to help you this weekend?
Hopefully it helps. I don't know. just to try to do my best. No pressure. So we'll see what happens.
And if I'm not mistaken, you won here at your debut in the Rallyx Nordic Series in 2019, so you know what it takes to win at this track. What does it take?
Yeah, you need to be, of course, fast and take the start, because it's not so wide, the track. It's not so easy to overtake. So yeah, it's a good memory from 3 years. So I try to do it again. Not so easy.
And lurking in the background there is your spotter for the weekend. Can we bring him over, maybe?
Yeah, maybe I can bring him.
I don't know if you guys can see who's lurking in the background there, but it is a familiar face from Rallyx Nordic. It's good to see you, Fraz.
Good to be here. I'm with my driver, getting things done, you know.
And you're spotting this weekend.
That's right, you know. I was in Nordic last year, doing Nitro this year. If you haven't seen the post yet, now you know. But yeah, just over here doing some testing and tried to make one trip over the pond, so try to save some money for the budget. And good friend Yessi is racing in here, so just two birds, one stone.
Yeah, and you can't really stay away from Rallyx Nordic.
No.
The atmosphere here is pretty good, right?
It's amazing, you know, the field. I was watching the first race in Hollies, and I was really impressed with the field, and I was actually quite jealous I wasn't racing, but had to get up here for the second race. And I've never been to Kouvola, it's my first time, and it looks like a really technical track, but my driver over here knows what he's doing, so we're gonna clean this up.
And what sort of demands does he have on his spotter?
I'm no mistakes from me. It's actually, I get more nervous spotting than I do driving, to be honest. But it's like, you know, I don't want to be the reason he doesn't do well. So I'm, you know, not talking too much, but giving him the information he needs, and we're gonna do the damn thing.
And he's making you bring him coffee and things, or?
Yeah, I wipe his helmet for him when he's in the car, shoulder massages, everything.
Brilliant.
All right, it's all good.
It's all good. All right, guys, back up to you.
Thanks, Molly. Good to see you down in the paddock. Good to see Fraser here as well, and Jesse back too. Let's take a look at the championship standings. Supercar Lites, Kevin Eriksson leading from Martin Enland and Oliver Eriksson. Remember, the Erikssons not competing this weekend. Oliver is here. Kevin's back at HQ overseeing the build on those FC1s, one of which Fraser's going to be racing this year in Nitro Rallycross. Who else we got? Olofsson, of course, who came so close last time. Martin Jonsson, Ola Henry Steinsholt, Casper Janssen and Jimmy Walfridsson. George McGuinness, number 9, had a decent... He was really fast in Hollius, but clipped a couple of the markers on the Joker lap, unfortunately, which cost him dearly. Isaac Hockfist as well here in P10. On to Supercar Championship standings. And in that one, the leader is Johan Kristoffersson by 13 points from Niklas Grönholm. Then Ekström, Markland, Evgen, Veiby, Brinterson, Belevsky, Eid and Hedström. So not too much between the top two. They're here in the studio. We're just going to have a chat with them in just a moment. Ekström and Markland not here this weekend. And we know that Johan is going to have to miss the next round, as am I, I'm afraid, because of Extreme E. So we're otherwise engaged with that. So it's going to depend whether or not Niklas continues. We'll grill him on that in a moment. But it may be that the championship's going to come down to those guys who are in the 30-point markers. So we've got the lads with us now. Just switch their microphones on. This was Niklas's start. Niklas, this was suboptimal, I guess, not ideal on the first lap.
No, we had a very even launch, and yeah, in turn one everything just happened. Not much I could do. I tried to stay as close to the inside as possible, but yeah, we touched with you.
And then Johan, this was your race up towards the first corner. You missed a gear.
Yeah, I backed out on purpose. Just saw that that's going to be carnage. I missed the gear. It's very difficult to start from the inside over that small bump. So I hit the limiter, and when I wanted to shift, I just couldn't select second gear. And the cars are so quick, so then it's quickly one car length behind. But then, Kaliukoski, just ran a little bit wide, and then I managed to get up the inside.
Yeah, that was a tidy move on the back section there. That section, everybody says to me, is tricky. You've got the funnel having... Turn 1 is pretty fast, and then it funnels in onto the loose uphill. Is it... I mean, what's the key? Why did he run wide? Too late?
I think it's quite uphill there, so you can brake very late up to that corner. But at the same time, if you're a little bit too late, there is so much loose gravel on top of the tarmac there, so then it's very easy to run wide. But yeah, you can gain time, and you can also quickly lose time there. And that's, I think, one of 2 or 3 corners where you can actually make some difference on this track. Otherwise, it's very difficult to make the difference on the lap time.
Niklas, you had a lovely new door on the car after Johan, of course, smashed your door up.
Mine was also new.
And your dad walked in, didn't he, and looked around the car. What did he say to you after Q1?
No, he just asked if it's the same door. But yeah, you know, it's rallycross and it's part of the game.
Papa said learning money.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did about the door. Yeah, when I overtook Kaliakowski, it's like, yeah, it's a lot of banging and here and there, but it's learning money.
Okay, right, okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, you guys go through doors. It's fine. That's what needs to happen. So the lap times yesterday was super close between you both in free practice. How are you feeling after Q1? Niklas, start with you.
Well, yeah, as we saw, it was quite a messy start to the day, but the car felt quite okay to drive, and speed is not too bad, but yeah, difficult to say. Hoping just to get a clean running Q2.
And you're starting P6, so you're going to be on the inside again. That's the start slot, which you say is tricky, Johan. There's a bump where? I don't know, after 20 meters maybe. Yeah. There's a small crest where the car is, same as in Oulu. There's a feature here in Finland, they like to put a small crest on the... on the pole.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that makes it a bit tricky, because you lose traction first of all, and then you also, in that region, need to shift to second gear. So it's a bit tricky, because also if you clutch to make sure the gear goes in, you obviously lose time as well. You lose even more if you don't clutch, so... But yeah, let's see. Me and Niklas will start from pole in each heat again. So let's see if we can get it better this time.
Awesome. Hal?
Let's go.
Let's go. All right.
We can hear cross cars.
We can hear cross cars on the line. If you're welcome to hang around or go. What do you need to do?
Yeah. Go.
You need. Thanks, Johan. Thanks for your help. Thanks, Niklas. Good to see you both. Seriously, thanks, lads, for coming up. Aren't we lucky to have 2 great drivers come and join us in commentary here? So, intermediate standings for Supercar. Johan Kristoffersson leads from local driver Jiri Kaliakowski. Evgen Brinterson, OC Veiby, who enjoyed his return to Rallycross last time out at Hollius. Niklas Grönholm P6. Then it's German Mitchlak. Vranks in the RX2 E-Car and Andreas Carlsen are your top 10 after Q1. We are heading into Q2 live now. If you want to get in touch with us, you can. We're going to have a look at the Supercar Lites standings as well after Q1 in a moment. But yeah, if you want to get in touch, you can. What's the hashtag, Peter? At Rallyx 2022? So yeah, Rallyx 2022 is the hashtag. Hit us up on Twitter, I suppose, if you're on Twitter, or whatever you like, really. Facebook, Instagram, or just message me and Hal, and we'll do our best to answer some of your questions, give some people shout-outs during the course of the day. Simon Olofsson leads after Q1 from Martin Jonsson, Hockvis, Enland, Berget, Kallio Oskarsson, Steinsholt, Eric Haug, and Walfridsson. Top 10. Kasper Jensen down in P11, your NRX next champion, with a bit of pace to find here in Finland. But Olofsson, who was so promising last time out in Hollius, and then just lost out on that very last jump before the finish line. No comment. So, right, we're going to go and do with two-wheel drive. Doing two-wheel drive first, are we? Intermediate standings. Okay, sorry, I thought we meant we were going racing with open two-wheel drive. I thought that'd be very strange. So Lucas Gabrielsen leads. That's a new name for me, as is Olli Lahti. Thomas Vennerleinen was the guy who last year, the blue Smurf-coloured car with the rotary engine, the flames coming out of the exhaust, which me and Hal just basically laughed at and enjoyed the entire time. And you might have seen a fan walking in with a big Thomas Vennerleinen's flag a minute ago. Victor Johansson, Ivari Niemi, lots of locals taking part in that. And then Crosscar, Patrick Hallberg leads from Tomek East Merstad. Then we've got Pasi Penton, Riikka Hukka, Joni-Pekka Rajala, Sten Ojar, Jimmy Osterberg, Elias Svensson, Alex Gustafsson, and Mikka Mattias Huttala. Mikka Mattias, I'm pretty sure, well, no, I know, wasn't in Hollius, but all the usual suspects up at the top of the standings there in Crosscar, and I am very much looking forward to seeing these little machines blast around the track here at Kouvola. So we're about ready to go. What a whirlwind start, Mr. Ridge. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Genuinely great to be back. It's there's a great buzz in this paddock, isn't there? And it's I never feel, well, apart from when I'm actually at home, I never feel more at home than in this environment. And a lot of good feeling. The umbrellas are up there on the grid marshals. I wonder if the rain has started to come a little bit. That could really mix things up during the session, couldn't it? We look at the clouds. We know the weather could be a bit turbulent this weekend. I've had to ditch the shorts, sadly. But they might have come back, but it's hot in here, isn't it? I forgot how warm it was in this studio.
Yeah, get the old lights on, we soon get going. So this one then, looking at my grids, and it's Hallberg, Ikmerstad, it's Penttinen, Hukar and Rajala are the 5 on the grid from left to right. Hal's just gone and stuck his head out the door. Well, I thought you were running off there for a reason. Maybe it was a weather check, yeah?
Yeah, it's not raining at all.
It's not raining, so it's just umbrellas for show. So Hallberg, Merstad, Penttinen, Hukar, Rajala. Here we go. And an aborted start, jump start for slot number 3, which is Penttinen, Pasi Penttinen. Rolled that car last weekend. Well, I say last weekend, 2 weeks ago, but it's near as damn it last weekend. That's a very homemade 2 times Joker sign there, isn't it?
Penttinen's had quite a dramatic few Rallyx events. As you remember in Oulu last year was part of that crazy final that got delayed.
And
everybody got
disqualified. The whole field got disqualified, didn't they?
Bar 2, yeah.
Yeah. And then there was an argument on the grid as to whose fault it was, wasn't there? And Christy Johnson was down again, it's your fault. He said, well, it's not my fault. No, like, I think it was his fault. And
I love that access, being able to see all that stuff play out. You don't often see that, do you? And
we need to talk back to Krista. So we've got talkbacks to so many different people in the paddock, but we just need one to Christy Johnson now, and then we're really laughing. Here we go then. Hallberg, Ikmerstad, Penttinen, Hukar, Rajala. Another long old hold on the lights, really long. Finally they get away. Looked like Hallberg got a good start, but he's been beaten away by Penttinen. Hukar going to try and shut the door around the outside. So Riku, the kid, Hukar gets that done. Merstad drops a wheel out onto the dirt. And that gives you an idea immediately, just that sound, the sheer volume of loose dirt up in turn 2, how that is not going to clear all day.
Yeah, I mean, the way that the track evolves here is really interesting. Look how dusty it is on the line. I wonder if the track machines, well, we know there's been track cleaning over the lunch break, and
they've wetted that back section, definitely. You could see in the background it was shiny. I think potentially dragged the gravel back and wetted it, but it's deep gravel, it's proper gravel at the back, isn't it?
It is proper gravel, and it really evolves, you know, over that jump around the back, and where the gravel gets dragged down into the loose surface, well, it's not loose surface braking area, but the loose gets dragged into it and makes it very, very slippery. That happens quite a few places around this circuit, specifically up into this next corner, where if we look as the camera pans around, very clean on the inside, but just like when Johan Kristoffersson got up the inside of Kaliakoski in Q1, we saw a highlight of that before, didn't we? It's so easy to run wide, and once you are wide, it's very difficult to get the car to come back to the inside.
A lot of steering inputs down there in that braking zone. We know that's caught lots of people out with the World Finals here, of course, in 2020 during COVID in those horrendous wet conditions, and Niklas doing a brilliant job of holding everyone off in the rain. I'll be honest, I don't mind if it rains. Not all day, both days, but, you know, a little bit of rain is always good fun for us.
For sure, I want it to rain, yeah. That really mixes things up.
So there's Hallberg, slides out onto the start-finish straight. Penttinen runs wide, hooks one wheel out onto the dirt on the outside line. Ikmerstad, look in the background, it might rain, you know, looking at that. So if you're new to Rallyx, or if you're new to our new graphics this year, top left-hand side of your screen, green indicates they've been in the Joker, and the little orange ×2 is for Penttinen, because Penttinen needs to go again. And I think Hukar was a little bit too sideways there on the entry, did well to hold on to it. Easy to over-rotate in that long hairpin. It's 3-lap qualifiers. Here goes Hukar now into the Joker lap, over the crest. Watch them go left and over the crest on the standard lap. He'll turn a hard right now, and then you've got the merge here, which is really close. Hallberg going to try and come around the outside, maybe look up the inside. Oh, Hallberg versus Hukar to the line, but Hukar gets it 2:17.009, 0.051 back for Hallberg. Good start. Great start.
Very little in it across the entire field, lap time-wise. Pole just isn't the... We see this so often around rallycross tracks, don't we, that pole isn't necessarily the best place to be, but you can't, you know, if you had a choice, you also wouldn't give it up either.
I was going to say, that's what always makes me laugh, is the top drivers are always like, oh no, if you give them a choice, I want number 1 always. And then they go, oh, number 1's a terrible place to start from. Which one do you want? Number 1. Like, they always believe they will win the start.
But I also don't know if you had a choice, this is one of the circuits where you potentially wouldn't take it, because there is that crest and dip that Johan talked about off the start line, but also you have a really acute angle in turn 1, don't you? And that makes it challenging, as we saw there with Hukar.
2:17.009. How's that compare to the first session? It's actually 2 seconds slower, but for Hukar, for Hukar it's 1.3 slower than he went last time out. So it might well be that the track grooming has meant the track slowed down a little bit. I saw one little mistake from Hukar, but not a 1.3 second mistake, I felt. This one, Sten Oja, Jimmy Osterberg, Elias Svensson, Alex Gustafsson, and Mika Mattias Huttala. Now, if you were watching last time, you'll remember that Svensson won day 2, qualified second, won his semi in the final, was very, very impressive indeed. Actually won day 1 and was disqualified from it for an illegal exhaust muffler. Ready to race light goes out. Such an even start again in the middle of the grid. Just Elias Svensson trying to get the squeeze on, going to get the whole shot to the inside line. Or around the outside, bit of contact between them. There's that funnel, but it is Svensson that holds on.
Gustafsson in the background, so careful through the first corner. Saw the brake lights flicking on and off to try to decide whether to hang it around the outside or stick it back up the inside. There's so many varied lines into that first turn, aren't there, depending on where you're carrying the momentum from.
You often see people give up, don't you? Like, Johan joked I'd given it up. I'd actually been sitting watching his onboards, and he said, look, I missed it. He pulled the gear lever 3 times to try to get it to go in, and it didn't. But he said, I gave it up on purpose. You do that sometimes because, again, often the pack will run deep. A little bit like at Hollius, again, you know, where everyone runs deep in turn 1 and you just snaffle it, sneak up the inside, thanks very much.
Yeah, I mean, it's a well-used tactic. You've got to be really confident to do that, haven't you? You've got to have a lot of confidence and awareness to come out of the throttle early on and change your line of trajectory. But that's where the experience comes from. That's what makes someone like Kristoffersson so good at this game, because he sees all of that play out in front of him.
It's the calmness, isn't it, to make the decision. I am better to give up the start and gain in turn 1. And for me, you know, you'd be like, oh, I must hold on, I might, you know, and then you end up with a load of damage and go off, and Johan beats you, and it's like, well, hang on, it's just that experience. Which
is why we often have a laugh and a joke when you're looking at the grids about which pack of cars is likely to result in a first corner crash, because it's the inexperienced guys, the guys who aren't used to racing, rally drivers particularly, because they're not used to those that racing
scenarios. Yeah, no, I know. It is Huttala who's in second place. Great performance in the 3.33. Time to beat, bottom left of your screen, 2:17.009. Remember, 3-lap qualifiers, 4-lap semi-finals, and 5-lap finals. There is the drone.
The lap times are coming down over the previous session, so the track is cleaning. They've done quite a bit of work to the circuit, haven't they, in the lunch break? And yeah, it just takes a little bit of time. And these cross cars are so small, it takes a while for them to clean the ideal racing line.
To clean the track, yeah. You really can't quite see it, but I love that outside line. Svensson back in the lead. Nicely done, takes the flag, and it's a 2:16.4, so goes quicker. Halberg was at 2:15.8 in the first session, so still not quite that fast. Remember, it's fastest first as well in Rallyx, which means that we've possibly seen the fastest time. But having said that, the depth of talent in Crosscar is pretty big. So it was Huttala who tried to hold on around the outside in turn 1. I love that braking zone down the hill. Oh, look, yeah, just you run. I was speaking to Ida Tornholt. We were up in the spotters area, weren't we, during Q1? She said if you just brake 1 meter too late, you run really, really deep. Nick, we've got Molly's managed to go and snag Marcus Grönholm, the legend. I wonder what he's got to say about his day so far and Niklas's door situation.
We're talking about our shoes actually down here. But yeah, I found Marcus Grönholm, a 2-time World Rally champion. We didn't see you in Hollius, but you're here this weekend. What did you think of Niklas's performance in Hollius?
I mean, all the heats went okay. Then the semi-finals, there was something which was not so okay, or start or something, and the final there was a problem. So yeah, you have to do the semis and final perfect. It doesn't help if you are quick in the heats.
And it was an exceptionally strong field there as well.
It was, yes, and it was really strong. All the Swedish drivers were fast there, and they have been testing there, so it was difficult.
And very quickly, how are things going so far?
Not so good. The first heat was something in the start, a small crash there, and and Niklas lost time a lot, and that's it. It's a short race, only 3 laps, so you cannot do so much.
We'll catch up with you some more this weekend. Back to the racing.
Thanks, Molly. Eganson leading this one after another start. Marcus, you cannot beat a hashtag Grönholm quote, can you? You just can't.
No, a bit of contact there into the hairpin. It's so easy to make contact there, isn't it? We remember the pressure Niklas Grönholm was under when he won that World Championship race here in the rain. Yeah. And it's all about that corner, isn't it? Defending the inside, because you can carry that track position through the following corners. And it's so difficult. If you don't get a good... So watch where they're coming through now. If you don't get a good run on someone here, it's very difficult to carry the momentum around on a running lap through the first corner. So really, the major overtaking opportunity is through a mistake, through the hairpin at the bottom of the hill.
What's so mad about the hairpin, I think, is that, particularly that wet race with Niklas, in theory, if you brake 10 metres early, there's no way anyone's going to get past you, But the problem is if you brake 10 minutes early, you will get a nudge from behind.
But he was ready for that, wasn't he? We remember talking about folks. Remember the back of the car, Kristoffersen's car had front damage, Ekstrom's car had front damage. They were just hammering the back of the Hyundai.
It's just a train, I spoke to Niklas about Hyundai, and I was like, who was it hit the door? And he goes, I think everybody hit me. It's like, it's a contact sport. It's not what it is, But the hairpin, you brake too early and you get a nudge, and that little nudge, it's one of those sly places where if you can give someone a nudge, and you're not supposed to, you can be penalised obviously for pushing to pass, but you often get a nudge there from the guy behind if they've misjudged their braking zone anyway. It's hard.
And that's what makes these circuits three-dimensional. I always remember people talking about three-dimensional rallies, certainly in Ireland, where there's so much to the track conditions rather than the stage conditions in that case, but the track conditions here compared to a flat, boring circuit, and especially this section they're coming into now to complete the race. I love the amount of off-camber, on-camber undulations. Just watch through the Joker. There is so much at play here, and it makes it a massive challenge for the drivers.
Yeah, it certainly does. Eganson coming out now. Might be on for this fastest time, I think. Round the right-hander. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Gonna get it. 16.118. So Eganson goes fastest. And we said it was fastest first, but as I said, to be fair, the depth of talent in Crosscar and Crosscar Junior, but there are a lot of cars. So Eganson on the inside line, gets that crucial start up towards turn 1, and then you can just brake a little bit deep if you want and run everybody out wide. Everybody uses a metre of the gravel trap on the outside there. They kind of groom it as a gravel trap. It might as well be part of the track. There's that tricky braking zone into the right-hander. And if you come in just a little bit hot, and drop one wheel out onto the dirt, you can end up running pretty wide. So Isak Eganson goes fastest from Baldins. Vanica, how's Baldins? 218.0. Where does Baldins slot in? Because he was having all sorts of issues. Yeah, look at that, P2, and he's down in 7th. So that was a great time from Eganson. Baldins wants to do some stuff with the engine. He's in a new car. He switched to the Wanda chassis, and he just wasn't quite happy with the engine in Hollius. Grid for the last race in Crosscar. Eric Anderson, Eero Nogin, then it's Ringenberg, Oscar Anderson, and Kalle Gotherson. We'll get this one off the line. Great reaction on the inside, had to dip the clutch in the middle, but ends up going backwards anyway. It was Ringenberg who had to drop down to the back of the pack, and Poleman had a good reaction time, but didn't quite get there. Up onto that loose section, then onto the tarmac around the long right-hander. Oh, Ringenberg just dropped right out the back of the pack.
Yeah, and Eric Anderson, again, a victim of the first corner and being on pole here. Made a reasonable start, like you say, Andrew, but just didn't get it hooked up through turn 1.
Got 2 Andersons in this one again. It's not quite the same as last week, mate. I can't remember which name it was, but there were 2. It might have been 2 Eric Andersons, actually.
Your favourite?
Yeah, but this is Eric Anderson and Oscar Anderson, so at least that makes it a little bit easier for us. So it's Oscar Anderson who leads at the end of lap 1. And we've been joined by a legend, a Rallycross legend. Kevin Hansen's in the commentary box with us. Hello, mate. Good to see you.
Hi. Thanks to be here.
Good to see you. So first of all, did you join us in Hollius? I can't remember.
I was there working, actually, helping the Yellow Squad guys, but I was not in the commentary.
Well, you're here now. First of all, so a lot of people won't have heard from you since your accident in Extreme E.
Oh, yeah.
So how's the recovery going?
Yeah, it's going really well. I feel like 100% again, or maybe 105.
Right, yeah. I've seen the hashtag. What's the hashtag? Something stronger.
Stronger than ever.
Yeah, you see, I read that stuff. I read that stuff.
No, it's been going really well, and I'm going back to Austria on Monday to do my final final check. So no, it's been going really well, and it's great to be. I mean, it's always great to be out on doing rallycross, but I prefer really to drive actually than standing on the side.
Yeah, it's a tricky one for you all, isn't it? Oh, we've got a bit of a pass going on at the back. Ringenberg looks up the inside line. Everybody running a bit deep. That's where Johan passed early on. Meanwhile, Anderson out front has got an absolutely massive gap in the background. Ringenberg trying to get up the inside again, gets all crossed up, and they're going to run deep. Now does make the pass. Missed gear in there as well. You can hear one of the buggies absolutely on the rev limiter. Meanwhile, out front, Anderson is aiming for that 2:16.1. There's a big old bun fight going on in the background. Where's Anderson? Comes out the merge now. I think this is on. Round the long right-hander. Come on, find that track. It's going to be on by a mile. Smashes the fastest time. 2:14.9. That's actually the fastest time of the weekend in Crosscar so far. Anderson takes it. Oscar Anderson, remember, 2 Andersons in this one. The other Anderson at the back of the pack, Eric Anderson. So well done, Oscar Anderson wins Q2. Last time was P19 in Q1 and goes to the win in Q2. Kevin, that's some recovery, isn't it? That's what you want.
Yeah, that was a great drive. I mean, pushing throughout, and you know, when you get one of those runs in, 3 laps nailed down, and P1. I mean, that's an incredible feeling.
Yeah, mega. That's what you want. There it is. There's that flag.
We see that sometimes, don't we, where you have a bad run in our qualifier, in the following qualifier, because you've got the best of the track conditions, it really comes to you, and well, it's a bit of repayment for the bad fortune. And
that's one of the reasons that Rallyx always goes fastest first, is that in the hopes the track conditions come to some of the drivers who either don't normally get those track conditions when you do fastest last, or people who have a little issue. So Oscar Anderson takes the win in Q2. Tidy job. There he is, your man. Yes, Kevin.
Happy birthday, mate.
Ah, thank you. It's I'm getting old, honestly.
When's the birthday today?
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Mate, it was Timmy's birthday the other day as well.
Yeah, it's a week between our birthdays, and he's very braggy that week because then he's 7 years older than me.
Is
so then he's very
braggy. Old, but he's an old man though now. He's hit the big 3-0,
yeah.
isn't he?
You can imagine how that makes me feel. My brother is 30 plus, have a kid, a house, a wife. I mean,
yeah, but
he's 30 plus.
You're looking at it the wrong way. It's game over for him. He's got a kid, a wife, a house. He's 30. You know, like he's done, Kevin. Now's the time to step in.
I have 6 years still to enjoy.
Exactly. You're fine. You're fine. You know, avoid those bills, mate, for as long as you can.
I'm trying to get him to go to my birthday party and party properly, but he says maybe I go home early. I'm gonna lock him. I'm gonna lock him to my arm and say you're not going.
Well, the old handcuff trick and just make him do some shots.
Yeah.
Where's the party? Are we gonna have it here in Finland? Timmy's not here, is he?
No. I will have it in some weeks at home. I need to get all my friends, you know, make sure everybody is there and have a good time.
You should have. We got open 2-wheel drive. We'll talk to Kevin in a moment about birthday celebrations. And on the inside, it's Gabrielsen, then it's Olli Lahti, Venäläinen, and Johansson. Venäläinen with the fire-breathing Datsun Finn. Doesn't get the best of the start, so ends up dropping down to P4, slotting in behind. Such a mixture of machinery here. Oh, over the gravel trap on the outside in the big Mercedes. That was at Hollius last weekend. That is Johansson. So Johansson in the DTM-esque open 2-wheel drive car, which I absolutely love, up and over the crest at the back.
Just looks so heavy, doesn't it? It's almost remarkable that it could leave the ground through that gravel trap in the first corner. Of course, it's not. These cars are all well tuned. I love open 2-wheel drive. The variety is wonderful. It's real old school rallycross.
That's what I was going to say. Also, it's Olli Lahti who leads, by the way, in his Toyota Corolla. So obviously Toyota Corolla is a road car. It was only available as a front-wheel drive. I don't think Toyota, they never did the Yaris GR thing, did they, with this? You know, they could have made so much money. How many people would have bought a Corolla after, you know, the
I think you would have bought 15, probably.
Oh, mate, like proper, you know, yeah, exactly. The Castrol, do you remember the famous Carlos Sainz crash helmet through the back window? But it was Markham Park, wasn't it? I think, when the engine let go with like 100 metres to go or something to win the World Championship, wasn't it?
It was Lewis Moyer's
wasn't it? Moyer put his crash helmet through the back
window.
Kevin
hasn't got a clue what we're talking about. This is far before he was born.
Do you know what we're talking about? I'll educate you.
I have a clue, but I wasn't there.
So basically, if they'd finished the stage, Tommy Mäkinen had gone out on day 1, I think, if thinking of the right year.
Tommy was on his way to the airport.
Yeah, so he'd hit a concrete block at Millbrook Proving Ground, which was one of the Friday spectator stages, or probably Wednesday back then, because I think the rally finished earlier.
It'd been left by a Hillman Imp, I think.
Yeah, so a Hillman Imp historic rally car had dropped some oil. Mäkinen ran wide, ripped a wheel off the car, tried to get the car to service, got pulled over by a police officer who said, you can't carry on, you've only got 3 wheels. And he was like, but I can carry on. And the footage is on YouTube. You can find it. The bloke's going, no, you can't. He's going, I can. And the policeman is obviously thinking legally, and Tommy Mackinnon's thinking, no, it's fine. Like, I can carry on. Yeah. And the policeman's going, you can't because you've only got 3 wheels. So he went out and he was on his way to the airport. Carlos needed to finish the rally in the position they were in, and him and Lewis were world champions, and literally 150 minutes from the finish line, the last stage, the engine let go. And so, super close at the outside, Venäläinen trying to come around, Lahti going to hold on to the inside line, just gets it done. I finished the story just in time for the finish.
Very fair for those two. Lahti could have forced Venäläinen much wider than he did there, but a great run to the line.
But anyway, getting back to it, they should have made a special edition Corolla. Look at it, Corollas are awesome. Imagine a four-wheel drive, like fire-breathing Corolla. They stopped with the Celica, didn't they?
It's a classic example of a great-looking racing car, certainly in WRC trim, but not so great road car.
Yeah, but you've got to make a special one of it. You look at the...
bit like the Citroen C4.
I would never have bought... I want to buy a Toyota GR Yaris. I really want to buy one. Yeah, it's the only... Who said? I would never have bought a Yaris, but it's a weapon. The car's great. You've got to do it.
It looks amazing. And I mean, in this race, everybody finished also within 6/10, which I've almost never seen in Rallycross.
No. It was incredible. It's a good one. It was close. So anyway, history lesson done. Olli Lahti sets the pace with the 221.
I don't like history.
No, well, I mean, fair enough. Kevin wanting to write his own, you know, he's looking to write his name. Well, your name's already written in the history books, really, mate.
You introduced me like a legend. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
European
I'm
Rallycross
there
champion.
yet.
Yeah, European Rallycross champion.
The youngest, yeah.
Yeah, youngest ever. There you go. Won the second ever Nitro Rallycross event.
Yep.
Timmy won the first one, but he's old and past it now. So, Timmy, hello, mate, if you're watching. Iveri Niemi, Joni-Pekka Rajala, Sari and Vantalato on the outside. Super even again, Joni-Pekka Rajala in the yellow and purple, looking to the inside line, but gets just a little bit of contact. Can't quite get through, so it is Villasari who leads as they head up onto the hill on the back. Then another Datsun Finn. Popular old cars, Datsun Finns. I don't know if we do. We have a Datsun Finn in the UK? Hal, I don't remember those, do you?
That was before my time as well. You're
before
more positive than all of us, aren't you?
No, but yeah, I am the elder statesman as he runs wide, and that lets Rajala into the lead. So Rajala in Holliers was double stinting in a cross car and in open two-wheel drive. Apparently here in Finland, often triple stints in 3 categories.
Yeah, regular supercar competitor, regular in cross car, loves Super National, open two-wheel drive, whatever it's called in the different countries. We've seen him at a high level, haven't we? European and World Championship events before in Supercar. He just absolutely loves this. Remember when he drove Perex and Saab in the European Championship for some years as well? He's just a real advocate of Rallycross. I think he's got something crazy like 24 national titles to his name or something of that order. There's only a few of those guys around in the world. Roman Castorel, the Czech driver's up there as well as just a real committed, constant driver. And it doesn't matter what they're driving either. Some drivers will say, I'm not racing supercar anymore, that's it. I'm not interested in driving anything. And he will drive anything every weekend. Amazing.
Well, that's great, isn't it? He loves it. He properly loves it.
Genuinely loves it.
Castorel still competing because we used to see Roman Castorel in not open two drive touring car as it was called, wasn't it? Towards the end.
Still racing every weekend.
It's such a shame that so he only races that category. Doesn't want to race anything else.
No, he races in the broader two-wheel drive category, but because the great thing about this class is it's not as that.
Sorry's out.
There's not the FIA regulation homologation, all the different rules that.
That was spot on.
It was, wasn't it? We all just got absolutely cut short by the tightest line ever. I think was it Niemi?
It was beautiful.
In the MR2, yeah, it was Ivari Niemi.
That's such a difficult corner because in the beginning of it tightens off. And then it opens up a bit the rail and then tightens again. And to stay that close throughout,
mate, it was amazing, wasn't it? Like me and Kevin were both looking at the screen. I'm like, yes, mate. Rajala takes it from Niemi. I kind of want. I wonder if we can see that corner again. I bet we can't, but you never know with the guys in EVS. Sometimes they can work as a miracle. This was the start look. So on the inside it was Niemi, and then there was just a little bit of contact between Niemi and Rajala, and that cost Rajala.
Rajala shut the door pretty hard there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Into turn 1. Of course, these guys all know the circuit really well as well, don't they? From compared to the Swedes taking on the Finns at their home circuit.
Yeah, we have got a lot of Finns here. Look at the entry. I don't think we've got either. We haven't got our winner from round 1 and round 2. It was absolute domination because, of course, the Norwegians weren't with us the year previously, because of COVID, they couldn't cross the border into Sweden. So last time out, it was Jonas Dalseth Jakobsen, who was absolutely on a mission.
Was those the Polo drivers?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
They were.
They look really nice, those cars. And
Looked
also
amazing,
good drives.
Would you fancy a crack at open two-wheel drive for a bit?
Oh, I've never actually raced a proper rear-wheel drive car.
Yeah. Do you want to have a go?
Sure. I don't think I would be honestly very good because it's such a special driving technique.
Yeah.
It's very different to any front-wheel drive or four-wheel drive style. But I mean, getting prepared there for the race.
Lars-Erik Howe getting a little massage there. How you doing, Lars-Erik? Yeah, that's right. Full chill. We don't get treated like that. We do not get treated like that. Patrick Hallberg leads after Q2 of Crosscar. Thomasik Mørstad, who was, I think, the winner of round 1 in the end last time out because of the DQ for Elias Svensson. Riku Hukart, the kid, he's right up there. Isak Egensen, Elias Svensson, who I say was so impressive at Holius, but got DQ'd from round 1, won round 2. Sten Ojar, Oscar Anderson, Joni-Pekka Rajala, Pasi Penton and Ronald Baldins. There is some
Alex Gustafsson is really fast. It's his first year in the senior category, in Crosscar, and he's way down in 15th. I think he looks to pick up a bit.
Osterberg is down in 12th as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, some of the guys who would expect to be. The depth of talent in Crosscar is massive, isn't it? You get a big entry and sometimes it's like, there's 6 or 7 good guys and then the rest are, to be fair, not quite as good. But like in Crosscar, it's fire.
Or jump start.
Especially with only 3 laps as well. I think Gustafsson in that last one got quite badly held up. Joker didn't work out for him, and you can't get the free air.
You have no time to catch up again, and it's really tricky. And I mean, here in Finland, the cross-kart level, I think this is the most competitive cross-kart championship, in Finland that there is, and the level here is so high. So when all these, Swedes and everybody come here to race, the Finnish guys want to put up their best, and it's such a high level of competition.
Yeah. I got sent some great Portuguese commentators sent me. I'm sure it was Portuguese commentators sent me some stuff from Crosscar there, where they used to have 20 car starts. Like we've seen it in Spain before.
Yeah, a bit like autocross. They have so many cars starting.
Crazy, and in the end they went down to 16 because 20 was too many. Like 16 is still it's still a lot. It's still a lot. The director was basically just picking up crashes through the whole of the first lap with people, being left there. So it was Janne Kelt on the outside who got the jump start. It's Nilsson Clement. Now we've got a second jump start. Now I think that's a DQ. So Osmo Lempinen, and I know I'm going to get some messages about my Finnish pronunciation. Sorry about that. Pontus, feel free to send me some voice messages and you can correct me on them. We need a Finn, don't we? We need to get maybe Marcus in here. We should get Marcus Grönholm in here to talk us through the pronunciations.
Marcus will join us at some point this weekend, won't he? And
but it will be good,
He's great at everything, but also pronunciations is
everything. He is. It
makes me smile just thinking about.
He's always funny, isn't he? You just see him and straight away you have a smile on your face. He's just great. He's great. Kevin, is there, Marcus is a legend, and you're lucky you've raced with and continue to race with some legends like Extreme E. You've been up against Sebastian Loeb,
Carlos Sainz, like we spoke about.
Yeah, legend. Is there a legend from the? Would you like to race against your dad?
Yes, I would love to. I mean,
his peak, though. Do you know what I mean?
Against his peak, I think if I raced him at his peak, he would be very, very more rough than I would think that he is now.
Do you reckon he would have had you off in turn 1? Because I
think he would have given me no mercy, for sure.
Go on, Kenneth. So, Joe, there was a jump start, as you say, on the outside. Nilsson gets the whole shot here on the inside line. Nilsson, let me see. Oh, sorry, that's last year's results. That's why I can't find. Mika Nilsson got a 4th in round 2 and was in the semis in round 1 back at Holius. I was looking back at my 2021 stats, sorry. So, yeah, Nilsson out front.
You can see the track there on the top is starting to grip up. You're starting to have that little bit of a groove on the dirt, which grips up more, and I mean that will give the car so much more traction. And when that track changes in that way, the stiffness needs to be adjusted on the cars, and the speed will be so much different. And also the tarmac will be much cleaner because you don't have that loose dirt dragging on the tarmac. So this is a very interesting development of the track, I think, for the weekend.
Yeah, it's proper gravel, isn't it, on the back section there. There's that corner. You can see how hard it is to get close, and that, yeah, it was beautiful, the previous previous one, if you guys were looking.
I mean, I would like that corner to be clean. You know, when they prepare the track, I would actually like that corner to be cleaned on the tarmac so that it gives the opportunity to go around the outside, because it's so dirty off the line, isn't it? It's almost impossible.
I think we need the banking corner.
So do I.
Imagine a banking on
all the way
outside.
around the outside there would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Starting to see that a bit more, aren't we, in a lot of championships?
Yeah, I think both in Nitro we had it a lot last year, a lot of bankings and stuff, and also in World Championship I think it's coming more and more.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's good for the sport that we're having such incredible tracks being developed. I know Travis always push hard on developing the jumps and stuff, and in World now with their new partner trying to make the next steps as well, and this is just what we need.
Well, it's just good
we
for the
want
sport,
to,
isn't it? It's good.
We want to show the sport.
It's a show, isn't it? It's a great show. I agree. Yeah, it's
more fun to drive.
Yeah. Well, look at the multiple lines you can use through it. I mean, the first example I think of the World Championship trying it after Nitro had done it in Utah was Spa, and it was brilliant the first year. It's a bit disappointingly clean the following time it was used. You know, you need it to be dirty.
Loose.
So you can use any line.
Then it's no point to go high.
Go on, Hal.
Good run this from Nielsen. Lap times are there or thereabouts with the guys that have been so far. That finishes on 2:23, so not quite there with the quickest time, but fastest go first, don't they? We know that, so that the track conditions may be helping them to have a bit more pace.
I mean, Nielsen's 5th in the standings, but the top 3 were on the podium twice last time out. So Jonas Dalseth Jakobsen not here. I don't think Simon Engsvig is here either. So Marcus Johannesson, I'm looking down the list. Marcus Johannesson's not here either. Victor Johansson, yes, Victor Johansson is here. That's in the Mercedes-Benz. And Mika Nilsson. So actually Nilsson here with this time. You're going to get this with Rallyx when it travels around the Nordic regions here. You get local drivers, and I do like seeing that. I love seeing a local hero come in and get it done. But actually, Nilsson could well be in the championship fight with the Norwegians not having made the trip over here. Mika Nilsson, 2:23.1. Clementilla Schelt. That's the one that I'm struggling with.
Good pronunciation.
You think? You reckon?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Kevin.
Not that I know so much Finnish.
Well, that's okay. It's good. I'll take it from a Scandi, you know, like it's, yeah, I've murdered some names in my time over the years. You know, you do your best.
My
Yours is nice and easy.
husband is from Finland, so I need to know a bit, I guess.
Yeah, good. You do. Right, last race for Open 2-wheel drive.
Proper showdown between the two Swedes, I guess.
Yeah, Timmy Enland, Simon Tiger, Anton Seppa, and Jori Sepala. I'm going for that with the A's with little dots above it. Let me know, Finnish people. Hit me up on Instagram. It's fine. You can be honest if I'm terrible at it. Great start on the outside line for Sepala and Simon Tiger as well. And look at Tiger, once he's got the traction in that BMW's away, it just like go his way in Holliers, but yeah, just grips and goes.
Just winding it up, isn't he? And then it releases it. It never gets the best initial launch, does he? Turbo problem in free practice yesterday for Simon Tiger, then had a puncture in Q1, so that's why he's in the slowest of the races. He's a bit out of position as well.
So dominant last year, and I say just didn't have it all his own way at all in Sweden. There's a Yaris, look. It's not a GR Yaris, but it is a Yaris. And we had Crazy Mike was out with his Yaris last time out. He hasn't turned up this time, so I don't know what happened. Obviously went a bit too crazy at Hollier.
Not feeling crazy enough, perhaps.
No, maybe not.
Did Molly get on the roof in the end or not?
No, nobody got on the roof in the end. If you missed that, yeah, Crazy Mike sent us a clip of a journalist strapped to the roof of the car, and our director Robert thought it would be hilarious if one of us did it, and Hal wasn't in Hollier, so it was between me and Molly, and basically I said it's a hard no. we were going to try and persuade Backer to do it, but he wasn't having it either for some reason, so yeah, and then I think he broke the car in the end, so none of us had to get strapped to the roof. Good times.
But just back to the circuit chat you were having with Kevin in the last during the last race. I'm a massive fan of old rallycross. I love coming to all of these old venues. It means a huge amount to me. It means a huge amount to the sport. But places like this, Hullius, were designed for a very different era of car. And I think people hate change, don't they? We all hate change. That's
that's human nature. Yeah.
But the tracks have got to evolve with the technology of the cars. You know, look at a supercar, an RX1 car, as it was at the top of the World Championship until last year. The cars are so good that they're too good for these circuits. So we're never going to make the cars worse. Suspension technology is not going to go backwards.
No.
So you've got to make the tracks more difficult and more mistake-inducing and more challenging to bring the racing back.
Alternate lines, like that's the thing. I'm not saying we don't ever go back to any traditional rallycross tracks. I still think Holliers will always be one of the best rallycross tracks in the world, period. I really do. But I'm certainly not against what Nitro are doing and now what World are trying to do as well in terms of evolving some stuff. It's all good. Simon Tiger coming around the outside. It's good for the sport, you know. Going to hook it into that right-hander. Don't think he's quite going to get the top time. It's going to be close. Misses it by 1/10 of a second. That was well guessed by me, wasn't it? So he must go into P. You like that, Kevin, didn't you? He goes out. It's not my first rodeo. Does he go into P2 with a 2:21.889? Oh no, he's missed it by. Is it 2,000ths of a second or no? Not quite. It's an 8:07. The previous one. I need to put my glasses on to read the timing screen. It's tiny.
But that's not necessarily so bad, is it? Because ahead of Q3, you don't know. You know, now we'll see whether pole's actually where you want to be or not. Because if you can make a good start from second or third on the grid, wherever he ends up third, I think it's going to be.
Yeah.
You know, that's almost more ideal.
Yeah, being on the inside line, not necessarily the one. So you going back to track talks. Did you see the post on Twitter yesterday, I think it was, about the size of the F1 cars?
Yes, I did, yeah.
That was amazing. So you see the 60s.
Makes a good point. How developing cars and stuff is going forward all the time, but the tracks stay the same, and people complain about the tracks all the time. But in the end, it's the technology moving forward that is causing the tracks not having the same, you know, style anymore.
Yeah, totally.
So for sure, like Hal said, it's so good cars these days, especially when everybody's moving electric now. It's going to be even easier to drive.
Yeah.
You have less things to do, and the car is just behaving better.
Look at Johan missing a gear off the start. You won't have that anymore. I will miss that. Obviously, it takes an element of skill away, but also the cars are so much faster and so livid.
Exactly. It's very interesting, and I think it's important we start to work on the tracks. I think we need more gravel again. I think that's just good for the sport. We have way too much tarmac. It's not the racing. We want to do off-road, so and it also creates more overtaking with gravel. So you can see at this track, and also a bit in Hölje sometimes, that when you have too much tarmac, it gets very nice and tidy, the driving. But when you have more gravel, more sideways, then you get a bit more freedom to do stuff.
We're going to miss you in Nitro this year, mate. Those tracks were good fun, weren't they? So open two-wheel drive, Olli Lahti at the top of the table from Gabrielsen, then Rajala Venäläinen, Johansson Niemi, Simon Tiger moving up, Mika Nilsson, also Van Haltalo and Timmy Enland are the top 10. So we've only got 2 semi-finals in most categories here. I think Crosscar and Crosscar Junior will have 3, but the other ones will only have 2 each. And we are moving on to lights. Quick paperwork shuffle, and then we can get Kevin to be a proper expert on this for us.
Well, I really want to drive a lights race again. I miss it so much. Actually, my first international lights race was at this track in 2014, and I really enjoyed it. I was racing against Niklas Dan and Kevin Eriksson, and we had a really good battle.
Let's get this one underway, and then we'll get Kevin in. Olofsson on the inside. I thought there was going to jump the start, but somehow got away with it. Jonsson slots in behind. Then it's Hockvist in the orange and white. Trying to go around the outside is Enland, makes a move, clips the rear wheel on the loose and somehow slots into P2. That was absolutely brilliant from Martin Enland up in turn 1. Tidily done.
Also brilliant from Simon Olofsson, totally dispelled any rumour that the pole isn't the place to be. Made an epic start and managed to run wide, having made the gap ahead of the guys next to him to take the ideal line through the first corner. Once again, Simon not having so much luck in Julius in the final corner. Lost out there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. It was that jump's tricky. That jump in Julius. So yeah, Olofsson broke the car, as did Markland on day 1, and as did Coley on the end of day 2. Kevin,
Simon has so much experience in these cars. He drove also. He began in Lights 2014 when I did, and I mean, so many years now in this car, knows all the tricks and details, and you can see also, I think they have very good experience with the setup as well. So, no, I mean, the start he did, that's from, true experience with that clutch in that engine, and it's so important for the lap, for the race time as well, when he can open up that line from pole. He gets such a much better drive for the overall time, so I think he's on the flyer here.
We were talking to Jesse Kallio, and he got a bad start from the inside, reckoned that he'd got too much wheel spin, which is unusual in a lights car, but maybe dirty track?
Yeah, very, very different track to track with these cars, as they are so on the limit with the power and the weight for the start. It's really, really down to technique with the driver to have that feeling, and it's also what we like to see when it's one-make cars, that the driver is making the difference. You need to find your feeling with the grip and with the start line. There's no, engine engineers in this way that helps the drivers to set up the perfect, revs or anything. Here is by a lot of feeling, and that is very important, to get that sense.
And how important are the teams in this scenario? Obviously, with Yellow Squad, you ran George McGuinness in Ullers like you did last year in Nitro. How much does the team come with the setup of the cars, because it being a spec series?
Well, we think it's very important to try to help the drivers.
Olofsson takes that one.
Yeah, really nice drive.
2:17.1, which is about 1.7 seconds quicker than he went when he won Q1. So that is a great time by Olofsson. Sorry, Kevin, go on, carry on. Yeah, just wanted to make a little nod to the result.
He had a really good lap time as well for this 3-0.
I love that. You see, the drivers are always so annoyingly fast to look at the timing screen. But yeah, that's why you do what you do. The timing screen's your Bible, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. No, but it's we think it's very important to have as good coaching as possible, because in the end it's the driver that makes the difference, and these are one-make cars, and the setup tend to go very, very equal on all the cars in the end. So it's a lot about the driving and working in the details, and that's why I think Yellow Squad is nice, because we try to not wait for many years to like myself and Timmy retire from racing and then help younger drivers. We want to do it now when we are still in the mix, to be fresh in our minds with all the racing, and then I think we can really try to help like the versions of George to go quicker, better.
We'll come back to George in just a moment, actually, about his Holly's performance. 2:17.1, Olofsson, the winner of Q1, has set the pace in Q2, fastest first. We could still see someone go quicker. We've got some great talent in this, but before we see the next race, let's go and have a chat with Molly.
Yeah, I'm here with Simon. Simon, that's another good race for you out there. Do you think it will be good enough for another race win?
We improved our best lap now with 6:10, so it was quicker with. Yeah, it's really safe driving. We have the best start for now, so really happy with that.
Yeah, why is the start so good now?
I don't know.
You have done nothing?
I just released the clutch on green, so...
No changes then?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. I love it. Kevin, he doesn't know.
I just released the clutch. All the rallycross drivers that start good say the same. I just released the clutch and it was okay. Nobody giving up their seat.
Yes, I did. Yeah, fair go. I like that. Poor Molly losing her voice. Let me tell you, Molly is one of the TV team, along with me and Hal Ridge, who didn't stay up until quite late last night. Me and Hal Ridge were quite sensible. Some of the television team, no names mentioned, stayed up quite late last night. Me and Hal did go to karaoke, but we went to bed early. They did not. But Molly, as I say, Molly's lost her voice because of work. Around the outside, Alfredson trying to get the whole shot, but can't quite. Going to end up going across the gravel, try and squeeze back in.
It's such a risk, isn't it, to try and get around the outside from there. You've got to really commit, because you do get over-rotated by the cars on the inside. Yumi was a little bit lucky there, but also great composure to try that move at all.
Tidily done. Oh, runs a little bit deep.
Coley there in the celebration car, 10-year anniversary for the Lites, and I think it's the 001 he's driving. That car been with us from the beginning and still going strong.
That's the car that I drove last weekend.
That's why it's not so fast this time, because you broke it.
It may well be. It may well be. So yeah, I drove. We've got that coming for you at some point today or tomorrow. I was very, very lucky to be offered the chance by OMSC and the guys at Rallyx to try Kevin Eriksson's 001 chassis around Hollius, and it was a bit of a dream for me, because Hollius is an incredible track, and I had a great time.
Was it your first time driving around?
Hollius, yeah. So I did 5 laps. I might have done more if we hadn't had a slight issue, but we'll wait until people see the edit.
It was not we had a slight issue; it was you that broke the car.
Oliver Eriksson was in the car with me, so I kind of it's all about the tutor, isn't it? I've learnt well from you lot, Kevin. You always blame somebody else.
It's never the driver's fault.
No,
it was actually Marcus Ericsson, IndyCar driver's father, that told me it's never the driver's fault; it's always the mechanic. But
is that what he said?
I have learned maybe through the years it could also be the driver.
Yeah, just occasionally maybe. It's Ole Henry Steinsholt who leads this one. You can see the bumper just folding up underneath the front of the car as they come across that bump up into turn 3. Oh, look at that as well. Kallio really tight in on the inside. So Kallio's Joker and he's 2.7 back from Steinsholt. Watch that gap. Kevin, I mean, obviously you're not, I don't think you're running a Lites car this weekend. Do you know what the interval is roughly?
Oh, I don't know actually. I don't even know in Supercar. I'm all down in the data trying to find the best lap time for you in the Supercar, and yeah, I haven't really checked in the detail. I think maybe
1.8 in the Supercar.
1.8, okay.
There we go, so Hal Ridge knows. So, but that's interesting to me, Kevin, that you don't deal with that side of things as Kallio comes across the line in P2. It's a win for Steinsholt, 2:17.0. And
really good drive.
Yeah, that's fastest.
Faster,
so
yeah.
by a 1/10 of a second, it is tight at the top. That's great by Steinsholt.
Isn't it his first proper season in the Lites category?
Yeah, he was telling me.
He has a lot of experience in classes, but this is really impressive drive for me.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Semis and sorry, Hal, got a 4th in round 2, but yeah, was learning the car big time there.
Yeah, he's jumped around a bit, hasn't he? He's done some ice racing in the Lites car, done a lot of Super 1600 in Norway and European Championship, but he's got, you know, even if the experience isn't from these cars, and these cars take a little bit of driving, you need to know all the tricks, like Kevin said. Just having that wide breadth of rallycross experience is so valuable.
Having to dial it in though, isn't he? He's got to dial it into the Lites car, take all that experience and make sure you're using the right parts of it to get the lap times, and that's what he's done there with the 2:17.0. That might well be enough to win Q2.
But also running with the OMSE team, you know, under the wing of Oliver X and Andreas Eriksson are here. You know, they know all the tricks of the trade, don't they? I think if you were going to get a Lites car, there's only a few teams I would really go to drive one, because you need that experience. Yellow Squad, JC, OMSE, you know, with Olofsson and Holmgren, there's a few places you would go, and he's going to learn quickly by being there.
Steinsholt actually won a session last time out in Hollius as well. Molly's down there now, so let's go down to Molly and find out how he felt that went.
Yes, I am. A big smiles when he comes in. What a comeback after what happened in Q1. It's a new fastest time as well so far.
Oh, it feels great. We have get the pace directly here. We was very fast yesterday, but the start is very important in Rallycross, and now we finally make a good start, so hope it can hold all the qualifying.
Was it a big job for the mechanics?
No, it was okay.
Kevin, I believe you're going to need to make a move. Let me just run through the grid quickly. Casper Janssen, Ida Tornholt, Mattis Janssen, Kyle Schwartz and Martin Experth in this one. Yeah, Kevin, you've got to go and do your other job.
Exactly, it's time to get prepared for the Supercar racing. Just
quickly, we were saying a moment ago how you're not, you know, I asked you about the Joker and you're like, I don't know really, I'm looking at lap time. So is that then your dad's job or Eric's job to do Jokers? How do you deal with that? Casper Janssen on the inside with a good start, might try and hold the pack off here. Is that Schwartz trying to go around the outside? Too many blue and black cars. Everybody's car's looking the same.
It's Janssen around the outside into the lead, isn't it? With Casper Janssen behind Matthias Janssen in the lead.
I was going to say, you confused me there, so I was looking at Janssen on the inside. Too many Janssens, Janssen.
Those two had a huge battle in Q1, I believe, in their race, and I think maybe it's time to get some revenge for one of these drivers.
So yeah, go on. So your dad deals with the Jokers, and you just deal with the lap times. That's how you share the workload.
Yeah, a bit. I mean, I'm all in the driving style and trying to find the perfect line, and also first corner strategy and stuff. And then Kenneth is all about that perfection of spotting, finding the gaps, finding the moment of jokering, and having a look at the splits now. A really big battle for the lead also here.
Yeah, really tight in between them. Kevin, thank you, mate. We'll leave you to go and help out with you. If you want to pop back, we'd love a chat with you about George and his performance at Hollius. It was brilliant. As he ran wide, Casper Janssen going to make the move up the inside line, surely going to come out into the lead, and does so. So they swap places. That's the same position we saw Grönholm earlier. Sorry, Kristoffersson earlier managed to get past, wasn't it? Kalliokoski ran wide in that corner too.
Yeah, so easy. You know, as I said before, that's one of the corners I'd like to see clean, so you don't lose out so badly. But it's it's all about finding the fine margins around the circuit.
I love having someone like Kevin. All the drivers come up here into the comms box and be able to talk to them. Like, the insight is just great, isn't it? I would have thought that Kevin would give you the Joker interval straight away. He's like, no, I'm not doing that this weekend. I'm doing this. It's so specific, and when you find out the little intricacies of how the teams operate, I love it.
Yeah, so he's not spotting, is he? He's got Kenneth and Eric doing the spotting work in Yellow Squad, and Kevin's looking at the data, the V-box, and just trying to perfect every single corner individually to make up a massive lap time.
Another mistake. Casper Janssen runs a little bit deep. So Casper, NRX Next champion last year, but how those tracks are really different than the tracks we saw over here. And Casper impressed me last year in what was Rallyx Nordic, now Rallyx. We saw that learning curve, didn't we, from wildness through to the tight go-kart style. And then he went across and beat some significantly good drivers. Maybe going to lose out here at the last corner. I think we'll hold on, just does hold on through. Not enough speed to be able to make that pass on the exit. It's interesting that he comes back to Europe and back to the mixture of tarmac and gravel tracks, and the pace isn't quite there this time.
Yeah, I mean, we commented a lot, didn't we? Remarked a lot about his quite wild style at the start of last season. Managed to rein that in quite a lot, and he was brilliant in Arvika at the end of the season, and then obviously did a stunning job, didn't he, over in America. But these, like you say, these are very different tracks. The grip level changing is so different. You're on the ground a lot more as well, aren't you?
Yes, you are. Yeah,
but, you know, it's just a very different. It's not a different sport, but it's a very different take on the same sport. And you just need a bit of a head switch. He's driving with the OMC team now instead of Enland's Motorsport, so it'd be a bit of a case of getting used to new people as well. Not saying it's better or worse, but you just got to get used to working with guys in a different way to maybe how you did last season.
It's how you communicate with your engineers and stuff, isn't it? You know, what do you... Oh, look at that sideways to the last corner. That's where a supercar would maybe give you the chance to go around the outside. We've seen it here before, haven't we? Was it Timothy Arnold, was it, who went all the way around and ended up in the dirt on the outside with that brilliant finish with 4 or 5 cars super close together? But that time, Mattis Janssen couldn't quite make it work. One little mistake, and if he'd been a little bit closer to Casper, might have been able to get him back when he had that moment up on the dirt. But a 2:19.7, I'm afraid, is going to be down in about... 7th, yeah, P7. It's not terrible, but not as high as he would like, I'm sure. On to Supercar Q2. Johan Kristoffersson won Q1 from Kalliokoski. Kalliokoski made a small mistake. Kalliokoski's start was epic. Edged in front on the run down the first straight. Sondre Evjen lines up third on the grid. Evjen, one of the drivers who's going to do a whole season, and is, we think, going to be in a bit of a battle there. There's Evjen on 36 points, Ola Christian Baby on 35, Thomas Brinterson on 32, and Bolevsky on 30. So 4 cars within 6 points of each other. Markland and Ekstrom ahead of them aren't here, and then you've got Kristoffersson and Grönholm at the top, who haven't revealed, you know, what they'll... We know Kristoffersson can't do Riga. But Niklas, when we asked him, yeah, it's just the typical Niklas, wasn't it? We'll see. Maybe.
Well, we know he's got other commitments, don't we?
Yeah,
and then it's all budget dependent and time dependent and testing dependent, but ultimately all of these guys, they don't need to be here. They love
That's the thing, isn't it? Who doesn't want to drive a rallycross car? Any rallycross car, but particularly a supercar
is just every, you know, even for someone as experienced and great as Johan Kristoffersson, loves just driving these amazing cars.
Yeah. So Johan's made some changes to the car. He was watching his onboard, showed me his onboard at the start, showed me his onboard at turn 1. He was sitting there with 2 onboards side by side, and was comparing stuff. Had a long call with one of his engineers. I heard some of the stuff they were discussing, but I'm not going to reveal that because that wouldn't be fair on Johan. But some changes were going to be made. They were going to make some steps and see if he could just get the car where he wanted it. Kristoffersson gets a good start. Does he miss second gear this time? No, but Kalliokoski's still going to edge him down to turn 1. Johan gets into the side of Kalliokoski all the way around the outside. Super sideways. It's Baby, is it?
It is Baby, yeah.
Baby.
Great for him to hold on sideways. Oh, just clipped the wall there from Sondre Evjen on the inside, going up the hill, but great move from Baby to get sideways and maintain track position there. Kristoffersson hard in the first corner from the inside.
Baby was really aggressive at Hollius in the start, said he loved it. There was a bit of contact in the background. Again, there's Evjen. So Evjen's gone up into P4 and Kalliokoski's been dumped down to 5th. None of the top 3 go. Joker Kalliokoski had to go then, didn't he?
I thought he had a problem, but I think maybe he just reminded. Look at Kristoffersson all over the back of his very good friend, Ola Christian Baby, at the end of the opening lap. You've got to get it done, haven't you? Because there's only 3 laps to find the time.
Yeah, there isn't the tactical situation that you have when you got 4, 5, 6 laps in different series. Inside line, Johan looks up the inside. Baby maybe run a little bit deep. Watch as they come over the crest. Is Johan going to be alongside him? He is!
What a move!
Late on the brakes. Baby gets a little bit sideways. Brinterson going to try and capitalise as well. They all run deep. Brinterson looks to the inside of Baby. Gets it done as well. So Baby goes P1 to P3. He only ran 3 3 feet wide in the corner back up, and Kristoffersson capitalised straight in and punished him. I'd have gone Joker there.
So would I. Kristoffersson, though, set that move up from the first corner, was right on the rear bumper of Baby, but ran wide to cut back in. Just missed the barrier going up the hill through turn 4. An epic move.
Absolutely brilliant. Look at how the rotation on Johan's car from so early on down the straight locks the front left. You see the gravel kick up. There's that corner where you have to stay tight for so long. Back of the pack, Evgen has dropped down. In now to the hairpin, little bit of handbrake maybe, gets they're putting a point in the rotation in the middle, aren't they? Getting the car straighter on the exit now. So Kristoffersson, Brinderson and Veiby will all Joker. How far back is Kaliakowski? 3.2. Watch for him getting 1 position, potentially 2. Johan going to take this one, barring any issues on the exit from the Joker. Here comes Kaliakowski now, not quite close enough. Might try and get Brinderson inside on the exit. Brinderson keeps it tidy though. Kristoffersson wins from Brinderson and Kaliakowski. Veiby just holds on from Evgen. What could have been, Hal? Just the tiniest run wide to 10.
Not quite as fast
half
as,
a second,
as
is
the
it?
first one. Remember, Leon lost a bit of time in the first race as well. Well committed there, wasn't he? This is Veiby's great save. Kaliakowski's car pops up on the loose. Kristoffersson so aware, isn't he? Straight back to the inside. Brinderson capitalising too. Thomas is a wily character, but this will be the move on Ole Christian next time around. So watch Kristoffersson through the first corner. He's already setting this up, isn't he? He's going to let the car run wide, looks to the outside.
Look how far wide he is.
So that's to set the car up and just to make Veiby know that he's on the outside. And then look how close he hangs onto the barrier on the inside to give himself the perfect line over the jump.
It's not even really a mistake from Veiby, is it? He's not really run that wide. If it was anyone else but Kristoffersson behind him, but Johan, as you said, when you look, he's half a car width to the left of him in turn 2.
He's just a very, very accomplished driver who's been rallying and maybe doesn't have the race experience that Kristoffersson does from racing every single weekend like he does in all sorts of cars. I love seeing these guys operate at this level, and there's take nothing away from Veiby. He just needs to spend a bit more time in these supercars, and he'll be right up there as well.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Let's go find Molly.
Yeah, I'm down here with Johan. We'll grab a very quick word with him. Johan, that looked like fun. What sort of improvements did you make from Q1 to Q2?
I didn't hear anything of what you said, but yeah, I had a good initial launch, but again I missed the shift from first to second, so that's very, 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 no, it's not lagging, it's very, very, very annoying. So from there on, yeah, I came out behind one of the Audis. I'm not sure if it was Sondre or Ole. Then I managed to overtake him, and the last lap I did a mistake before going into the Joker, so not really a clean run, but okay.
Well, it might not have been clean, but it's still good enough to only be some less than 4/10 off his Q1 winning time. Grönholm, of course, got a bit beaten up in that one. 4 cars in each of the remaining races. Grönholm, German, Michalak and Franks in the RX2E car on the outside. Grönholm needs to beat German and Michalak to turn 1 and then nail those lap times, and he could take this session from Johan. It's a great start from Grönholm on the inside line. Michalak too, though. Michalak going to go wide. German has to back out. Grönholm holds that inside line. No one going to get past the Hyundai there. Up towards turn 2 and 3, round the long right-hander. Got to nail it onto the inside Armco. German coming under a bit of pressure from Victor Franks, who we watched in the first session, hanging on to the back of the supercars in an RX2E car, which doesn't have the same power, but he's done quite a lot of laps in those cars recently, and he's looking good.
He is looking very good, isn't he? Grönholm, sorry, got a bit of a margin up front now, back to Michalak. Grönholm had the perfect storm off the line, didn't he? Michalak has to go. Why did Michalak
German could have gone Joker there, Hal, where Michalak was. And Frank's up the inside of German now, so I don't know if German's got an issue, but I thought he would have gone Joker from Michalak. And then he sticks his nose up the inside, didn't even have the option to go Joker.
I mean, we know that the pace of Franks isn't so bad that you were going to be held up. So but any of them, I would have risked a Joker then just to mix things up, especially with only 3 laps. But off the line, Grönholm perfect storm because he made a good launch and German didn't quite get away, so he had that gap, didn't he?
So Niklas's lap times now.
Franks is all over the back.
Contact, and round goes Michalak. Franks gets a hit front left and front right. I reckon the stewards might say he's driven through him there, unfortunately, but either way, there wasn't really anywhere to go.
But I think Michalak stopped on the apex. I think if you look at it, he was very slow on the apex. I wonder if he missed a gear, had a problem, and you can't turn someone round, but you also can't avoid them in that scenario.
41.5 best lap, 41.5 last lap from Niklas Grönholm. So Grönholm out front now, absolutely setting the pace, aiming for Johan Kristoffersen's time of a 2:10.8. He might get this, Hal. This is a clean run.
This is exactly what he needed, not what Kristoffersen had, of course, because he had to make that overtake, didn't have the perfect start. Frank's only 5.1 seconds behind the latest evolution of internal combustion engine supercar from the World Championship. He is really, really impressing me.
Yeah, he is. Niklas Grönholm into the joke lap now, around to the right-hand side. 2:10.8 is the target time. Through the last right-hander, get the Hyundai straight, light it up over the line. 2:10.17, tenths of a second, and he goes 3/10 of a second quicker than Kristoffersen went in Q1. Franks with some damage to the rear. German gets P2. There was a bit of carnage in the background in that one. That was all about Niklas Grönholm. And I think looking at the cars that remain, that's going to be enough for Q2 win. So Niklas Grönholm with a great start, look. And then in the background, Franks got into the back of German, look, up into turn 2.
Not afraid of getting stuck in, is he, Franks? They've wound that car up a little bit from RX to E-Spec.
Okay, right.
But
so
not
a bit
much,
more, no.
because what QV don't want to do is make the car very different from how it will be for him when he races against identical machines later in the season. I wonder if we're going to see. Look at the understeer for
Yeah, I
Grönholm.
know.
He ran wide
I saw
there,
that on the
didn't
gravel trap. Yeah, that was lap 2, and I thought, when at first glance, I thought he'd flicked it in, but he hadn't. This is the moment. So Mitch. Yeah, I'm with you.
No, I sort of go back on what I said. I don't think he had stopped that much. Franks had knocked him a little bit wide. And
that's going to be a difficult one with the stewards. To be honest with you, either way, they've all cost themselves far too much time. So, yeah. But if they get a penalty, obviously it's going to hurt them overall. So you don't want a penalty, but Franks wants to be in with the quick drivers, doesn't he? And they're quick enough, these guys. I was very impressed. In his first heat race, made it up from P4 into P2. But Niklas Grönholm, 2:10.1, fastest so far in Q2.
Niklas, you needed a good clean run, also fastest so far. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was okay run. I made a quite big mistake into turn 1 on lap 2. I went really wide. I just over pushed into the corner. I had terminal understeer going in, and yeah, just couldn't get back on the inside, and there I lost some time, but yeah, finally I had some free track, and the car didn't feel too bad.
Thoughts?
Yeah, what we said, you had run wide with his terminal understeer, as he described it. And once any rallycross car gets in that phase, it's almost impossible to get it out of. And yeah, he's lucky that there wasn't something solid on the outside, and you know, largely got away with it.
We'll have a chat about tyres in a moment when he's talking terminal understeer. You've got Carlson, Andreas Carlson, Hans-Joran Ostring, Gustav Bergström, Ari-Pekka Niemi. Good start, Pekka Niemi on the outside, but then has to kick the clutch. So on the inside, it's Andreas Carlson who's going to hold on. Hans-Joran Ostring trying to go outside, runs the car a bit deep. Oh, into the loose on the outside, just slots back in, super tight. Not convincing you there was a gap there, but that leaves Bergström in P2 as well.
Niemi slammed the door in the first corner from the outside, all out of shape over the jump. Bergström under pressure, he's learning fast, as he was talking to Gustav earlier on this morning, and just saying there's so much to get your head around in these cars, even on the, well, especially on the launch. There's so much to think about, but the field's so strong here, isn't it? Andreas Carlson's so experienced, great driver to be following, and you learn so much with every lap in these supercars.
Yeah, I went and had a quick chat with him also in between sessions, and he said, I won my heat race. I said, oh, brilliant, where's he put? He's like 9th, and he just wasn't over the moon with that as a result. Still a great result, I think. Where was it? No, oh, sorry, 12th. Yeah, 12th. So, but as you say, also never been here before. Like, so much to learn how.
Yeah, and he comes from circuit racing. We see this a lot. I mean, look at this corner now as a great example. The loose has really been dragged into the braking area, and that changes not only every session or every day, but every single time you get on the brakes in that corner, the grip level is a little bit different. And that, as a circuit racing driver, is really hard to get on top of. And that's why rally drivers are so good every single lap in rallycross, because they're used to feeling for the grip in a very different way.
Ostring going to try and get Bergström on the exit, but Bergström does hold on. It was this section here that Gustav said that he was finding the hardest.
Yeah, really, really challenging. The fastest point of the track there, breaking down into turn 4. Gets a bit of so he's not really getting the rotation done on the way in like teammate Kristoffersen is, and of course, you know, Kristoffersen, we don't need to say anything about him, but that is where you gain a lot of time, by setting the car up on the entry to the corner.
and carrying the speed through. That's what he said. He said the trouble is you don't brake late enough, you don't get the rotation, do you? And smoking up the rear right all the way through. Has he broken something?
No, he's had a nudge in the rear. It's just bodywork touching the rear tyre.
Carlson got Joker, going to come out and take this one. Not a bad time from Carlson, I reckon. 2:12.8. So in the first session, it was a 2:15.2. So 2:12.8 would have seen Carlson P3 in Q1.
Going to put him 5th, I think.
Yes, I think you're right. It is. Have a look at the start. So watch
Niemi's about to slam the door here on, makes it all the way across to
it's the loose, it's over the gravel, look, and then it's coming back in. Oh, we didn't see it, but there was no call on whether or not there was a gap, was it? It's like hang on for dear life and see where the ride ends. Luckily, it didn't end in the wall.
And sometimes you just turn in, and if there's nothing solid there, you keep turning, don't you?
What year was it that we had Liam running back from the Turn 1 incident in the rain? Eric Farham was on co-coms with me. Was it
2014?
14, yeah, that was heavy rain, wasn't it?
It was a big crash, that, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, it was.
We almost got a similar thing in Q1 earlier on with Brinterson and Belevsky and Kristoffersen, as we saw at the start of the show. Belevsky coming in the next race. It's just so fast. Yeah. And that gravel trap on the outside really is tempting to run through, but really upsets the cars as well.
So tyres, we were talking tyres. Niklaus was saying he's got a bit of terminal understeer, was how he described it. We could see the car wasn't turning as he wanted. Carlson 2:12.8, season go P5. Niklaus definitely going to win this one, but he had new boots on the car when we went and saw him, but they were aligning the car, so he'd had contact in turn 1, and he said the way the car was fine to drive, the steering wheel wasn't straight, so there'd been a little bit of adjustment on the front left. They put new tyres on for the alignment because they measure in millimetres, don't they? And you don't want an old set of boots which is all worn in various different places, but I said, are you keeping those on for Q2? And he said no. So they get 4 new tyres per event, and they use their 4 best from any time previously in the season. Turi, Belevsky, Malinen and Skantz. Belevsky in the Preshow with a good start for Yellow Squad. Skantz on the outside, going to try and go all the way around the outside. Belevsky just pops the curb inside. That's a tidy line across the gravel. That's more like it. This time Belevsky, last time he had the door out, didn't he? You went and saw the car, Hal, and you said it was mullered.
It was mullered. Yeah, Graham Rodemark applying some rather large hammers with Eric Farren to repair the sill, the door, fit a new door. It was there was a lot of real rallycross engineering going on at the Yellow Squad team, but now Belevsky just needs to get his head down. He's got a great grid here, hasn't he? Some of the Finnish locals take nothing away from them, but they don't really have the pace to trouble the front of the order. And Belevsky, we know how good he is, was on the podium at the end of the World Rallycross Championship last year on his debut in that series, in a World Championship spec
Audi,
Supercar.
Though, that was in, wasn't it? And now he's in the Preshow, and so far, I mean, I gather in testing he was mega, but Hollier, somehow it just didn't quite come together.
Yeah, I was talking to them. They are different cars, and all the cars take a little bit of learning. You know, we think of him as being experienced because he's done so much in RH3, Super 600 as it was previously called, and some supercar races now, but he's still a relative rookie to this game compared to the opposition. And you know, every car just has its own little idiosyncrasies, and it's this sort of a lot of understeer going into the Joker. My favourite Joker lap in Rallycross this, I think, but really this is perfect for Belevsky to get 3 clean laps and to get learning and get a good time.
I do like the elevation change in the Joker. We really, where our camera position is, which is kind of over the last corner, you actually need to be where the spotters are, and we'll show you where they are in a moment. So that's the view the spotters have, roughly, is roughly where they're slightly to the left of this. And when you look across the track from here, you can really see the crests as they come into the standard lap, and you might see it, we might see it here from Vigo. So he's going to go Joker this time, but look at the elevation change. So there's a crest on the way in here, and then it drops, look, over the apex. You have to be inside. Then it's right in the lowest compression, little handbrake, and then over. And we see people hit that wall on the outside. Belevsky might just take this session if he can get this over the line quickly enough. He does. Belevsky wins the session. So there we go. We were saying it was a done job for Grönholm. And Belevsky has nicked it by 1/10 of a second in the final race of Q2 here at Kouvola, round 3 of Rallyx. Great drive by him, off the line, look, gets away cleanly. From the outside, it looked like he was going to be challenged by Skantz. Watch Skantz up in turn 1, though he doesn't get too close. That line was great, just nudges the outside line of the gravel trap, and how that's a mega job. That's more like it.
Just what he needed to have some clear air, especially after the drama of Q1 earlier on. having Kevin and Kenneth Hansen on the radio.
Look at the difference when you don't rotate it over that crest, you know. And then Belevsky, wasn't it lovely, following through with the drone and seeing almost video game perspective for us. There is the drone in the background. This is it from the outside. Look, he gets the rotation done here. Barely uses the handbrake, really. And look at the line through there.
Very tidy. Very
good,
tidy.
wasn't it? Really good Joker lap. Final corner, over the line by 1/10 of a second. What will that do for his confidence?
Oh, those sorts of things make a massive difference, don't they?
Belevsky then wins Q2 at Kouvola, round 3 of Rallyx, ahead of Grönholm and I think Kristoffersson. It is, yeah. Good job by him. And we're done for Q2. Fans might head off and take a little break. I don't know that they've got long. I know we haven't got long. I think we're back on again in about 20 minutes' time, so we'll be grabbing...
Have you had lunch?
No, have you?
No.
I
saw you eat.
No, I had a couple of spoonfuls of that finished soup. It's like a pea soup with some chunks of meat, and I quite like it, actually. I was with UC Pinamaki earlier, and he said it needs mustard. He said, add mustard, and it's really great. And it was great anyway. But yeah, so there you go. There's your top tip from...
Did he really say, add mustard, and it will be great?
Yeah, more like you said it there. Molly brought it in, and he was like, "Add mustard, it's great." Roughly, sorry, UC. Johan Kristoffersson leads from Jeri Kallio-Koski, Niklas Grönholm, Brinderson is P4, and Belevsky's win in Q2 sees him up to P5. He's with Molly now.
Jeri, brilliant job. Well done. Fastest in Q2.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We struggled a bit in Q1. Obviously, we had a good start, but then a little bit of pushing around in the first corner. I got spun, lost a lot of time. We still had quite a good pace on the remaining 2 laps, but here I had a good start, a clean run. You know, I could run my pace. Still minor mistakes here and there, but it's a P1 and I'm happy with that.
Where are the minor mistakes? Where can you improve?
To be honest, I made them all over the track a little bit. I could not put one single lap together very well. Starting from maybe corner 2 uphill, you know, I did that good once, but then another time was not so good. Then a corner 5 I ran a bit wide, you know. I think Joker was quite good, maybe a bit too aggressive, but yeah, so I think if I can keep it all together in the next runs, that would be great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Great stuff as always. Belevsky looking pretty happy. There's Eric Farren and the rest of the yellow squad team. They're all smiles, look back, slapping, happy days. Well done. He wins Q2, so 1 to Kristoffersson, 1 to Belevsky. We are done for Q2, but there is very little rest for the wicked. So me and Hal will be heading off to get some results and also some grids. And we'll be back for Q2 very soon. Look at this, sideways up into turn 1, absolutely lit. Brilliant. So yeah, we'll be back at 13:40 for Q3. Join us then.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. I've made my way over to Victor Vranckx, and we are actually going to first of all talk about a small incident that you had in Q2, because there's some work going on the car there now. Talk us through that.
Yeah, in turn 3 it was very slippery, braking was really difficult, and I had a little touch with Michalak, and I saw a gap and just went for it, and he came back, which is a races, and then it's normal I would do the same. But yeah, obviously lost some time there, he spun, which is never good. But yeah, hopefully next session will be better than now.
Again, you know, we have to talk about the fact that you're 16 years old, you're racing in an RX2E together with the supercars, this time in Finland. Just what is it like?
It's fast. It's at the start it's always like something different. You hear everybody going like full RPM, and I'm there like silenced with the handbrake on slowly, and then green light, everybody whoa, and I'm it's always the same. But yeah, it's fun, and then it's like action within the action, so it's amazing. Super happy.
I guess because you're just 16, you have very good reaction time, right?
Yeah, I hope so. Some PlayStation helps as well, and some training at home. But yeah, that's my most fun thing about Rallycross, the reaction.
Have you driven Kouvola track on PlayStation?
No, never. First time here, yeah. I didn't find it anywhere on PC or on simulator, so I had to thought, yeah, okay, let's try it there then.
We were just talking about your house on wheels. I don't know if maybe the cameraman can spin around a bit, but I think we maybe need to do a sort of you showing me your crib at one point this weekend.
Yeah, sure. You can always come by.
It's quite nice.
Yeah, it's very nice. I'm in love with it. It's Scania, you know. That's my type of truck.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Victor. I also caught up with someone else who had a bit of an incident in Q2. That was Gustav Bergström. Gustav, you're just back from Q2. You took a bit of a hit to the rear of the car. What happened?
I don't know. The guy behind me, he hit me a bit, but yeah.
It's your second race in a supercar here in Finland. How do you feel it's going?
Better than earliest, so it's going okay. I'm progressing all the time, so.
Tell me what you think of the track.
The track is awesome. It's super fun to drive.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Rallyx 2022. We're at Kouvola for round 3 of the series. You had rounds 1 and 2 at Hollius just 2 weeks ago. Round 3 and 4 here in Finland. It's pretty cold, as you can see. It's nearly June. What's going on? There's people up there dressed like they're at Montenegro in the snow. They've got hats and they're sitting in sleeping bags. It's chilly. It's not that chilly in the studio, hence Hal's rocking this, and of course the Bermuda shorts that you can't see behind the news desk here. That's how we like to roll.
It's not chilly in here, is it?
It's not. It's hot in here, to be fair. It's always hot in here. The action's been good. We just saw Belevsky win Q2 in Supercar. We've had 19 minutes off, I think. I had a couple of biscuits. I've got another cup of tea. I've got backwards water bottle because I forgot mine.
Yeah, the search for lunch didn't go great.
No, the lunch ship has sailed. It was before Q2, and yeah, basically we missed it, but that's okay. So Michael Uito is leading Crosscar Junior from Lauri Halonen. Now Lauri Halonen is the championship leader at the moment with a win in round 2. Uito though win in round 1. Uito won round 2 at Hollius, so they were the form drivers in Hollius, and they're the form drivers here. Uniten Julalami, Lucas Andersson, Carl Petter Nordstrand, Tino Niemi, Anton Soderholm, Joachim Lundalanda, Tinka Perkamäki, and Oliver Solli, who of course was offered that supercar drive by Matthias Ekström, but unfortunately was about a foot too short. That's 30 odd centimetres if you live in Europe. So basically, Matthias Ekström has said, you know what, he can have a go in it when he's older, which is really kind of him. So it was good fun last time. Ekström not here this weekend. Hello, Matthias, if you're watching. Hope you're having a lovely weekend, mate. What's he doing this weekend? He's not doing ETCR, is he, this weekend?
He will not be putting his feet up. That is absolutely
No, he's
sure.
not exactly Mr. Rest, is he, Matthias? Not exactly Mr. Chill.
I enjoy it when Hallinen's on the grid because I can feel like I'm there.
What do you mean?
Well, it says HAL on there.
Oh, Hal. Yes. Sorry, I wasn't looking.
Johan thought it was funny anyway.
Yeah, Johan's laughing. What was he doing? Laughing at his mechanics. A couple of clicks going there on the dampers, I think. I mean, I've never known anyone who's so good at being on the limit and, you know, full of an adrenaline-fueled sport, who can sleep so quickly and effectively anywhere. I'm sure some of you might have seen the footage of Johan asleep in his Extreme E-card, you know, very shortly before about heading out to a semi-final or something. But yeah, he's good at it. Uito, Hallonen, Julianami, Andersen and Turpainen on the grid. Hallinen's been getting some great starts, but Uito inside has got the better of him this time. So Hallonen slotting into P2. I saw his dad yesterday and they said they were looking at different sprockets. The gear ratios, it was a little bit too quick here compared to Hollius. Lovely move up the inside there into turn 3.
He was great at Hollius though, wasn't he?
Really good.
What happened on the second day?
For Hallonen?
One on day 1, didn't he, as I saw watching the broadcast?
He was 5th on day 2. I can't remember what happened. Either the semi or the final didn't quite go according to plan. But
so close in this class, though, isn't it?
It is, mate.
And
yeah.
You're talking about the sprockets. You know, they make those small differences make such a big difference to lap time.
It's funny, yeah. His dad said it's only 3 kilometres an hour different in terms of top speed, but it changes the point at which they change gear, and they felt that it would be better. So, yeah, it's good, cost-effective racing for young adults. I say young kids, really. You know, they're 11 through 16, so there really is a wide range of ages in the category. And I'm sure there are some of them who would like to step up to Crosscar sooner than they're allowed to. You know, they can't do Crosscar Senior, for want of a better word, I think, until they're 16, can they?
Yeah, so Alex Gustafsson, a great example of stepping up, as many of the drivers have done, and immediately being on the pace. You learn so much here. Oh, Hallonen getting a bit out of shape in the run down the hill. He dives off into the Joker. We're riding above him on the drone with Vigo. Get it nicely rotated on the way in. Just missed the wall on the outside. Tidy Joker.
Good job, really good job. He's been driving rally cars over the winter on frozen roads and frozen lakes and things. I quite like the look of the tarmac circuit, Hal, I have to say. Make a good drift circuit. Do you see the long right-hander out of turn 1? It's a good little venue, isn't it, this?
I'd rather just driving rallycross, to be honest.
Yeah, but still, I'd quite like to do some laps just the tarmac in a rallycross car. Yeah, no, not really. No, it's not really for me. But I wouldn't mind trying it in a supercar. Yeah, long hairpin right, long hairpin left. You
drifting
see what I mean?
in a supercar
exactly.
is very different.
That's my take on drifting. Thanks very much. Look at it. You see what I mean? Look at the transitions.
Yeah. But this is what we talked about a lot, and we'll continue to talk about. But there's so many elements to these corners. They're off camber, on camber. This is going to be...
Uito's going to hold on nicely.
Not quite as close as I thought it might be. This has been a really strong run from Uito.
2:23.4. And the previous 2 sessions were a 2:23.7 was Q2 and a 2:27.0. So that might be a clean sweep of qualifying for Uito, but you cannot rule out the drivers in the following heats. Having said that, you know, with these drivers up at the top 3 here, Julianami, Hallonen and Uito. Where did Julianami come in that? We've unfortunately still got supercar results on that. I know why. Oh, up on 2 wheels. Missed that. So right up on 2 wheels. That must have been lap 1 because Hallonen then went Joker. Here's Hallenen's Joker. Now, we thought Bolevski's Joker, if you were watching the previous session, was pretty good. We just seen Graham Rodemark and he said, no, he said, you know what, we're happy we won the session, but particularly with all the little mistakes. I said, where? And he said, well, the Joker for a start. Too much rotation on the way in. Now,
he did a clip that we didn't really see that from the camera.
No, really hooked it over the inside, didn't he? Having said that, I mean, you won the session, Hal. You know, maybe Graham's wrong. We're going to ask him in a bit because we're going to get Graham Rodemark, the man, the legend, the myth, to come and join us in the commentary box if we can make him turn up. We're going to try?
Yeah.
A bit dark in there, isn't it? There's Johan at the side. I think it's Johan and Molly. I think they're just having a little chat there. I have no idea what they're talking about, so maybe...
she speaks that language.
I know,
I'm not really on top of it.
Yeah. Molly sounds very English. If you didn't know, she's not. She's Norwegian. I think one Norwegian parent, one English parent, so she speaks English with an English accent, which is very, very impressive indeed. Nordstrand, Soderholm, Niemi, Kinnunen and Perlamäki. So a jump, somebody's stopped. They're going to abort this start, surely, because nobody's up on the rev limit now. Something's definitely happened at the start. We can't see what. No one's been given a... Normally you see the lights come up with if there's an issue, but they're going to have to get the marshals back out and give them another thumbs up. There's a whole procedure to it which they get given in their supplementary regulations, which is you'll get a thumbs up from the marshal. then the light goes out, then the ready to race light comes on and X amount of seconds after that. So it looks like slot 5 may have jumped, which is Tinka Perämäki.
Sometimes people are just in the wrong place in the grid slot and something's detected, or the timekeepers might have said we need to move someone. Or
they've moved 3 of them back, to be fair, Hal, so I'm guessing there isn't a jump start. As you say, just be an aborted start. So another crack at getting this one off the line.
Wear your foot out, blipping the throttle like that for the
You would,
duration.
wouldn't you? If I was a cross-car dad, I'd be like, lads, girls, wind it in, Fuel's expensive these days. There's no need for all that on the line. Hal's just lining up a sweet to eat here. Although what he hasn't realised is it's chewy, and it'll be. I got given a bit of licorice at Hollius, and it took me almost a full heat race to eat it. So
I bet that sounded delightful.
Yeah, you love it, don't you? But Hal Ridge, if Hal ever calls you and you need to get rid of him, just start eating on the other end of the phone. He absolutely hates it. I know if I ever eat on Instagram, I get loads of messages saying, "Ugh." So yeah, didn't enjoy. You'd forgotten what it was like going out for dinner with me last night, hadn't you, mate? Now he's got a sweet in his mouth, he can't say. I can say whatever I want about Hal Ridge for about the next 20 seconds. You never swallowed that whole.
Yeah.
Blimey, that's committed. You must be hungry.
No, I just didn't want to miss the race.
No danger of that from the looks of things. Yeah, so lunch was, I think I had
non-existent.
4 or 5 biscuits, a little miniature bounty, and then a little handful of crisps. That's the Spotters area, Spotters Hill. Well, Henry Stein's Holt is in the red race suit at the front with the 88 on the back. That's where we were stood earlier with Marcus. Oh, look, they're waving. We stood up there earlier on with Marcus Grönholm, which is always a good laugh.
Come on, rain.
Come on, hurry up. We could have had lunch.
I want some. We could have had lunch, but there was no lunch available.
No.
Not at that time, at least. There was lunch available earlier, but we didn't eat it.
That gives you an idea. It is not summer in Finland, sorry, just yet.
Well,
it really isn't.
Not strictly true. It is summer. It's just cold.
Yeah. Right, let's, while we wait for them to sort the start out, let's go and find Molly.
Yeah, I'm down here with Johan. We're just having a chat about how the racing is going, and he's already looking at the numbers and the points and the positions and everything. How are you feeling about things so far?
I think it's been, overall quite okay. I think we've been a little bit lucky, finishing with 50 points and 42 points. So I think we should be happy with that. Certainly with the issues, or if it's me or if it's calibration or whatever it is, for me to shift to second gear has been tricky for the first both heats. So I had to fight from the back, but so far so good.
And when I came in here, 3 mechanics were lying under the car, and I was a little concerned, but there's nothing to be too concerned about.
I think that's where they like to lay, so chilling around. No big concerns.
No, and I'm quite pleased with myself because I noticed a small change and a small detail. Everyone, look at this. There's a bit of aero change on Johan's car from Hollius. It's kind of obvious for most people, but tell us why it's there.
Yeah, so it's basically because this is the air intake that goes to the rear where the water cooler is. So yeah, when the door is closed, to try and grab some air, to force the air to go in here and through the cooler, to keep the water temp lower on the car.
And also, because we have a little bit of time now, there's some stuff going on the track. Tell us what's going on here.
Yeah, so basically now they will check how the tire is or the wheel is tracking. So this is when they check the toe. So this is when the wheel is hanging in the air. Normally there is some bumps there on the car. So this is some signs here, preset from if the roll centers are different numbers. You will get another number here to realize where your toe is tracking. So this is just to see if it has been changing since we were out banging wheels in Q2.
You were also telling me that this is a difficult track to pass on, but you had a pretty nice pass in Q2.
Yeah, both in Q2 and Q1. So basically it was more or less the same move up the inside in turn 2. So not sure if it was so smart to show all the tricks in the book already in Q1 and 2. But yeah, it had to be done, and yeah, happy with that.
What's the tyre situation here like in Kouvola? Is there big tyre wear on this track?
No, it's not really big tyre wear. I mean, normally when we were here 2020, the tyre wear was bigger. Also, the lap times were a bit quicker, it was a bit hotter. Also, I mean, they say the tyres are the same. I'm not sure if I believe them. I think this tyres is a little bit harder, the compound. So tyre wear is not very high, but fortunately enough, when we have a good Q1, Q2, I can still use my old tires for Q3 and save the one set of new tires we get for each event. So I'll try and save them for the semi-final and final.
And I don't know if you want to share, but we were also chatting a bit about that pole position, that it's not perhaps the best.
No, it's tricky because when we were here 2020, we used the first grid slot. Now we ignored the first grid slot and we are starting it from second grid slot, which means that you are the only one that have the small bump after 20 meters or so, which makes it, because that's normally where you would like to select second gear. And on top of that, you get some wheel spin, so it's very difficult to select the second gear if the car hits the rev limiter. And obviously, if you lift off the throttle or dip the clutch a little bit, none of the others on the outside has that dip. So you also lose a bit of traction on top of that. So it's very difficult to start from the inside line.
Thank you for those insights, Johan.
Yeah, thanks, Johan, as always. Thank you, Molly, as well. We are racing again, and I think it was Perämäki who got the whole shot, but then seems to have lost the position out in the back of the track. Apologies, we had a few issues with the start lights, is why we had to have a little pause there. Got them fixed as soon as we could, and we're away. And it's Nordstrand leading at the end of the first lap with Perämäki in P2, then Tino Niemi. Soderholm jokered on the first lap.
So clean the circuit now, isn't it, compared to how it was in Q2 when we were on air for the first of the live sessions this weekend, a little bit earlier on. You can see the rubbered up part of the circuit there across the tarmac. Take a slightly different line in the Crosscar Juniors to some of the senior categories, because you just have to carry so much momentum through every single corner. You don't have the traction or the power to drive the car out like you do in a supercar, for example, using all of the circuit on the entry to the last corner and on the exit.
Rev limit for these guys, they were talking us through it last weekend, I think it's 9,300. So, which sounds very specific, I know. I think they gave them a little bit more, didn't they, a couple of years ago, to give them a bit more off the start, because they were bogging on the start line.
And you stay at that revs, I would say, I don't know anything that's actual fact, but I would say 98.9% of the revs.
Fascinating chat with Baccarat, if you were watching last weekend, about throttle position, that full throttle thing, which I know you loved, Hal, when you watched it back. He was saying about how him and Ekstrom, their lap times were within a tenth of each other. But Ekstrom was full throttle, like, I don't know, what was it, 80% of the lap or whatever, and Andreas was only full throttle 16% of the lap, and that's just driving style like Ekstrom. We were watching his feet, constantly working the throttle and the brake, big efforts on both. I remember Andrew Jordan saying when he sat with Ekstrom, he was amazed how big his inputs were. Nordstrand taking the win.
Yeah, I love seeing that across teammates, and it'll be the same to a degree in these categories, although they don't have the same sort of data
gathering capability,
as they do in the supercars. But the Hanson boys are the same.
This was the pass look, lovely,
very tidy. Just put the car so much down the inside that there's nothing you can do about it.
Really nice.
Yeah, the Hanson brothers are the same. I think Kevin uses a lot more full throttle than Timmy does. You can imagine Timmy being very gentle on the throttle.
Yeah.
It sort of that's his style, isn't it?
Well, of course, don't forget Timmy actually comes from a circuit racing background where Kevin doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin is rallycross sort of through and through, wasn't he? Whereas Timmy sort of set off down the single-seater route. Niklas. Ah, got ya. They must be able to see the big screen from there, mustn't they? There's the merchandise stand out the front.
Very private family, the Grönholms, aren't they? Very rare you see any of the Grönholm family in any sort of public arena.
Do you know what, we must tell you, they're lovely and they're hilarious. They are some of the funniest people you'll ever meet, but it doesn't always come across like that on the TV, but it doesn't mean they're not. They really are. They're great people. I enjoy their company enormously. Lunderlander on the inside, but Rasmus Persson gets the better start. Persson into turn one. You see the brake lights just come on for a little bit of rotation around the outside. Has come Miro Campi in the 22. Campi slots in, gets a little bit too sideways. Got to watch out there not to lose out on the traction battle on the exit.
Oof. Getting more air now as they carry more speed through turn 4 at the top of the hill. It's so difficult. You can afford to just cover the inside, can't you, as we were discussing before, and force someone to go the long way around. Doesn't matter how much rotation you get in the cross car while you're at the back there. I would definitely Joker now if I was in Isaac's shoes, and he does. I really would like it to rain this afternoon, Andrew. I think that would really spice things up.
Yeah, why not?
A bit more.
Trying to take a look up the inside, but really Joachim Lunderlander, or now maybe has a chance. Lunderlander not quite close enough, almost got too much turn in there and ended up towards the barriers on the inside line. So Miro Campi got away with it a bit there. Campi obviously finish. Isaac Hattenmar racing as a Latvian. Is Hattenmar Latvian? Is that a Latvian name? Swedish, I would have thought, with a Latvian licence. You can race in Latvia at younger ages, can't you? So quite often people are racing under a Latvian licence. We get that a lot in the UK as well. Can't really drive in rallies in the UK until you're 17, whereas in Latvia it used to be 14. I can't remember what it is now. It's a pretty dominant run so far. Persson having it all his own way out the back of the circuit. Wild from Campi. Campi coming in hot.
I love the background noise of a junior cross car just sitting on the limiter.
You hear it so much more at Hollius, don't you know, coming down the hill, about halfway down the hill, the whole way to the jump, basically.
It's been some pretty good lap times here from Rasmus. I think he's going to do it comfortably on the exit. Going to be close. Not as close as I thought, actually. Not troubling the top of the order of a 2:23.455.
Couple of seconds off. This was the start. Outside of the grid was Campi in the 22. Lunderlander was on that inside line, hooks the curb. Would have been hoping that those front two would have run wide, but no such luck. Here's the Joker.
That curb on the inside of the Joker is so... almost a bit of contact in the background. Vigo changing his trajectory in the Joan, so we could have a look at that. But that curb on the way into the Joker just really upsets the car, doesn't it? You've got to get that absolutely nailed to set a good Joker time.
The cross cars all piling into the grid, look.
I think they need to revise the umbrella situation on the grid. It makes me excited for rain every
Yeah, me
every
too.
time.
Like, and totally not the drivers, of course, but us. This one is Eric Steinsholt, Essi Suono, Pauli Turpainen, Maijniemi and Pontus Oskarsson. Good start on the inside line for Steinsholt. Middle of the grid as well for Turpainen in the yellow. Steinsholt gets that whole shot. Or Turpainen runs across the dirt, needs to shut that door. Look, people looking up the inside.
Good start from Oskarsson as well. Very careful from the outside into the first corner. Obviously his dad racing in Supercar Lites as well this year in Rallyx, so they'll be able to share information about the track. Not that and he goes for the inside as well at the hairpin.
Yeah.
Good opportunistic move there. And held up around the outside into the left-hander, very sideways, going down the hill. That's much more of an incline than it looks on the television. This is the big curb we were talking about. Stays well off it.
A little bit of understeering the Joker there as well. That was Essi Suono. We've got Graham Rodemark coming to join us in just a few moments. He's coming into the studio now. We'll get him set up, and then you can you can all hear some. Oh, and Marcus Grönholm as well. Perfect. Can you come? We'll let you two take a chair over there. Yeah, come on in, Marcus. Thanks, lads. We've gone from no guests to all the guests. We'll bring them in just a moment, and we're just going to finish off this race first of all. So leading at the moment is Person. No, not Person. We're timing screen is. We're looking at Solly. This is the driver. Sorry, it's okay. No, I'm completely confused. Steintolt. My timing screen hasn't updated, unfortunately. That's yours, Hal.
I think so. Yes, it has. that is very true, Robert. Our producer is saying that the television is always correct. I've learned that from you over the years of being in a rallycross paddock, Andrew.
Whatever we say goes, Hal, doesn't it? Very frustratingly for you originally, but now you're on the TV team. It's different, isn't it? He feels all different here. Yeah, we got him over from Journo to full-on commentator now, Hal Ridge. So yeah, he knows the score. Steintolt takes it to 26.773, not enough to beat the time. 223.4, the leader at the moment. So joining us in the studio, we've got a couple of legends of the sport from slightly different angles. We'll get them on in a moment. As I say, we've got Graham Rodemark from Hansen Motorsport Yellow Squad, also Auto Point, his own team. You know, he's not a bad rallycross driver himself. And then we've got someone else who's probably got a greater claim to fame as a driver, I'm afraid. Marcus Grönholm's joined us in here as well, and we'll get their thoughts in just a few moments' time. There we go, lovely stuff. Right, I'll switch your mics on, chaps. There we go. Eric Steintolt takes the win, 226.7. Welcome, both of you. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine.
Yeah, good. Graham?
Yeah, it's been pretty good so far, I think, hasn't it? Yeah, I hope the weather stays without no rain. So.
We're hoping for rain, Mark, because why do you not want rain?
No rain.
Why no rain?
Yeah, rain.
It's so dirty and
Graham, what about you?
Yeah, the rain's okay if the rain comes hard and stays with us, but if it's this little drizzly thing, it just makes a mess everywhere, then
no good.
I don't want him. No,
so this is the difference between the people who are working on the cars and the people who are just talking about the cars, yeah? We just want it to be exciting. You guys just don't have to clean the awning.
Yeah, exactly. And for the drivers, it's not so nice when maybe it's raining in one heat and the second one starts to be dry or opposite. So
it does make a difference.
It's not fair.
Well, look, they are right. There we go. There's a bit of food prep going on there. How that was the lunch that you just missed out on. Unfortunately, you didn't get any. So, Marcus, it looked like Niklas was going to win that last session. And then right at the last second, Bolevsky came and nicked it from him. So he won't be disappointed, though, with P2. Was he happy at that time?
I think he was quite happy. Because to start in P1 here, it's not the best one. So it's better grip in the other one.
Yeah.
Position. So fine, let's see.
Bit slippery and with the bump on the inside as well as we get the final Crosscar Junior race off the line. A little bit of contact on the run up towards the first corner. It is Alexis Suono who leads. Suono last time out, trying to find Crosscar. I've got Crosscar Junior, there it is. Suono is in P14 in the standings. Made the semis both last times. Be hoping for even more here. So Graham, you're on the flip side of that story, of course. You were with Bolevsky. So what are you doing? What are you doing for Bolevsky this weekend? Are you spotting, engineering? What's the role?
No, so I'm just engineering the car for Yuri this weekend for Yellow Squad. Yeah, Q1 didn't go so well for us. But this time was good. He had obviously quite a clean run. That helps a lot. But he's also, in himself, he's quite critical, and he feels he's got a lot more to come still now. So it should be good.
Okay, and me and Hal thought he'd done a good Joker. When we came to see you, you didn't feel the Joker was quite so tidy. What did he do wrong?
Yeah, I think potentially in the left-hander there, he grabbed a little bit too much curve, sent him quite wide and quite sideways. I think he lost a few tenths there, or a little bit anyway.
Okay, it took the session by a tenth, so of course a win's a win, but still you want to get it perfect if you can.
Absolutely, I think it's the goal for every driver here. I'm sure Niklas and everybody else in the grid will say that they can improve, so it's nice to know our driver thinks the same as that, so let's see what happens in the next one.
And is it nice not spotting for once? Because I mean, obviously Kenneth I think is spotting, Kevin is driver coaching, you're engineering.
I can't tell you how much of a stress relief it is not to have to spot. I'm absolutely loving it.
Are you really?
I'm really, really loving it.
Oh no! Spin in the final corner. There's someone who's suffering a bit more stress than Graham is right now. As we lost the signal a little bit on the drone there, I'm afraid. So Marcus, what are you doing this weekend? What's your role?
My role, not so much to do. I am just looking and spotting for myself.
Okay, good stuff. I gather this morning you walked in and you asked Niklas if it was the same door that he'd had in Hollius, because he did have a lovely new door on the car, didn't he, until Q1?
Yeah, it was a new door and it's not new anymore. Maybe we can send a bill to you here.
That you need to speak to Kenneth about, I think. He's a good friend of yours. You could have some luck there.
And as we all know, Kenneth,
I will try.
As we all know Kenneth quite well, I think we all know how that's going to go as well. but Graham, some old school rallycross engineering for you this morning. There was quite a lot of work to do to get the 208 fixed for Q2.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, we had quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of sort of steel work bent there in the side on the lower, like on the sill and that sort of thing. As you know, I come from the bottom of the ranks, so it was good fun to sort of get back to the old days a little bit.
Bottom of the ranks? Where were you bottom of the ranks?
I used to be allowed to clean the rear window and hoover the boot area out in the C4 in the early days for Kenneth Hansen.
Really?
Yeah.
Mate, that's a long time in the sport, isn't it?
Yeah, bordering on too long, some say.
Yeah, well, there you go. It's funny, isn't it? You know, it's Joel Christopherson who says, wasn't he, that he used to be, was he the broom pilot?
Broom pilot, yeah.
So yeah, Hansen Motorsport responsible for that. Here we go. Where are we heading next? I think we've got Crosscar coming up. We might be able to see the standings. Are we going to see the standings? We normally see standings when we're up here. There we go. Crosscar Junior Q3. That was Alexi Schreiner with a 227.5. So here are our lovely guests in the studio, as I say. Hal Ridge, Marcus Grönholm, Graham Rodemark. We're doing a good time. Everyone's so serious. I wish you could be here when the microphones are off, because we have such... We were saying this morning, Marcus, about stories. You were going to come and tell us some stories, but you have to be careful what you say.
Yeah, but you have to ask me, and then I will create something.
Brilliant. Okay, we'll get Marcus to create us something in a moment. Mikael Uito, that's Crosscar Junior, but we've just had Q3, so that's not right. We'll wait and we'll bring you that back in a moment. So Marcus, come on in. What do you want to ask Marcus, Hal? We must have something we want to drag out of Marcus Grönholm, don't we?
A weather report would be good.
Yeah, what's the score? Are we going to get good weather? Finnish people. Oh yeah, and Finnish names. I need you to get me to help with some Finnish names.
Names.
Yeah, Finnish names. Yeah, I'm famously terrible at pronouncing names. Let me find some Finns. Okay. Here we go.
What's the most difficult for you? What is it?
Okay, here we go. So, Harry Uito.
Uitto.
Yeah? Uitto. Okay. Lauri Halonen. Halonen.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sounds the same.
Okay, Jonathan Ylilammi. Ylilammi.
Yes. Surname is Ylilammi. Yes. It's starting to be.
Getting finished. There we go. Yeah, Crosscar coming up. That's great. Patrick Hellberg leads at the moment, but we're in the commentary box with Marcus Grönholm learning Finnish. What about Niemi? Tino Niemi. Niemi.
Yes.
Niemi.
Exactly.
Kinnunen. Mikko Kinnunen. Kinnunen.
Yes.
Okay. Now the A with the two dots over it, is that a longer A?
Where are we now?
I'm going to do the start of this race and then I'll get you to teach me that one.
Yes, okay, I do that.
It's off the line on the inside line. Hukar, I think, got a wheelie on the outside. Oscar Anderson going to maybe try and hold on for the whole shot down the inside, but can't quite. I think it might be Elias Svensson who's got into the lead. It is. So Svensson leads from Anderson, but Hukar pretty much got a wheelie off the line on the outside.
Hukar lucky there in the first corner as well. Took that bit of contact around the outside. Very easy in these open wheel machines to get picked up a little bit. Look at him out of shape in the background, coming down the hill over the jump. These are the fastest drivers from Q2 earlier on today in the cross-car category, and the track evolution has slowed down a little bit now, Andrew, so these guys really need to get their heads down to set a good time, because it's unlikely to get that much faster.
Yeah, only 20 minutes between sessions. We didn't see quite the track grooming that we've seen before. There is Rico Hukar at the back of the grid. Is that right? Hukar, H-U-double...
Hukar.
Hukar. Yes. Hukar, see? I knew we'd get good info from Marcus.
You two have raced each other in Crosscar in that World RX weekend.
That's not strictly true. Marcus was racing, I was attending.
In Helios.
Yeah, the superstar. How did you get on, Marcus? Did you do all right?
No, not really. I was in the final, but I think I was last in the final, 6th or something.
So, these are the quickest guys out there at the minute, so we will keep one eye on the race as well. But these things are not that easy to drive, are
No,
they?
I was driving too much, like, you know, trying to go smooth and nice lines, but you have to throw it a little bit into the corners and smash on the throttle. I was too kind, you know, trying to left foot brake, and it was not working.
So you have to just get hold of the car and by the scruff of the neck.
A little bit, yeah, attack into the corners.
Yeah,
which I don't like, you know, normally with a rally car to go so much. Yeah, but these cars are made for it.
Now, Graham, you all passed up at the top, back of the hill there.
Anderson up the inside, been looking at that move through the first corner. Had the car well set up for that, didn't he? But they've lost a bit of time here in that fight, and it's not going to be enough, I don't think, when the Joker merge plays out.
Sideways through that. I do love the Joker exit there, over the line. It is Ojar that takes it with a 2:15.1. Now, looking back at the previous sessions, that would have been enough to win either of them. So, Hal, you were saying you think the track evolution... Sorry, actually, no. The last session was a 2:14.9, so only 2 tenths off. You see Hukar on the outside.
Hukar got a big wheelie and then had that bit of contact. Didn't affect Sten Ogier at all. He is such an experienced driver, Sten Ogier. Made a World Championship appearance very, very briefly a few years ago with Petter Solberg's team. This is what Marcus is talking about, you know, that you've got to be so on top of the car because it's... Oh, and that was a big impact.
So
we didn't see that on the...
We saw him recovering from it, coming out slowly. It looked to me like there was a lot of vibration front left, which would be explained by that big hit into the tyre wall. So good run there. Let's tick that one off.
And what was your experience, Graham, of the...
So how did you get on? Because you remember you're on television, because I've heard you explain how you got on Crosscar before.
I'd love to be descriptive like Marcus and like come up with some small points, but truth of the matter, I just could not drive it. Simple as that.
Which is mad, though, because you know, on Suzuki Swifts in the UK, you've won the championship there. That's a one-make championship. You're obviously quick. You know, you've got a long history in motorsport. You know what you're doing, but you couldn't drive that.
Absolutely, there was nothing I could do with the car. In the end, I think it was a semi-final. I managed to put 4 or 5 laps, whatever we did, together without going in the gravel trap. So
it was
catastrophic.
Those are the terms he normally uses with his drivers coming in. Hal Ridge is going outside to check the weather situation as we see Halberg and Ink Merstad off the line on the inside, but coming across from the outside line. Joni-Pekka Räisälä moving across, trying to take that line, corrects the car though. Ink Merstad drops a wheel out in the dirt, and I think it's Bowdins that's come through to take the lead. So Bowdins has come through after not getting the best start. Halberg, who's got a decent start, and Ink Merstad on the inside, both with problems up in turn 1. And Bowdins, who's new to this speed car Wanda chassis, leads this one. Can he hold them off, though? Will Halberg go Joker on this first lap? Watch now as they come through the long left-hander.
That's the second session in a row, isn't it, that Halberg hasn't been able to make the best of that P1 position. We've talked about how difficult the pole start is here, and it just hasn't worked for him twice.
Bowdins running a little bit wide. Hal, is it raining or not?
No.
No, OK. Marcus thought it might be raining, but it's not. Halberg going around the outside of Bowdins. Bowdins wanting some engine work, and I think there you can see the difference between something which is really sorted. He was hoping to get the engine done before they came here. It was a 2-day drive home, though, for Bowdins from... he was sending me messages on WhatsApp of him cruising down the motorway in Sweden, down on the ferry, trying to get back to Latvia. So they won't have had barely 5 or 6 days at home in between the 2 races. Halberg's all over him now. If I'm a Bowdins, I might Joker now, because I think Halberg will try to go, and Bowdins could dummy him and go anyway, but he doesn't. Halberg goes in.
But you're not in a race with him necessarily. I remember qualifying in Rallycross, you're just out to get the optimum best time, and that's such a difficult balance, and it's something that Graham will experience a lot as a spotter, although Graham's spotting for 2 of the best Rallycross drivers in the world, so it's quite different. But you need to get the best absolute race time you can. Fighting with someone on track to try and beat them is sometimes not what you really want to be doing.
But then on the other hand, if you can get one over them and dummy that, make him follow you in, you beat that one
ultimately, it's a
guy.
race, isn't it? And if you can finish this race in first position, you get the best time of these cars, but it's about the bigger
much
picture
harder
too.
to do, isn't it? Halberg going to come through to the merge now. Watch for Baldins and Rajala. I'm going to get the pronunciation on that off Mark. Rajala, there we go. Rajala going into the joke lap in behind Baldins now. So watch for Baldins rotating the car right. Halberg going to come around the outside line now. Halberg's got good traction, great speed. Baldins holds on though. Rajala going to hold on too. Flicking the car in. Halberg in the background looking to the inside line of Rajala, but it is Baldins from Rajala and Halberg 2:15.6. And that's about right. Would have been there in Q1. It's only about 7/10 off in Q2. So Ronalds Baldins, the Latvian driver, will be pleased with that. Was in Supercar last year in Nitro Rallycross, and he's back in Crosscar here. He did Crosscar in the whole of this series last year, didn't he? He was one of the spectacular drivers last season, but with a change in chassis. Look at around the outside there. Eekmerstad losing out, along with Halberg too.
I love the outside of turn 1 here because it does give you the option of bailing if things aren't quite going your way. If there was a wall there on the outside, the whole corner, the dynamics of the corner would be very different. This has been a great job from Baldins because Halberg was applying big pressure through the race, and you know, contrary to the Joker strategy that you suggested he might need to do to defend the position, he actually gained, didn't he, by doing that extra lap?
Yeah, I actually thought Halberg might overlap him, to be honest, because Halberg.
Well, it looked like it, didn't he? He had the pace.
It did look like he was going to get him. So that's the result of that one. Baldins with the 2:15.6. So Marcus, what's occurring next? Where have you got? You're not spotting at all for Nick. Not doing anything with that at all.
No, I've never been spotting for Niklas.
Yeah. Would that be too stressful?
Yes, I think it's better than not doing it. So
yeah,
it could be some wrong words there.
And
I don't know.
I understand last weekend in Portugal you stole Molly's job at one of the stop lines. You were a stop line reporter for WRC when the championship was 50 years old.
Yeah, that's true. I did few interviews, and I don't know if Molly was happy or not, but I think she was okay.
She looks happy enough now. Look, she's down at the sweet stall doing very little work. We can see you, Molly. Marcus Grönholm up here. He works hard.
That calls metrilaku. It's a meter long, you did.
Yeah?
Yes, metrilaku.
Metrilaku.
Yeah. Caught red-handed there.
Yeah,
Molly, where's ours?
Molly having a nice rest while Marcus Grönholm does the work up here. We'll just replace you permanently, Molly, if you can hear us. It's fine. Marcus is looking for a job now. He's not, driving anymore. And
I do it without salary, so it's incredible.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Exactly. You see, no, it doesn't even want a paycheck for it. As we see Penttinen into the lead. Pasi Penttinen, who had that role in Holius last time out. Tidily done. So this, I think it was Crosscar in the last session. We saw one in the last race, didn't we? Somebody went very quickly. It was just such a depth of talent in it. The loose coming down into the long right-hander. Marcus, have you ever raced here?
Raced here?
I don't think so.
No. Motocross in the early days.
Yeah.
But the motocross track was up there on the hill. It's not here anymore, so I was doing that. But no, with a car, no. Testing. I have been testing it.
Yeah. And why did you give up motocross?
Because I destroyed my knees quite badly. The right one, I have to stop motocross because it was very bad.
So with age comes a cage, and we swapped the cars, yeah?
Yeah. Then I have to wait to get my driver's license for 1 or 2 years, so I could start the rally.
I'm sure you've been asked this a million times. Have you got a favourite rally car?
Yeah, it has been many good cars, but okay, I won the titles with Preshow 206.
Yeah.
I have to say that one, but of course the other cars were also good.
You kind of went across the era, didn't you, from Group A through to WRC? Yeah, I love the 206 WRC. It's a favourite of mine. The onboards from those are just epic. It didn't look like the easiest car to drive always.
No, but it was fastest one. It was.
Yeah.
Yes.
So back then, the teams used to bring in specialist drivers. So we used to see the likes of Panizzi and Delacour come into the squad and run on tarmac. What was it like going up against them?
No. I learned a lot from them because I was not a tarmac driver. I had some experience from some tarmac rallies, but not much. I learned from them a lot in the tests. I could compare my driving, everything with them during the test, and in the rally also I followed the tire choices, so it was good.
Penttinen absolutely smashing the best time in the third race of this session. Great start from the outside, wasn't it? Really got the perfect launch to get to the inside. Difficult to do here, that. And then a nice clean and tidy run. Look at the rear, breaking loose. You can see the line now for the cross cars in the middle of the corner. That's actually quite a different position on the track to what the supercars, or where the supercars will be later on.
Look like our car with the colors.
Yeah.
A bit.
Molly's trying to find you old friends from the WRC, I think, Marcus. She's down. She's just been talking to me. She's down trying to find old mates. 2:13.0. Is that how quick?
Always
is that?
Old.
Yeah. You're not that old, are you?
Okay.
You're not that old. You're all right. You're all right. Do you like ice hockey like Niklas does?
Yeah, Niklas. Okay, I follow a bit, but not so much as Niklas.
You don't play then? You never played ice hockey?
No. I have been on the ice, but not playing.
No. Graham?
I didn't even know. Did you know the UK were beaten last week in World Championship Ice Hockey?
By?
Someone else.
Could be Finland.
Who was it?
I don't know.
Anyone?
No, Finland was not against us.
If
Latvia, maybe.
If ever
maybe.
GRX is very quiet, it's because everyone's out the back
watching the ice hockey. Watching the ice hockey.
I didn't even know England played ice hockey.
Well,
it's not so. In England, it's not really famous sport.
No, yeah, you're right. It's not. Osterberg on the inside line is someone who could definitely take this session in this final race. Needs to hold on to that whole shot. Flicks the car in tight on the inside line. So red and white number 11 buggy is Jimmy Osterberg, right up there in the championship standings after last weekend in Hollius.
Big pressure though from Alex Gustafsson behind. These two are out of position really for where we would expect them to be in the overall classification. Where are they after Q2?
Actually, I say that, Hal. Osterberg went out in semis both days. He's in P9, but he was there. He won 2 sessions on the first day at Hollius, so we know Osterberg's got the pace. But really needs to get on it here.
Same with Gustafsson in second. He's down in 15th after Q2.
Yeah.
Really got held up last time out, didn't he? We were talking to Kevin Hansen about that on the broadcast. He just got held up, and with only 3 laps to get the job done. But to be fair to Jimmy Osterberg, he is pulling away substantially now.
How many semis in Crosscar? Is it only 2? So is it top 12? I think it might be, because there's 20. And no, if there's more than 20, if there's 20, there's 3 semis. So they should get 3 semis. Oh, spin down at the bottom of the hill. Look at the rotation on that as well, though. That's what we're talking about. You've got to drive these cars, brake traction on the way in on the brake or the handbrake, and then use the throttle and slide the car the whole way through the corner. There it is, out from the Joker. Love that merge. Flinging the dirt up. Osterberg out front, the only person I think who's going to be able to challenge this. It's only 3.2 between him and Gustafsson, so Gustafsson going well. Osterberg keeps it tidy on that inside line.
So Gustafsson had jokered early, and I hadn't realised that, my bad. But that's where the majority of the gap came from.
What do you think it is, Hal? 2.5?
Something of that order. I don't actually know the exact time for a cross car. We know a supercar is just under 2 seconds. You can carry so much speed in these little machines, can't you? Certainly through the middle phase of the Joker right here.
So Osterberg looking for that 2:13.0, going to be close. Not sure he's going to be quite close enough. It isn't. 2:14.4 in the end. Any idea where it's going to put him roughly, Hal?
Yeah, second quickest, I think, overall. So a good run from Jimmy. Substantially better than 7th and then 16th in the opening 2 sessions. And that was largely down to the start. Again, just proving that pole isn't the place to be. Alex Gustafsson had a look up the inside into 4, but decided better of it. Alex obviously stepping up this year. Osterberg's been at this game quite a long time. He really wants to step up, doesn't he? He wants to.
Yeah.
Not like
okay,
that,
there we go. There's a couple of tenths lost there, wasn't there?
Doesn't want to step up in that manner. But yeah, he's really keen to move to something else, Lites or Supercar, but it's just all about finding
the money.
The means of doing that, isn't it?
So Osterberg takes that one with a 2:14.4. And where are you, Molly?
Well, I was hoping you'd see an image up here from the spectator area, and Marcus could maybe see if he recognised the man in the picture now. Does he?
Marcus, sorry?
Jouni Ampuja.
Oh, there you go, you see? There we are.
We'll have a quick word with him now. Joni, it's good to see you here at a Rallycross event.
Good to see you too.
So what brings you here today? Are you just out to watch some Rallycross cars, or?
Yeah, I always like to see the Rallycross and to see all the classes and also supercars. It's great to see again.
We've got Marcus Grönholm sitting in the studio right now. I'm sure at some point the two of you raced against each other, yeah?
Yeah, I also spoke with Marcus, and it was great to see him again, and also all the people here.
What sort of memories do you have with him? Did you beat him once, maybe?
Not really. Let's say we were in different classes.
And when you come here today, do you really feel it in your right foot? Do you wish you were driving?
Yeah, of course. When you get close to the cars and you see the atmosphere and you smell the things and see the speed, of course you get crazy ideas to come back someday.
And who's your money on? If we talk about the supercar class, who do you think is going to win today?
I think no one knows. It's Kristoffersson is always quick, and of course Grönholm, the top guys. So, but we never know. Let's see.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
Thanks.
Thanks, Molly. Good to see we've got some other Finnish rally drivers here as well. Patrick Hallberg takes the TQ in Crosscar with that win in Q1. And Q2 went to Oscar Anderson. Look, Q3 to Pasi Penttinen. So 3 points the difference between Hallberg and Penttinen. The top 18 go through, so it's only Eric Anderson and Kalle Gotherson who haven't made it in Crosscar. Two-wheel drive. Let's have a look at the standings after the first two sessions. It is Olli Lahti at the top of the table from Lucas Gabrielsson, then Joni-Pekka Rajala, Thomas Venäläinen, Victor Johansson, Ivan Niemi, Simon Tiger, Mika Nilsson, Jarno Van Hatalo. How do I say that one, Marcus? Good enough? He says it's good enough. I'll take that. There we go. That's a proper... What's he watching? Is he watching the ice hockey?
Ice hockey, no doubt.
Brilliant.
I think everybody's watching the ice hockey when there's a window.
Yeah. That's great, isn't it? He's full Finnish mode, isn't he, there? All the gear, everything. Right, on to open two-wheel drive. We'll be able to have a good chat through this one, I'm sure. These are the fast guys from the previous session. Olli Lahti on the inside, Joni-Pekka Rajala, Simon Tiger and Thomas Venäläinen. So Venäläinen on the outside has the rotary engine Datsun fin with all the flames and everything coming out the back of it. Sounds awesome. But last time didn't get a good enough start. Simon Tiger, we know, has got loads of grunt in the BMW once he's got it off the line. But neither of them can beat the inside man, Olli Lahti. Lahti heads... Oh, Thomas Venäläinen, contact between him and Simon Tiger. Tiger gets on the brakes immediately. That section's so narrow, not somewhere where you want to run out wide. That's a shame for Tiger, the reigning open two-wheel drive champion with problems in turn one.
Remember the battles those two had up in Oulu last year in the Rallyx Nordic, as it was then, open two-wheel drive category. Venäläinen lost a wheel at some point, I think, and Simon Tiger, obviously, as we know, went on to take the title.
Didn't they both get a penalty for the contact, if I remember correctly? They were both penalised for aggressive driving.
Yeah,
I think on the run down to turn one, they hit each other about 3 times.
Yeah, but Venäläinen now in the Joker lap, keen to get that out of the way before Tiger gets going. He is... Timer screen hasn't updated, so I don't know if he's going... Oh, yes, he's in the background. He's also in the Joker. Simon Tiger's not having a great weekend, as he had a good run through Q2, but that's been about it so far. Clever from Ryder, though, just as we saw Kristoffersson do earlier on as well. Bailed from the first corner quite early to tuck back inside and avoided that carnage. Had he stayed in the middle of it, you never know what could have happened, so sensible from him in turn one.
Now, Marcus, I know you've retired from top-line competition. I keep trying to persuade you to come back, and you won't have it. Can we persuade you to come and do something for fun, like open two-wheel drive?
I don't know. I'm not so keen to drive, but you never know.
Yeah. What were you driven recently? Anything?
No, not really. Just, a little bit rally car and passenger rides and things like it, but no other things.
You don't ever drive the rallycross car?
No, it's always Niklas in the car.
And what about the electric car? Will you try that when it's finished?
I will try it, yes.
Yeah, to get a feel for it?
Yeah, to get a feel. Maybe my input also.
Tiger has retired there.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that would be interesting from a career point of view to see what the next step is.
Exactly.
But that's also important in these teams. I was talking to Kenneth Hampson about that last weekend, and Kenneth, Graham would know much better than I do, the last time Kenneth drove one of the current supercars, but they're not so different from when Kenneth drove, and he has tested relatively recently, but important for him to get that experience to be able to help discuss the cars with the drivers going forward.
Yeah, I think it works both ways. I think that the more the drivers know about the cars and the engineers and everyone else who helps know about the driving, then the more influence they can be, everyone, as a team.
As Venäläinen takes the race win in the first open two-wheel drive session.
the Smurf liveried car. There's Smurfs on the side there. I didn't realise Smurfs were a thing outside the UK, which is maybe stupid of me, but yeah, it's got Smurfs all over it. I don't know why. I forget. I think it was just for fun, if I remember from what they told me last year.
That was quite clumsy, wasn't it? Van Leinen was going, let's have a look here.
Tiger just run wide?
Looked like he picked up a bit. I wonder if something had happened already and he picked up a bit of understeer to induce that contact. So if it's so useful, Graham, surely you should have raced a supercar by now.
I learned very quickly that I'm much more helpful in the tent out of the car. That was something that came very obvious. And after driving in Julius, I think Kenneth banned me from ever getting in the driving seat ever again. So it was quite an easy decision for me.
From the cross cars?
I can't tell you how bad it was.
Oh, mate, I really wish well, I did see it. I do remember you weren't pulling up trees, but, you know.
I think Hal actually was watching quite closely. He's being quite nice to me sat here at the moment, so yeah, we'll leave that there anyway.
Yeah, that's
for the drivers like Marcus.
That's parked along with Graham's chances of driving a supercar. I don't think I did my chances of driving a supercar any good when I drove the RX2 car at Hollis the other week, but there we go.
Nah, it's not all it's cracked up to be, and don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Says Hal, the man who desperately tries to race a supercar whenever he possibly can.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just putting a sticker on my mug there, a Rallyx one. It caught us out. Thanks for letting us know, Robert. We're going to go and see Molly, apparently.
I thought I'd go up and check out the spectator area here that's right next to the start-finish straight and just see what's going on. And I found one of the food tents, and this is looking like something familiar for me as a Norwegian, which we call pyttipanne, and you also have it in Sweden. And it looks like it's something that's popular in Finland as well. I'm just going to speak to one of the guys here selling food. Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm okay.
What sort of food are you selling here today?
Huh?
What sort of food are you selling here?
We're selling pyttipanne, which is potato, sausage, and onion, and then we have just traditional rallycross sausages, and of course some beverages.
Yeah. What makes it a traditional rallycross sausage?
Because always when you are watching rally or rallycross, we always sell sausage. So in that case, it's traditional.
Yeah, let's go and have a look at those traditional rallycross sausages. They're right over here. Oi, oi, oi. Looks pretty good.
Molly, stop
right,
it.
Let's see if we can have a chat with some of the people
bring us
who
some.
are sat here watching. We've got Crosscar.
Well, there we go. Molly looking at food, and she's not going to bring us any, apparently. She's done up there already. She's finished with the interviews. We're still waiting for Simon Tiger's car to come on. Marcus, that's apparently good food, you told us.
Yeah, pyttipanne is fine. It's something from yesterday. You can put everything together, sausage, small bits, and meatballs, and potatoes, and ketchup on the top, and boom.
Yes. See, that's dinner. Dinner's, there you go. That's
it just makes me even more hungry.
Why should we start some sort of a cookery show with Marcus Grönholm? What do you reckon? That'd be good, I think.
Okay. I can keep the microphone and you are doing the cooking.
Yeah, okay. Well, you can tell me what to do.
I'm not convinced about that either.
Yeah. Some leftovers, chuck it in, ketchup, boom.
Yep. The ketchup's very important.
Is it?
I have to say.
It's important.
Yeah. Yep. Is this the sort of thing you end up eating with the Swedes?
Definitely, and I'm normally a mayonnaise kind of guy, but
is it? They don't go for the
ketchup.
Yeah,
100%.
Okay. What about when you were with the French team? What was the food then?
That's a little more extravagant, shall we say? I think.
Yeah.
A little few more ingredients, and I don't think there's any of yesterday's in there. But
right.
Yeah, it's that's one good thing. It's been about spending this many years in the rallycross paddock. You do tend to eat a big variety of food, some good and some, quite honestly, not.
Yeah.
I love the variety of experiences everybody has from working in motorsport, working in the rallycross paddock. A degree of French, all of it based on components for a rallycross car. You know what certain foods are from different countries. How to navigate in the weirdest of places. There's such a weird variety of skill sets.
It's quite entertaining as well when you're back home and you're talking. Where did you go this weekend? And I went here, and then last weekend I was there. And quite a lot of people find that quite hard to believe. A lot of English people especially need to pack for 3 weeks if they're going to go somewhere.
Yeah,
snow shovel, blanket.
I've come with one rucksack. That's why I went to Race of Champions with one rucksack, and it was -20. I was very pleased with myself. I was dressed in all my skiing gear on the plane.
Yeah. It can get a bit warm as well.
Yeah,
then, can't it? I've done the same.
You've been wearing all the thermals and stuff. You even got enough room in your bag. But yeah, that's the way we roll. Now, me and Graham live about 12 miles from each other. I think we've seen each other once in the UK, other than at Linden Hill. We had a nice curry, didn't we?
We did that evening. We did have a nice
we
curry.
did.
I can't remember what we were talking about. There was quite a subject there somewhere along the line.
Yeah,
but,
it was. It was a good night.
Quite strange that it lives so close, yet. Yeah.
Never get to see each other. There's plenty of people that's the same. You just don't, do you? I will. I'll pop across and see the house soon, mate. Meet the dog.
You ought to do that. My dad also on that conversation lives about 20 metres away from me, and I don't see him anywhere near enough. I have a little bit of an excuse. I'm not often in the country. So.
Yeah, he's never there. He's always out in Finland and elsewhere. This one then on the inside, Victor Johansson. Then it's Gabrielsson, Enlund and Nilsson. Lucas Gabrielsson with a hell of a start, but off then Victor Johansson making it up to turn 1. The Mercedes-Benz just out-dragging the Starlet. The Starlet got away really well. The Starlet, of course, you see a lot of those Starlets in Irish rallying.
Yeah, and in rallycross at different times, but yeah, they make a great rally car, don't they? They love anything rear-wheel drive over in Ireland, don't they? I love the variety in this category. It's a proper old-school rallycross class where almost anything goes. As long as you've got 2 driven wheels, the engine's in the original location. Doesn't even have to be the same engine from the same car. It can be, or make even, it can be the same, as long as it's the same number of cylinders. It's yeah, just fantastic.
It's game on. Yeah, you're allowed. It's allowed. So lots of homemade stuff with serious amounts of power. There is Nilsson, who I say after this weekend, I think you'll see Nilsson and Johansson move right up the championship standings, because I say the Norwegians who are towards the top of them have decided not to come across to Finland. We might see them, I guess, in Latvia or maybe back in Sweden at the end of the year. We've got 2 rounds here at Kouvola, then 2 rounds in Riga, and then 1 at Strängnäs at the end of the year. Well, I say the end of the year, it's actually in July, isn't it? So we've got sort of 2 events now, then a little break, and then another 2 events to round the season out. Oi, oi, oi. Drone shots, unbelievable. Good work, Vigo. From the Joker merge, there we are, tight, but Gabrielsson holds on. Enlund going to drop back into P3. The straight's not very long, is it? It's literally 2 gears and you're at the end of the straight. It's really short.
Yeah, and that's the fastest point of the circuit there, and in braking for turn 4. Look at the clean line on the inside, and look how clean it's getting coming down the hill. And this is the loose, getting dragged into the braking area that we were talking about earlier on. Talking to Jussi Pinamaki this morning, and he was just talking about the time difference this weekend compared to when the World Championship was here last, just because in the lap time, just because of how different the gravel is in that braking area. As we always say, so much evolution.
Yeah, the tracks
in
change all the while. You can't compare them, can you, one weekend to the next? So Marcus, we've got a few father and son outfits racing this weekend, and I know we've got a few of the junior cross-car dads who don't like watching the junior cross-car drivers. They just can't do it, so they're nervous and they hide in the truck. Do you mind watching Niklas?
No, not really. Just always a little bit, not nervous, but looking at for the start and the first corner.
Yeah.
After that, it's fine.
Yeah. So the start.
I mean, the positions are there.
Yeah.
In a race, if you can't make it up, then
yeah.
With 3 laps, if you miss the start and first corner, then it's difficult.
It's done. Yeah. It's done. And is that I guess your awareness of that comes from your own competition in rallycross? You must know it's absolutely critical to start.
It is critical, yes, but that's how it is. And only 3 laps now he has in the quali, so
yeah,
it's not too much.
No, it's not so much in terms of tactics. Johansson takes it to 17.899. That is the second race done for open 2-wheel drive. We can hear the cars rumbling away outside. Molly's come and joined us here. Thank you, Molly. Didn't get us any food at all, did you? Yeah, are you full, are you? Yeah, Molly's full. That's fine. Good for her. So we've given your job to Marcus Grönholm anyway. He's taken over now. You're fired. She's lost her voice, so she's not remotely. Molly is, bless her, she's been working very hard. She's been all over the place. ETCR, Hollius, Portugal for WRC, here this weekend, and then she's Sardinia next weekend. And then she's got a couple of weeks off that she's allowed to go home and see her lovely family. So yeah, we'll look forward to having a bit of time off, Molly. Ready to race light comes on. Sepala, Niemi, Van Hartalo, and Clementila. Any of those any good? Did I say any of those correctly? Close enough?
It was okay. What was the last one?
Clementila.
Clementila, yeah.
Clementila.
Yes.
There you go, see. So the A with the 2 dots above it, yeah, is that a long A or a hard A? Like, is it R?
Like The A with dots.
Yeah, like the A.
Like Tommi Mäkinen.
Yeah, like that.
It's Mäkinen.
So it's
Mäkinen.
So, okay. Mäkinen. There we are. We've been having finish lessons in the commentary box. If you've missed it so far, there we are.
Good start from Niemi. Really pushing on in the Toyota. Looks much better set up this year than when we've seen it in the past. Look how low the BMW runs on the right height on the rear.
MR212, isn't it, at the minute?
Yeah, these are the two in the front. Niklas had his first rallycross car was.
Oh, an MR2?
Toyota, yes.
Yeah?
And he took his first win here in Kouvola.
Yeah.
In the Finnish championship.
So did you guys run the car yourselves? Or
Yes.
Yeah. Did you build it?
No, we bought it. It was a winning car from the previous year.
Yeah.
And it was a good one.
Was it good fun?
Yeah, it looked good.
You're quite good friends of the Niemi family, aren't you? The Fiesta, that Ari-Pekka drives is the car that Niklas used to race in the Finnish championship?
Yes, exactly. 2015.
Yeah.
He won Niklas won it, the championship with that one, and Niemi bought it. So it's a quite old car, but still running.
So looking back now, I know at the time you felt that Niklas had stepped up to the World Championship too early because there was a lot to learn, and maybe he would have benefited for doing something like Nordic for longer. But now, looking at where he is and his career trajectory, do you still think it was too early, or has it worked out?
No, maybe it was a little bit too early because it's Andreas Eriksson gave a chance. I knew, of course, Andreas very well, so he said that yes, Niklas could drive. I said that maybe it's too early, and it was too early to put him in there with the big boys, and always, it was difficult to go to the semis, sometimes into the semi-finals, and so it was not good for Niklas, but suddenly it started to go better and better.
But maybe that time then racing with Pettit and Matthias and those guys at the front actually helped a little bit in hindsight.
Of course it helped, but you had never no success. You always 13, 14 in the classification, so it was quite,
It's quite hard work. Yeah, psychologically it's quite hard work. Graham, you've been with Kevin Hansen since he raced Suzuki Swifts in the UK. How old was he then?
Was 14, I believe. 14 you're allowed to start. Yeah. So that was when he started.
What happened at the first test at Lindenhill?
I don't want to give too much away, really, but he wrote my car off.
So, sorry, Kevin Hansen's first test at Lindenhill, he wrote your car off?
He did. Luckily, I didn't want to get in the passenger seat, so Kenneth was in the passenger seat with him.
So he wrote your car off with Kenneth sitting next to him?
Kenneth in the passenger seat, Kevin driving at Lydden, admittedly in the snow, but hey, come on, they're from Sweden.
Yeah, you think they know what they're doing, wouldn't you?
Across through the chicane there, back out onto the start straight.
I'm sorry, what did you think when you got, Kenneth turned up with his son? He's like, this should be good. He should be a good, look, it's a good prospect, like maybe a bit of future business here. And they go out and write your car off in the first run. Did you think, well, that's game over?
It wasn't the first run. It was a couple of runs in, and he did really well. Obviously, Kevin, it's in his blood, and
of course,
he spent his life racing or at a racetrack at least. So I wasn't, expecting any beginner kind of moves, but it was what it was, but I always do try and remind him of that one.
Do you? Well, if he's getting too big for his boots, you remind him. Remember the Suzuki you wrote off?
It always works,
He did, of course, go on to become European Rallycross champion. So I mean, fair enough. He's got. And you guys, the point is, you still work together now. What, 10 years later?
Yeah, I think it's Kevin's birthday today. Actually.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So it's 10 years.
Yeah.
And we had to wait until Kevin became 14 during the year when he could start in the Suzuki, so it is, exactly 10 years now.
Yeah, and you're still spotting for him this year?
As far as I know so far, hanging on by the skin of my teeth. But it's a nice story to start, so let's see where it takes us.
Yeah, you got to finish it, haven't you? I know, just the one big title to get for them. So we've got a car broken, which we're going to drag in. Apparently Molly's been dragged away from the food tent, is actually doing some work. So where are you, Molly?
Yeah, so finally in the 2 weekends that we've had so far, the sun is shining, so you can be jealous of me now, who's outside. But I'm on the pre-grid, and I've just run over to Kyle Swartz here in the Supercar Lites. Kyle, how's it going? I hope you can hear me.
It's going pretty good. We're learning and getting experience, and that's about all we can ask for right now.
Describe the track for us. What do you think of it?
The track is amazing with all the elevation changes. It's just so much fun to drive. It's really technical and it's a whole bunch of fun when you have clear air.
And how have the races been for you so far?
They could have gotten better. I've gotten stuck in some traffic and hopefully we're going to make use of this Q3 to get into the semis.
Perfect. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
There we go. So Molly having a chat with Carl Schwartz, who did NRX Next last year, and is learning the car completely. I think he'd done some drag racing, and that was about it. And you can't get further away from rallycross than drag racing, really. And it's a steep learning curve. So I'm glad to see. And he's actually he's flown that car over, hasn't he, from the States? Well, sent it over from the States, probably end of last season from NRX over on the boat with everything else.
Yeah, from Florida they got containerised, didn't they, and, and sent back. I think the only, yes, drag racing is totally different, but the only similarity is the necessity to have a great reaction.
Yeah.
And that's so, as we see every single race in rallycross, that's so important. But apart from that, you know, a drag race is nothing like driving around Kouvola, is it?
No, it's not quite the same, is it? So Marcus, what's happening for the rest of this year? You doing anything exciting?
No, not so much. Following in a World Championship in rallycross and also a little bit rally.
Yeah.
That's it. And of course, my own work at home. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Still keeping busy?
Oh, a bit too much, but
yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So that's how it is.
We want to say thank you very much for coming and joining us in the commentary box. It's always a pleasure. And we'll try and we'll maybe think of some stories for tomorrow and see if we can drag you in for 10 minutes.
That's good. Thanks,
you. Mate.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you, Marcus. So Marcus is going to disappear. We might make Graham hang on just 5 more minutes. Thank you very much. Molly is with the Enlands. Let's go and have a chat with Molly.
I certainly am. Martin Enlund, who's just about to go out racing. He's P3 in race 1. Martin, how are you doing?
I'm good, and trying to find some rhythm in the track. I don't really have gotten it yet, so try to push more in Q3 now. So that's what we're hoping for.
Why is that? Why can't you find rhythm?
I don't really find the rhythm in the track, and together with the car to get the best feeling out of it. So that's why I can't really push that much that I want to do actually.
How difficult do you find this track compared to Höljes?
I mean, Höljes fits me quite well, and I mean, this one is also a type of push track, so I like it quite much actually, but still struggle a bit with the feeling. So.
Could you share, because you're just about to go out racing, and I actually just noticed that your front windscreen is very cracked. When did that happen?
So it happened in Q2 when I followed Simon Olofsson. So the stones actually flew up to the windscreen, but it's no worries.
And tell us a bit about your pre-race routine, because you're just about to go out there. What are you going through in your head?
So right now I'm just calm and so on. But before we go out in the car, so in the awning we actually listen to Hell's Bells. So.
That's a great song.
Yeah, for sure. It gets you pumped up, so it's super nice.
Good luck.
Final car for Open 2-wheel drive is on the line. We've got Jan Gelter, Emon Seppa, Bilasari and Osmo Lempinen. So just as I've let Marcus Grönholm go, 4 finish names there, and apologies, I probably haven't got them right. But it is Sari in the Datsun Finn who goes off into the lead. And through the right-hander at the end of the straight. Graham Rodemark's remained with us. Right, Graham, so what's left for you then, mate? Obviously, you want to win a World Championship with Kevin, I know, or maybe a Nitro Rallycross Championship. You know, the big series is what you're after. He's got the Euro title in the bag already, of course, in Supercar. That's with Kevin. What about for you? Like, what is there? Do you want to do any more driving? Are you done with that? Like, is it just the engineering side now?
For me, I just want to stay and just be the best as I can with the engineering side. It's you know, the way I started going a very long time ago, and I want to see the end of that as well. Of course, it'd be great to finish the story with Kevin.
Yeah,
I think it'll make a fairly good book.
Yeah,
you know, there's a lot of stories in there, positive and negative. But of course, this year is the start of the electric. A lot of work to be done at the moment. But excited to see what that's going to bring. So.
Absolutely. I know, you know, we've talked about this a few times. A lot of the fans are quite scared of electric. I get it. You know, we've all been around the sport a long time. I love the noise too, but I liked Group A rally cars. I still like WRC cars. You know, motorsport moves on. I think it'll be okay. I think some people aren't going to be able to buy it. They're just not going to go with it. They won't watch. Okay, fair enough. But I think there'll be a whole new generation who come through who won't really know noisy cars. You know, there's people watching F1 now who never heard of V10 or a V8.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head there. That's exactly it. And I do think that they're going to be. I think the cars are going to be, hopefully, going to be a little bit closer with regards to terms of performance.
Yeah.
So I think the racing could be really good. And I think, okay, the sound and the flames and all of that, we're all going to miss that.
Yeah.
I love that. There's nothing better than standing on a supercar start line.
Yeah, agreed.
But it's, you know, new generation, new things to come, and I think people are learning to like it.
And it's important for the sport, isn't it? It's got to happen.
Absolutely, yes. It's the way to move forward, isn't it, with the sport? So
I think so. You know, if we want to carry on working in it, mate, otherwise we're all going to be unemployed, aren't we?
Exactly, yeah. We're going to have to relocate, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what else we'd do, really. We'll have to...
I'm sure no one will have me, so...
Yeah, I'm pretty similar, I reckon. High on that list. Into the Joker lap and around the right hand. All our Joker indicators are on, so I don't know what's going on with the Joker indicators. Into the right hander on the last lap, and it is a win for Sari. Oh, the Joker indicator may have come on just as I've looked up, actually, for Sari, of course, on that last lap. 22.9, so not troubling the leaders. We're moving on to Supercar Lites.
Busy period for you, isn't it, Graham? You're obviously working with Yellow Squad to run. You were running Janis Bermanis last weekend in the European Championship. You're here with Walewski this weekend, but you're also working on the development of these new cars. Just talk a little bit about how involved that is. How much prep before you get the electric kits? How much work have you been able to do behind the scenes to prepare for building these cars? Have you been able to use the old cars at all to change them, or is it all about building from fresh?
It's all about. Obviously, we always take forward the experience we've got and what we've done before, what we've learned before. I don't know if anyone really knows enough, including ourselves yet, but the actual final product, where it will be from an engineering point of view. Of course, we always try and use as much information as we gained over the years, but yeah, I think we're a little bit in the dark. Confident that we can put a nice car together, then we need to move forward from there.
For me, that's quite exciting from looking on, because we just don't really know. You know, Kristoffersen Motorsport building cars, you're building cars. There's various teams putting stuff together, but how much that historical knowledge is going to help with a totally new concept is still really in question.
I don't think any of us know that. And of course, there's always that point where you get 5 minutes to yourself in the workshop or in the office or on the design table, and you think, I wonder what the others are doing.
Yeah. Olli Lahti takes the TQ from Lucas Gabrielsen, Victor Johansson, Thomas Vennerlein, and then it's Joni-Pekka Raiola, Timmy Enland are your top 6. We've got a top 12 going through. Right down there, look to Seppola. Molly caught up with somebody just a few moments ago.
Yes, just very quickly, how were things after Q2?
It was quite tight in the first corner, so need to make a better start now.
Graham, thanks ever so much for joining us. Graham Rodemark, Kevin Hansen, spotter and engineer for 10 years. Now Kevin's getting old, not as old as Timmy though. Hi Timmy, at home we've been ripping him all day. What's next for you then? Still car builds, I guess?
Car builds, obviously carrying on with this championship. I think the car build's going to move into sort of top gear now, or very soon anyway. So, and in the immediate future, I need to go and try and prove Marcus wrong that P1's not going to be a bad starting position.
Okay, good stuff. Mate, thanks so much. Wish you best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks very much, guys.
Cheers, Graham. Thank you, mate.
So yeah, Graham Rodemark and Marcus Grönholm just a few moments before. In the background, the sky is still looking threatening. Ola Henry Steinsholt on the inside from Olofsson, Enland, Kallio and Walfridsson. Here we go. Steinsholt gets a decent start, but a better start from Olofsson in P2. Olofsson going to try and shut the door on the inside line. Walfridsson going to come out from P5, try and start in contact between him and Steinsholt. Steinsholt runs wide in behind Olofsson. Olofsson holds on. Walfridsson going to get dumped from P2 almost into turn 1. Around the outside, ends up down in P5, and that's the danger in trying to go around the outside if you don't pull it off. But Steinsholt nicely slotted into P2 here, and Olofsson will be looking to secure the TQ here, Hal, with a win and a P2. If he gets the win in this race, I reckon that'll be enough, regardless of the times. You know, obviously, he got beaten by 5 cars, maybe, but it's unlikely, isn't it? He's in form.
Driving well today, isn't he, Simon Olofsson? He's not to be critical of him as a driver, but his form is turbulent. You know, he's won this championship before as Rallyx. I think it was 2016 from memory that he won this title. But he's had some real highs and real lows in his career, and now he's just... Remember in Neeson a couple of years ago, I think it was last season, where he was so good on the first day, and then it just didn't go quite so well for him on day 2, and now we're seeing him at his best when he's just so comfortable in the car.
You bang on, yeah, Hal's got such a great memory. He won Neeson round 1, and then on day 2, he got the TQ. But then he was 6th in his semi-final, and to be honest with you, the season, it just never recovered. 6th in the semi, he did retire from that, so 2 retirements, then another. He made the final once more all year. So Olofsson will be hoping for a much better season here. Was 2nd in the first round at Hollius and then 5th in round 2. And with a couple of the drivers ahead of him missing, a win here in Kouvola would set him up to be at the top of the standings at the midpoint almost. It will be the midpoint. We'll be at the midpoint tomorrow.
And of course hurt his back last year, didn't he, in the first Nitro event, so wasn't able to drive as much as he wanted. He's got a great opportunity here, hasn't he, together with his sister Sandra Holgen, running this team as a much bigger effort once again. And the cars look great, the team setup looks great, and I think they're in a really good place at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, I'll be interested to see what Olofsson does for the rest of the season. But there's life in the Lites cars for a little while yet. They've been known as so many different things, of course. Supercar Lite, first of all, they were GRC Lite, RX2 in the World Championship, ARX2, then NRX next. You know, they've run Olofsson with a 214.590. They've run under so many different names. The basic cars have remained pretty similar for nigh on 10 years. Next year is the 10th anniversary of the Lites.
2.5 seconds quicker than the previous best, if that was a 2:14.5. Yes, it was. So yeah, track much cleaner, weather a little bit warmer, sun's out even, and yeah, a really strong drive that from Olofsson.
Ole Henry Steinsholt is impressing me as well, with big steps forward, I think.
Yeah, really experienced, as we discussed earlier on, with Super 1600, driven Lites cars before, but now with a dedicated programme, driving the car that Niels Andersen raced last season, and yeah, racing against these guys. Enland, we know how good he is, and Olofsson, we've talked about a lot. Yeah, great job from Steinsholt.
Big gap between Olofsson and Steinsholt in that one. Look, 2:14.5 to a 2:17.4, so nearly 3 seconds. Olofsson has put down a marker. If that isn't enough for TQ, I'll be absolutely staggered. He's already 9 intermediate standings points ahead, and in fact it will be enough for TQ because it was Ole Henry Steinsholt who was in behind him. So that is TQ secured for Simon Olofsson. I'm just going to go with it. There's Fraser McConnell alongside Ollie Eriksson. Kevin Eriksson, I mentioned earlier, is back at the OMSC HQ building FC1s, one of which, Fraser McConnell, has just been announced this week as doing the Nitro Rallycross series. He's also doing the European Internal Combustion series with Nitro. And Ollie is spotting for Kasper Janssen, Ollie Eriksson, who was up there as well. We've got the 2 Janssens in this again, which always makes things interesting for me and Hal. So on the inside, he's at Hockvist. Then you've got Kasper Janssen with the more blue car, I suppose, Mats Oskarsson. Then you've got Mats Janssen with the black and blue, and on the outside, Martin Jonsson. Kasper looked to have got a good reaction time. The other Janssen is right there as well. Mattis Janssen coming from the outside of the grid right the way across, and Kasper Janssen looked like he got a good start. He's going to end up P5 after turn 2. Out on the outside in the loose, got to get into that tarmac and loses it all. Almost looked like he nudged the barrier on the inside there, Hal.
I think he did, didn't he? It pushed him out wide. He got back in the brakes, but doesn't look like there's any damage from here. We can't see the inside of the car, of course. Got to be so tidy on the inside of this corner in a Lites car because they just don't have the power to pull themselves out of. Okay, they're very powerful, over 300 brake horsepower, but it's not like a supercar where you can just bury the throttle and bail yourself out of his shoes.
Late decision to go standard lap there. You saw Ollie Eriksson hit the push to talk button on the headset, and that will probably have been him saying Joker option because he was in P5. So if nobody had gone, Hal, he was a sure thing to go Joker, but when the car in front of you goes, that's not the call, is it? He's now got space to push.
Yeah. But yes and no also. It depends who it is, doesn't it? As someone's run very wide out of shot there.
With space to push in front, though, and Janssen is closing that gap down to Hockvist in front and Martin Jonsson. But Oskarsson, I'm afraid, is only a second back, so Oskarsson is likely to be able to get the cut back and take the position back. He doesn't go on the talkback this time. So where does Casper go? And another car goes. So now it has played out in his favour. And that's the thing, isn't it? That the decisions play out according to what everybody else does, and you don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, and as Marcus Grönholm, who joined us in the studio just before, was saying, with the 3 laps make it so difficult because you can't afford to mix the strategy up as much as you might do. And the reason they wouldn't have wanted to follow Oskarsson in is, although he's a podium finisher in this class, he maybe doesn't have the pace to be challenging for the title at the moment, so you wouldn't want to follow him in. But at the same time, Oskarsson's now close to the back of the pack because the pack's racing so closely together and there aren't the opportunities to pass or take the Joker on a different lap. So these 3-lap races actually make the whole spotting strategy and concept very different, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I must be honest, I prefer 4, which we'll have in the semi-finals. 2 sideways on the way in for Martin Jonsson. Actually manages to get the rotation back the other way and might hold on to the position.
That was a great save.
Yeah, really good job. Win goes to Mattis Janssen, then it's Martin Jonsson. Hogqvist beats Casper Janssen and Oskarsson. You know, it looked like Casper initially had a good start. There's Molly up at the spotting area. Watch Casper Janssen P2. Look, reaction time's good, but maybe doesn't get away perfectly. Hogqvist inside.
You're struggling there, aren't you, from P2, because you can't get to the apex, and the guys behind you are either going to go around the outside or cut in on the inside. So you're a bit of a sitting duck from second. We've said pole's not very good. Second isn't very good.
You've almost got to give it up, haven't you, and sort of give it up and go in behind.
As Ryler did earlier on.
And what Johan was saying to us this morning about it just, it's tricky. Molly is down, I don't know where.
Well, I'm actually up on a small hill where most of the spotters are standing, and I'm with Oliver Eriksson, who's been spotting for Casper Janssen. He finished P4, I think, so talk us through his race.
Yeah, I think he's having a bit of a tough time, you know, being a youngster, won Nitro. I think he's feeling the pressure a bit, so he hasn't quite got away in the start very well, so we faced a lot of traffic today. So we keep working on it. We've been practicing now for the semi, so now we go all in.
How tough is this track to learn?
Yeah, it's one of the most technical tracks we have up in Scandinavia, I think. So, you know, being a newbie here is for sure tough. You can see that, you know, Simon has been putting in some good laps, he's been there before. So it's a different challenge, and I think most of them enjoy it, though. Thank you.
Interesting, isn't it, saying that Casper may be feeling the pressure a little bit. I can understand that. You know, NRX Next was a big title for him to win last year. In his first year, let's not forget. I feel like it was his second year, but that's because he did the whole of Nordic, didn't he?
It was almost 2 separate seasons.
Yeah, exactly. He did a season of Nordic here and then went over there and did a season of NRX Next. He won the last round, as we said earlier on today, of Nordic last year. It was just a constant improvement. Then goes and wins Nitro, and now you're like, oof, you know, what am I going to do next?
And it's been a long winter, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has indeed. Inside line, Berget. On the outside, Kyle Schwartz. Kyle giving everyone a bit of space there. Lars-Erik Haug in the orange and white 33. It was Lars-Erik we saw earlier on getting a little back massage during Q2, I think there was.
Car number 3 as well.
Physio, you know, who has a physio, Hal, in Lights, you know? Lars-Erik's balling, isn't he, with a physio?
He is,
I
yeah.
suspect he's probably his missus, but yeah, good lad. So Kyle Schwartz trying to get that experience. Goes Joker, good decision. Now got to nail that, though, and then get the laps in to try and get the overlap on some of these drivers.
There's 2 schools of thought there, aren't there, in his position. Either you follow the quicker guys in front of you and learn from them, or you get clear air. And Ida Tornholt, still building her experience in the Lights cars, recently gave birth to her daughter, so she's here for the enjoyment as a primary objective, and yeah, that's not to say she's any slower, but she's still learning, and I think sensible for Carl to Joker, really.
Oh, it was great. We had a lovely chat with her earlier today up in the spotters here, and she got the okay to do Holliers 3 days before. She had a baby in April. I'm like, you kidding me? She's like, no. And I was like, what's the aim? She goes, have fun. We said, is this a holiday? She's like, pretty much, you know, from a baby at home. So it's great.
And she's driving well, isn't she? I think maybe driving without the pressure of needing to do well.
When Joker to cover off Schwartz, Schwartz does get her.
Yeah, driving without the pressure on yourself, without self-expectation is sometimes healthy, isn't it? And then you drive much better for that. than you would if you were desperate to score a result in every single session.
Molly says the baby's actually here, so it's not a holiday from the baby, it's double duty. Ryala is driving in 2 different categories, and yeah, we've got Ida Tornholt looking after the baby and then in between racing. Fair go, go on, get in.
Yeah, and you thought you were busy, mate.
I know, yeah, I know. Imagine that. I've considered bringing the dog to a meeting, but it would be an absolute nightmare, so it's a no. Oh, runs wide in the Joker lap. Mistake there from Berget. In the background, Schwartz would have been hoping to make up a bit more time than that, but doesn't quite get there. It was Haug, was it, who ran deep?
No, just touched the... it was Berget that ran very sideways. Haug just touched the bank on the exit, I think.
On the exit, okay. This was the start. So Schwartz gives Tornholt a little bit of a squeeze down to turn 1, but then actually I think could have squeezed a bit more there because Tornholt slotted in behind. Berget back in the car in through there. This is the big crest there that you just don't see on the TV. That crest is significant through the left-hander on the standard lap. It really is crushed by the telly. Oh, yeah. Oh.
That was almost a new front cam.
And then the
required.
second one, okay, yeah, if you don't get the first one, hit the second one. So still managed to give the bumper a clatter on the last lap. Berget takes it from Eric Haug, Schwartz, Tornholt and Experth was a DNS. I think Martin Experth had an engine problem, Molly said earlier on today. So
sounded pretty sick, didn't it?
Yeah, they do have, don't forget, yes. There we go. She's just been told you're on the big screens. He knows. She's like, I'm busy, I'm knitting. Olofsson takes the TQ as we expected. 2 wins from 3 sessions. Ola Henry Steinsholt 1 Q2. Not really mixed results for Steinsholt. P2 looking in Q3. But not quite such a good Q1, but they will start. It's 2 semi-finals, so it'll be odds and evens. They'll be in opposite semis. Kasper Janssen does make it. Walfrids and Lars-Erik Haug. So Tornholt, Schwartz and Experth not in. Experth, as we said, was a DNS, and we'll hope that they get that car fixed in time for tomorrow. Supercar, final qualifying session, round 3 of Rallyx 2022. Kristoffersson in the TQ spot at the moment. He's 8 points clear, so he's nailed on in theory, but anything can happen, of course. Kaliakowski, Grönholm, Brinterson, Belevsky, Evshin, Vejby, Carlson, German, Bergström, Hans-Joran Ostring and Michalak are currently in. At the bottom of the table there, Turi could get in. Michalak's been on form, I think, recently. He was good in Hollius. Andreas Backrud there was saying that he was good as well last year in Euro. Belevsky won the last session, nicked it off Grönholm in the very final moments of that session. Kristoffersson in the middle of the grid. Belevsky gets a great start. Kristoffersson will equal at least with Grönholm. Going to surely move across and get into P2, but around the outside. That's outrageous. Kaliakowski got a great start. Whole shot. Kristoffersson gets dumped down into P4. Belevsky runs wide. Grönholm goes up the inside line. Kristoffersson going to be alongside him as they come up over the crest. Surely going to get P3 here, and he does. So Kristoffersson's moved up. Belevsky drops back, but it is Kaliakowski from Grönholm and Kristoffersson.
Great local knowledge from Kaliakowski to make the most of that turn 1. The tiniest of mistakes from Belevsky on the entry to turn 4 cost him big there, didn't it? There's Kenneth Hansen on the radio. Kevin Hansen wheeling him on. Who's joking? I think that's Brinterson in the background. And Nicholas Grönholm from second. So Nicholas has gone for the clear air. That's not going to work for him, I don't think, because he's going to be tucked up behind Belevsky as they start lap 2.
So Grönholm would have been hoping maybe to get in front of Belevsky. He'll be looking to see if Belevsky makes a mistake here. He puts the car out wide, but if Belevsky runs deep, he'll look inside, and this time he doesn't run deep. Belevsky gets it right. Kenneth looks across to Kevin. You can see Kevin. Oh! Kristoffersson drops it on the brakes, gets into the back of Kaliakowski, just got the car slightly too crossed up. Kaliakowski holds on. Belevsky right in behind, though, and that's played into Grönholm's hands massively. So if either of them goes joker this time round, Kristoffersson goes off. Grönholm looking to the inside line of Belevsky now. Belevsky's in his way, and he really wants to try and get through. Watch for Kristoffersson coming out the joker. Belevsky taps the wall. Grönholm moves inside line. Gonna come out onto the start-finish straight. Belevsky gets a better exit, but he can't come back through. Kristoffersson drops down to P4.
Grönholm putting massive pressure on Belevsky there, just enough for him to pick the throttle up that little bit early, just run that little bit wide and clip the wall. You really see how challenging these conditions are when drivers of this experience are making those small mistakes, but this is playing into Nicholas Grönholm's hands massively.
And maybe into Kalliokoski. Kalliokoski is in P2 in the standings, just 8 points off the back of Kristoffersen. If this next heat is fast as well, Kristoffersen might not score enough points here, and we could see Kalliokoski nick the TQ in Q3. Coming around the right-hander now, Grönholm's going to get him though. Niklas Grönholm comes past Kalliokoski as well. He was only 1 point back, so could it go the way of Grönholm? Takes the checker flag from Kalliokoski and Kristoffersen, Brindersen and Belevsky. So not what Johan needed. P3 though, what's it how? 50, 45 and 42. We're kind of doing a bit of frantic maths, but
40.6 the final lap time from Grönholm when he got that little bit of clear air. That was Belevsky's late braking move in the first corner. That cost Kristoffersen as he forced Kristoffersen out wide. Graham Rodemark said he wanted to disprove Marcus's theory on pole not being the place to start, but they didn't account for Kalliokoski hanging it round the outside. Got a good margin there, hasn't he? That contact with Nicholas just coming into the braking area is actually what forced Belevsky wide. Nothing untoward, but that tiny, it just takes a little bit of contact.
This is a little bit of contact here. Look
yeah,
at
that's
Johan.
a mistake from Johan, isn't it?
Yeah,
to brake long,
yeah.
get on the loose, jump long,
yes.
get on the looser gravel,
that's what I was
and the
gonna
car
say.
run deep.
He dropped the rear right, didn't he, into the dirty gravel on the inside with an angle over the jump. That was Belevsky's wall tap. Grönholm slotted up the inside line. Look at the guys. I like. You could see Kevin so animated when he was watching Belevsky. Even on lap 1, he was twitchy.
I love that Kenneth's hand goes straight for the radio, just in case he needs to give that little bit of information.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
You see, that's a race win for Niklas. Did you see that playing out exactly how it did?
No, I didn't see. I was hoping. Yeah, basically we were racing against Jere because we were one point behind in the standings, so we had to win him. And as Niklas was following Jere after the first corners, I thought that we have to take the risk and go. And it played off. And I think finally Niklas had the pace as well, so that helped a lot.
Did you make some changes from Q2?
Yeah, we are trying all the time something small, and obviously the track condition is changing also, so have to consider that. Thank you.
So that's what we were talking about, how close it is between them in the standings. If it went the way it does now, it'd be 50 points to Grönholm, 45 to Kalliokoski, and 42 to Kristoffersen. And that was an 8-point difference between, but I think Kristoffersen was 9 points clear, so it'd be TQ Kristoffersen, wouldn't it? P2 for Grönholm, I think. But you can't count out Vaby and Evgen, and that's what I was looking at the end of the race, is who's in the next race, because to me, these two are the only guys. Who else is coming later?
The start's critical for that now, isn't it? They need to get a good launch on White is gone.
There's a chance for German in race 3, but it's likely to be Vaby or Evgen that could deny Grönholm the session win. It's Vaby who gets the inside line, loses the handbrake, maybe slings the car through the gravel, gets spun round, going to go backwards into the wall. Only a slight tap, going to get away with that. Is the car stuck? That is nightmare situation to get it stuck there. Bangs it into reverse, then first, desperately trying to get it off the wall.
That's the rally driver in him, isn't it?
Yeah,
Forwards, reverse, forward, reverse, get out of the ditch. But the car lifted off the ground completely in the gravel trap. He was completely in the air. He's got going again now, but his chances of a good intermediate position are now gone.
He almost pulled it off, Hal, when he flung it in, because I reckon he had to use the bar on the way in because he was so tight on the inside line, and he just tried to rotate the car. And if you watch, the rear just digs in just a little bit too much.
And also lucky, because that wall comes at you quickly, doesn't it? We'll see it on the left-hand side. That black wall, riding above it now from that camera position. It's a hard wall to hit. We've seen some damage there in the past, so lucky for him that it didn't go in. Well, it didn't go in hard at all, really. Just kissed the wall, but got stuck.
I'm hoping that Vigo had the drone up for that one, because I want to see that one from above, but I've no idea. It's a bit too busy in the start to be worrying about where the drone is, to be honest, so we shall see. I know he can do, I think he can do 3 laps, the drone, before it needs a battery. That's how fast it is. It really uses up its power very quickly indeed, keeping up with supercars.
Vaby
into the Joker, yeah.
Not Vaby, sorry. Evgen from second takes the Joker. This is just to try and get out of that traffic, try and get his head down for a clear lap in the JC run Audi S1.
He would have done the opposite, wouldn't he, of whatever Carlson did, and he's already only 2.1 seconds back. That should be enough. Hal, what do you think the difference is?
Yeah, I think it's below 2 seconds, 1.7, 1.8, so it's going to be tight, isn't it? Because we know he's got great pace. He was disappointed this morning to have lost a couple of attempts with the setup not being quite right when they were expecting it to rain. And it hasn't
Carlson
come.
got to go Joker this time. Goes off to the right-hand side. Evshen on the standard lap going inside. The gap was 2.1 at the end of the previous lap. He ran a little bit deep. Carlson on the Joker. Is it going to cost him too much? Trying to come around the outside. Evshen going to look to the inside on the exit of the last corner, but Carlson's got it done. Holds on.
Great car positioning there from Carlson. Ran wide on the exit of the Joker merge to hold the position and then cut back in.
And less than a second, Hal, as well off the top time. So where does that put Carlson in the session? Because trying to think how close they were. I've still got RX2 times up. I'm sorry, Lites times up on our screen, so we're not quite sure.
But the lap time was half a second off the best lap time of the previous race set by Nicholas Grönholm, which was the fastest lap of the day so far. This is the moment. Runs that little bit of contact with Evian, wasn't it, that rotated his teammate around. Lucky that wasn't a heavier hit. Let's look at it again. Little nip of the handbrake, gets the rear in. He's sliding solid, his foot buried on the throttle. It's that small contact with Carlson that starts to upset the car more than it already is, and then just got a little nudge from the other Audi. Riding above the other Audi now in Evian through the Joker lap. Wasn't the perfect Joker because ultimately Carlson got the better time and won the race with a 2:10.750. I believe Molly is down with somebody else in the spotters area.
Yeah, I'm here with the next generation. She's a bit skeptical, I think. No, I'm actually here to talk to Nicholas after his race win. We were all sort of a bit worried for a second there when you came out behind Yuri and then you ended up with a race win. Well done.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a risk going to the Joker on the first lap, but this time it.
Is that ice hockey?
That is. And it wasn't USA who scored. It was a bit of a risk, but luckily for me, Yuri made a small mistake and I could pass him right away almost. So didn't lose too much time behind him or in the train. It was a good run.
Yossi was telling me about making some small changes now before Q3. What were they?
Suspension, small. The grip is coming slowly, but there is some more grip. So just kind of trying to keep, staying a bit ahead of the game, and small things. But it was okay.
I know you probably care equally much about this game that's going on. So can we find out what the result is, or?
I'm not sure. I think. Onko se 2-1? Yeah, it's 2-1 to Finland. So still looking good, but.
And Coley's just telling me that he thinks that you're going to take the TQ now.
In this, okay. Where was Johan then? And now in this one.
Johan's P5 because Carlson and Evian have beat him.
Okay, well then it should be enough.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
There we go.
Okay.
So that's thank you, Molly. I was just shouting in her ear, said, tell him he's TQ. Me and Hal have just refreshed the timing screen and discovered that Carlson and Evshen went quicker than Christopherson because of those problems he had, as we see around the outside now. Philip German takes an easy hole shot and a huge moment in the background. Oh, how did he miss the wall? No thank you to that little ride over the gravel trap.
That was close with the wall that we just saw Ola Christian Baby attacking a moment ago. That was a brilliant start from Philip German to hang it round the outside.
It was so close, wasn't it? It really was.
German didn't have a great run in Q1. Where is he in the intermediate at the moment?
P9, yeah. He's had a 7th and a 13th, so German not going to... he's going to go through, barring any issues. It'd be interesting to see what he does in clear air, of course. That's what, he's got a lovely start way out in front. Won't have seen any of the carnage that was going on behind him. Niklas, we say, obviously, while he's focused on the ice hockey results, he didn't think he'd done enough for TQ. And then with Carlson, who I have to say, Hal, Andreas Carlson, P2 in that session, that's a great result, isn't it? It really is. We said that the only 9/10 off the winning time of Grönholm. He's really good.
He's a very tidy driver, isn't he? In a self-prepared car as well, and you're competing against some of the massive rallycross teams in this championship.
Exactly.
The level is high. This is a JC Race Technique run. EK has built Audi. You've got Christopherson Motorsport here who have put big effort into developing that Polo. That's an old car, but they are working hard on that. Hands on Motorsport, Peugeot, GRX Hyundai, like the level is super high. So to be there with a car you built yourself, it always gives me. I feel so excited by it because it's massive personal satisfaction for being in that position.
That's what I hope everyone understands at home when we're so stoked for a little result like that for Carlson. Not only was it a great drive, but as you say, you're going up against the giants of the sport. It's in the latest spec cars. And you say that Christopherson Polo, you know, you don't beat Ekstrom in a 21 spec World Championship winning car, do you?
It's not like they've dragged it out in 2014 and taken it to the start line.
And to do things like put the lightweight wing mirrors on it, they're searching for every hundredth in that car. I love that Johan and Tommy want to do that with KMS. Running over a few bits of broken car, German looking for that fastest time. Could have been close, bit too sideways in the last corner. Oh! Has he done it? Yes! He
has done it, yeah.
He's done it by 200ths of a second. So German does get it, even running wide in the last corner. German is going to but will that 5 points make the difference to Grönholm not taking the TQ if he's going to nick 5 points back off him?
All it does is pushes Kristoffersson down one more position, but it'll be a 1 point split.
Yeah, for Kristoffersson, but another 5 points lost for Grönholm.
Yeah. So what was the gap?
I have no idea, because I added the points up after the first race, thinking that would be not what it was. So Grönholm, it was 9 points between them. Look, you know what? Don't worry about it. We'll get someone with a machine to work it out for us.
I don't think it's going to be enough. I think
Kristoffersson's going to take it. So it may be then that Niklas is going to lose out because German has done exactly what we said he might do in clear track and gone and got enough. But Kristoffersson is going to drop down to P. Where's German? Yeah, German's gone in P6 for Kristoffersson. I've got a little table somewhere which gives us the points out. Hold on.
You know you've had a big moment when you leave your rear quarter in the Joker lap, don't you? But
right, Kristoffersson's where? P6. Well, so Kristoffersson's going to get 38. It's not enough. Kristoffersson's going to take it back because German's beaten Grönholm. So we're yes, Howard Ridge with the super fast maths. Not only is it an
not super fast.
Well, no, I mean we had a calculator out last week, mate. So you're all good. We were literally in here with the three of us. They came to the studio. We were doing manual maths. I think people were like, "Wow, is this really what goes on behind the scenes?" It is.
I was terrible at maths at school because I couldn't show the workings out. I could get the answer, but I had no idea how I got. Similar to that, I don't really know how I got there.
No, but you got there. Maths is not my thing, mate. It's not my thing. No more ties in championships. How many times have we said it? I can live without the stress.
So many championships were tied last year.
Job's hard enough. You're killing me. Killing me with all these countbacks. Michalak, Niemi, Malinan and Vranks. Vranks in the RX2E car. What's he going to do up at turn 1? Coming out really wide. He's going to slot back in. That's exactly what I thought he would do. Takes one position. He's going to take a second one. No. But we might find any little mistake from Malinan will allow Vranks through. Vranks has not been shy of making passes and getting undercuts done on jokers and things. I reckon Vranks will joker if Malinan doesn't, because Michalak isn't going to, is he? He's going to hold on till the final lap.
Yeah, stranger things have happened, but you would do that from the front of the field. Vranks looking very tidy.
Maybe not this time then. Standard lap. No, goes Joker anyway. Even better. Even better because Malinan's gone with him. So he's going to go Joker. Got to get out in front
That's
though.
a risk, isn't it?
I'm not sure. Joy is on the inside line. No, I would have. Oh, now a mistake, so gets it back again. I think if I were Victor and I were inside, although you see, I bet the Joker call came before the corner. Then Malinan made the mistake. Victor was up the inside. I'd have got standard lap.
Suspension. Sorry, Andrew. He's broken the front left suspension.
Go on, hang in there.
Must have been that contact with Niemi at the Joker merge.
Hang on in there. Go on, Victor. So front left corner hanging off the car. Now it goes straight on, gets on the handbrake and flings the car round.
I mean, this is great testing. He's here to learn for the RX2, the FIA RX2E Championship this year. So part of you would say park the car now because you don't want to do any more damage. The other part you would say at some point you're going to have to drive with the car broken. So why not do the laps and just see what happens?
Especially here when I'm not saying the result doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter as much.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter as much. I'll tell you, it's holding on pretty well so far, isn't it?
The only concern would be if it does break at this point and you have a massive crash because
you don't want to go in the wall. So front left, you can see it locks, doesn't it, Hal, when it touches back in the wheel arch, basically.
Yeah, it looks like something's broken on the bottom, on the outside, so the wheel's got more camber than it ought to. Otherwise, none of this is troubling Michalak up front. He's been driving really well this year, I have to say.
Yeah.
Really impressed with Michalak stepping up his game, the ex-Supercar Lites driver.
Looking for a 209.8. Can he take the time? No, he can't. Going to be too far back. 211.8, so some 2 seconds back. And we think then that the session win for Philip German will actually hand the TQ back to Johan Kristoffersson.
Fair play to Franks for getting that car to the finish.
And that's
great job.
Today, actually, yeah, agreed. Today we've seen, haven't we, a couple of occasions where the fastest first thing has meant that people are running later in the session have managed to get the job done, surprisingly. Yeah.
Niemi getting stuck in the first corner. That opened the door for
Franks in the background
Victor to get up the inside.
So this was the mistake. Now, I think Franks has been told to joker here, yeah? Then Malinen makes the mistake. Now, for me, Franks would have been better to go standard lap here because then he knew he would be in front of this car and Niemi in the background. As it goes, he comes out with Niemi, and this is where, of course it is. It's easy for us. That's the job, though, isn't it? You know?
No, I always say that. It is so easy for us to save. I mean, we haven't quite seen...
And that's just, I'd
like to see that again if that's possible in the truck, but I think that's just where Niemi has just touched the side, and I think that'll be where Franks has gone to steer into the corner to the right, just open the wheel up from the bodywork a little bit, and these cars are designed to have load in the suspension up and down, and to a degree from the side, but having that front to rear impact when the wheels open, that's where you see steering arms break when they clip walls every now and again.
Where's he parked it? Is it on the start-finish straight, or did he get it around to the exit? It doesn't matter, does it? Because it's the final... Is it the final Supercar race, or is there one still to come? It's the final Supercar race, it doesn't matter. So, Mitch, I was thinking we're going to have a delay, but we're not. It's the final Supercar race. So that is qualifying over for round 3 of Rallyx 2022. Victor Franks' crew have got a bit of work to do because it is not long before we're back on air for semi-finals and final. Try and find out what time that is for you. Johan Kristoffersson takes the TQ by 2 points from Niklas Grönholm. Jari Kalliokoski is P3, German P4, Evgen, Brinderson, Carlson, Belevsky, Michalak, O.C. Vaby, Hans-Joran Ostring and Gustav Bergström have all made the top 12, and they are in. Our Victor Franks. Victor Franks is out, so that must be, well, OK, either way, he's not going to make it, and Malinen either. Here comes your session winner. German coming in to take it, and that means that we had 3 different session winners. We have Kristoffersson, Belevsky and Bergman. German. Get myself all confused. Oh no, let's go and hand over to Molly, and me and Hal will take a break.
Hand over to a real scan.
Yeah, we'll be back soon.
Congratulations, top qualifier there in Q3. How do you feel?
Yeah, it feels so good. Finally, a clean lap, a clean race. I feel I have the pace. I just need like clean laps, so that feels so good.
When did you last do this?
Oh, I don't know. Back in touring car, I think.
Have you been working on the car a lot so far this weekend?
Yeah, we made some changes for today, and I felt it was a lot better. So, but it's my confidence. I have more. I have to drive more in the car, more confidence. So that's what's missing. So,
what part of the track is it you feel that you have the biggest advantage?
No, it feels like I have a really good pace through corner 1 and up in the hill. So. Yeah, I love this track. A proper rallycross track, and I love that, so.
Hey, let's see your hands, because they're shaking quite a lot from adrenaline, huh?
Adrenaline.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Every time.
That's why you do this, right?
Yeah, I love this sport.
Oh, brilliant. Well, on that note, we are actually going to take a small break now, and we will be back at 14:40 Central European Time. See you then.
Welcome back to Rallyx 2022 round 3 in Kouvola, Finland. We're done with qualifying. We're on to semi-finals and finals. My name's Andrew Coley. This is the legendary Hal Ridge. Skins, good to see you, mate.
Hello, mate.
Molly's out there mostly in the food area, getting lunch and stuff and excluding us, which is why we've just been to OMSC and stolen all Maria's pizza and as well as made a tea, got the results. I think we were off air for 11 minutes there. You know, I'm not trying to say we're having a hard day, but we're having a hard day. And we're about to get cracking, basically. Semi-final time. Crosscar Junior, Crosscar, open two-wheel drive, Supercar Lites and Supercar to see who wins round 3. And I think that will give us a much better idea of how the championship lies after we had quite a lot of guest drivers up at Hollius. Looking forward to it. Get in touch if you want to. Hashtag is Rallyx 2022. How's it going?
Like and subscribe.
Yes, like and subscribe. Peter, like and subscribe. He's holding up a sign at the back of the room. Peter Hellman, the legendary man himself.
We can't give him a title because he's got too many hats.
Yeah, he has. He's wearing a lot of hats, including one today from a late night. And he basically he's creating the Insta bangers. Like he's filming stuff. He's out doing the paddock walks and the previews. Yeah, go Peter.
The end.
Let's have a look at German from the previous session. I think we're going to take a look at German. Are we from the previous session? What do we got here?
So I just had a chat to Philip. I'm so sweaty from running for food and a quick visit to the loo. But just within that run, I managed to grab a word from Philip, and he was just relieved, so pleased that he managed to pull this run off. He's felt the pace has been there since he got in this car in Arvika last year, felt so comfortable in it. In Julius, he feels like the car's really coming to him. He's getting to grips with it. He's an experienced supercar driver now, but he just needed that clean run at the front of the field, and he got that. Track conditions were pretty equal across all of the classes. Of course, the track's cleaning a little bit every single time cars go over it, but he was delighted and relieved, as I say, just to get this run done. And he had quite a margin, didn't he, at the front of the field, and that's going to set him up beautifully for this afternoon into the semi-finals.
Yeah, great run for him to steal, well, not steal Q3, you know, he won Q3 fair and square, didn't he? Looking down at the results, Kristoffersen won Q1, Q2 went the way of, that was a nice high note, wasn't it?
Sound like Molly.
Q2, yeah, Molly's lost her voice, in case you didn't notice. Q2 went the way, who won Q2? Bralewski, of course, who ended up P8, actually, because he didn't go his way in Q3, or in Q1, in fact. Bralewski's had real highs and lows, and obviously Q3 went the way of Philip German, moving up into P4. Top 4, Kristoffersen and Kaliakowski in the one semi, and Grönholm and German in the other, odds and evens. Only 2 semis in Supercar. Molly is with Victor Vranks.
Yeah, we're down here with Victor Vranks. Of course, as you probably most of you saw in Q3, he was up to something there. What was going on?
Well, I tried to do a bit like the supercars, going hard in the Joker, and went so great. The left front broke, then going uphill, and each time I was braking, this car wanted to go left, but I wanted to go right. So it was a bit difficult, but yeah, I finished, so I'm happy.
So you were watching the guys in the top class with their 600 horsepower supercars, and you wanted to just do the same thing, yeah?
Yeah, I thought, yeah, if they can do it, I can do it. It's not so, it's easy. I see Johan going full sideways in the Joker, everybody, and thought, yeah, okay, I try. And then a bit too hard. Yeah, okay.
Well, it's better to have tried, yeah?
Yeah, I tried, yeah. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, we could see that, can we? That front wheel moving around in the wheel arch is never ideal. Just every time you jump on the brakes, it moves, touches the wheel arch, locks the wheel, pulls you that way. But still, you know, he did well, dragged it round, like you said. It's all important experience.
Yeah, he's here to learn, and him saying, you know, that's how it is great. He's, yeah, I think that opportunity to learn without pressure is almost invaluable. You literally can't test for those scenarios. So yeah, doing a great job.
Here we go then, first of our semi-finals for Junior Crosscar. Uito and Yulalami on the front row, Persson and Solly, Hattenmar and Kinnunen. Oh, it looked like a really good start on the inside of the second row for Persson, but he had to kick the clutch and has gone backwards, so easy hole shot for Uito. Look at Yulalami leaving a whole car width on the inside how, because just doesn't know how much space there is behind. Big flick, it looks like they've prepped the gravel maybe up there. Yeah, they have, I think. Big old flick to get the buggy turned in.
But they haven't dragged the gravel onto the clean areas. Let's have a look. No, they haven't dragged the gravel down here. That's really good for the consistency of the circuit going into the semi-finals. Now remember, top 2 from this race will go through into the final a little later this afternoon, and being out front in this 4-lap race, so important early on.
Joker lap there in the background, I think it was for Persson, I'm not
Yes, I think it was.
That. Yeah, pretty sure. So Ylälami Uito out front. Remember, semi-finals are 4 laps and the final is actually 5 laps. If you're wondering why the lap count varies, it's simply because there are so many entries in Nordic that there literally aren't enough hours in a day, and we genuinely mean that. So we do around 6.5 hours of telly in a 7-hour window, and of course they race Q1 before that. So if you think trying to squeeze it all in, Hollius, literally they were starting at 9 in the morning and finishing at 5 to 6, and it's the limit of what you can do in a day with the number of hours you can use the track for. So yeah, great stuff. I kind of, you know, while I want 4-lap races in qualifying, Hal, it's also nice to see so many people get the chance to enter a great series.
Yeah, and ultimately the entries are important for the fans trackside, for the people watching at home, for us in the on the TV team, and for the event to work commercially, the championship to work commercially. It's all about getting drivers on board. So I think it's a really good balance between having the races that maybe the drivers would want, or you know, and the ones that work for the championship.
Ylälami Joker's there and comes back out into P3, so Soli's gone through, but should be enough.
Persson losing loads of time at the back here now, really not working out that early Joker, moving the car around all over the place, looking for a way through, but just not finding the gaps. Looks to the inside, coming down the hill. Fortunately for him, Hattemar gets alongside, and a bit of contact. Hattemar spins. They both got out of shape on landing from the jump, and it just came together at the apex.
Yeah, Rasmus was P7 after Hollius in the standings. Made it to the semis on day 1 and to the final on day 2. Not going to make it this time round. And look at Ylälami all over the back of Oliver Solly.
Solly did a great Joker there to get...
No, don't drop it there. Sorry, Hal. Ylälami's guaranteed a place in the final here with... Oh, Solly's Jokered or not?
Yes, he has. He just popped out of the Joker then. So that was a strong Joker strategy for him to get back out and maintain track position.
I'm surprised at that, because the gaps earlier looked like it wouldn't go that way. So while we've been looking maybe at the back of the pack, the gaps developed between them. So that was Ylälami's only chance to make it through. I really thought it was guaranteed. Not close enough. So Oliver Solly stolen it. Uito, you can see coming out of the joke lap on the inside. And Oliver Solly, who's going to get a supercar test at some point with Matthias Ekström when he's tall enough. Uito crosses the line, books a spot in the final, and so does Oliver Solly. Ylälami misses out at home in Finland. Yeah, not quite tall enough, Hal. When he's taller, Ekström says he can test the car. When he's taller.
Baffled. I'm too tall and too fat to get in Matthias's cars, but I have fit a couple of times. I'm sure Ikas can make that work.
So look at
really good start from Uito, wasn't it? Really, really good start from the front. Persson looked to the inside here, made up a couple of places. Something must have happened at turn 4 to him that I didn't spot, because he then dropped back again. He did Joker on the first lap.
So is he too late on the brakes in here, you think, maybe? Well, we don't see it. So this was Ylälami going Joker with Solly right there. And this is what I mean. So I was convinced that Ylälami, so Solly must have done an absolutely mega Joker and the laps in between. So does he Joker from there and come back out in front? Or is that, no, this is of course...
That's Hattemar getting out of shape on jump landing. Persson had already set him up for the move, and then they both were at all angles. None of that troubled Uito, though. That was a convincing performance.
Championship P3 Uito, the winner of round 2. The winner of all 3 qualifying sessions here. So at the minute, Michael Uito is on for a clean sweep at round 3 of Crosscar Junior. And there certainly weren't any clean sweeps. I'm just looking back to see. There were no clean sweeps last year in Junior. And there certainly weren't here either. So it might be our first clean, might actually be our first clean sweep in Junior. I've only got the results for 2021 in front of me. I've only got 2020 underneath. Do you know what? When I pull out the results for 22, Hal, in 2020 we had 10 cars took part in Crosscar Junior. We're now up to something like 30 odd. Hallen and Anderson, Perimäki, Soderholm, Campi and Nilsson. Hallinen's got great starts all season so far. Lucas Anderson alongside gets a good start too, but Hallinen does get the whole shot. Nailed on through turn 1. Lucas Anderson just slots in behind. That's the tactics now. Runs the car out wide, look, hoping now that Hallinen will run wide. Hallinen has made a big step in driving for me this year.
Yeah, was great in Kouvola. Made a few mistakes last year, but had good pace. Look at him moving the cross car around into the braking area. Of course, a local here, his home circuit. He'll have done a few laps around this venue, and that's paying off.
Oh! Clips the barrier on the inside line. I think it's Perkamaki, isn't it?
Yep.
So Perkamaki, and I actually thought, Perkamaki going to try and make an opportunistic move there on the exit of the standard lap.
So Anderson looked to the outside of Hallinan through the penultimate corner, couldn't quite pull it off. Perkamaki's mistake earlier in the lap not costing quite as much because these two are fighting so close up front.
That will have hurt, you know, hitting the barrier like that. I've hit stuff in buggies before, and every little thing comes through the steering at you, doesn't it?
It does.
I'm
in
afraid.
The wrists particularly, because you're holding on pretty hard.
I think I broke my finger actually once, but not as much as I broke on Ollie O'Donovan's RX 150, so apologies, mate. It was fourth gear at Pembrey.
Sacrificial finger.
Yeah, it was, I'm afraid. It hurt for quite a long time, but yeah, thanks, Ollie, for the opportunity again.
I'm sure you didn't tell anyone
I've got a bit of a reputation, haven't I, at the minute? Hallinan still leads, but is still under pressure from Lucas Anderson. Joker has gone Tinka Perämäki, sorry, I keep adding an extra K. Perämäki, apologies. I think Marcus Grönholm in the commentary box earlier on today, trying to teach us how to say the Finnish names. Hallinan runs a bit deep up at turn 3. Is Anderson going to be alongside as they come over the crest? No, not close enough. He didn't run quite wide enough for it. I love Hallinan's sunstrip. He's gone for the old school World RX one with the RX logos on either side. It's like a sort of 2014 spec sunscreen visor across the top. Hallinan goes Joker this time round. So from the lead, Anderson was right there. Anderson could put in a banger of a lap now and get in front. Hallinan with a great Joker, though. That's going to be tough to match, I think.
Very tidy, and that's the local track knowledge, isn't it? Because you don't get that many opportunities to drive through the Joker on a normal rallycross weekend. There's an issue there for Anderson.
Anderson's got problems then. Either it was a mistake or some sort of an issue because Hallinan's right there. So watch the gap back to Perämäki. Hallinan going to try and find a way through. He doesn't need to.
He needs to drive his head here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he needs to keep it really cool. Don't know what happened with Anderson, but just looked like the car was choked up at the end of the straight. So Anderson now then in danger from Perämäki in the purple buggy. Watch for Perämäki and Anderson. Anderson will Joker this time round. Hallinan's going to go standard lap, and this will be an easy win. In goes Anderson. Watch out now through the right-hander. Hooks a wheel a bit much on the inside line. Perämäki around the outside. This for a place in the final. Perämäki going to try and carry the speed. Surely an outside under move on the cards, but just holding on. Hallinan takes the win. Anderson gets there. Perämäki just gifted an opportunity on the final lap, but wasn't able quite to take it.
Bit of inexperience there, I think, because I think with a bit more rallycross racing experience, you probably would have checked up early and gone for the undercut and tried to force your way up the inside in the final corner. Great for Anderson to make it through despite that issue on the start of the final lap. Hallinan made a brilliant start, didn't he? You were saying, Andrew, he made good starts all weekend in Hüljes as well. So easy. That wall comes at you so close on the left-hand side. Anderson putting the leader under big pressure. That is so lucky. He's in his first season with the JC team.
When we saw him at the end of the straight, it was just obvious he didn't have the speed, wasn't he, Hal?
Well, he just come back on, hadn't he? And it was that speed differential.
Slow, and you're like, well, what's going on? And then you realise why. He's run a bit too wide.
Hallinan and Anderson both making it through to the final.
3:08.5. What was the time for Uito? 3:05.8. So Uito is...
These two were fighting hard, though, weren't they?
Yeah, true. You go defensive lines, don't you? Yeah, and of course Hallinan lost out on the last lap when Anderson had the problem. So Uito goes through from the TQ. Oliver Solly goes through from row 2. Both the front row went through from semi-final number 2. So it's just this one to settle. Carl Petter Nordstrand, Tino Niemi, Lundalander, Steinzold, Terpainen and Suono in this one. Great start from the back row for Suono, coming from P6 up to P3, moving across to the inside line. That's an absolutely epic start. Mistake as well from the P2 man. Is Suono going to look up the inside into turn 3? Oh, might take the lead here. Crossed up, getting a squeeze on into the barrier on the inside. It's all gone horribly wrong. Who's going to come out there? It's got to be a red flag. They're on the racing line. 100% going to get red flag. That is such a shame because that was the start of a lifetime for Suono, wasn't it?
I was literally thinking this is the sort of start you dream of when you're imagining racing in a rallycross event in the semi-finals. You dream of coming from the back row of the grid. This is going to have to be a red flag with the guys climbing out of the cars on the inside of turn 4. What a shame.
So Suono's start was just unreal.
We don't have red flag.
Got a red flag out. You need to get a red flag out. Wonder if he's going to be able to see where the accident is. They're going to go yellows. Okay, well, you could argue that once they all know where they are on lap 1, there's now no point in red flagging it. That should have been red flag for me immediately because it's in a corner. But there you go. We're not in race control.
No, it's not our call to make, is
and
it?
Now they know where the cars are. There's no point.
Nothing's about time. So yeah, fair enough to continue. It's just that first lap, isn't it, where you're driving in blind because you don't know.
But also people getting out of cars and stuff, yeah. So anyway, there we go. They're helping get them out. Fair play. That's cool to see. He's gone back to help the other kid get out of the car. Nice one. Love to see that. Love to see that. Right, leader then is Karl-Petter Nordstrand, who was on the front row, of course. Going to know where the incident is now. Will come in nice and wide. Look at that. Remember, they don't have spotters in junior, so there's no one on the radio going, you've got 9 seconds, kid, don't worry about it.
But also the spotters won't see that. They're not necessarily watching the stream. The stream might be... The reason they wouldn't watch the stream is the way that it works by going to the satellite. It doesn't necessarily have... it's not exactly live time.
No,
it might be a second delay,
back, yeah.
So there's no point in watching it. That's at the hidden side of the circuit from the spotters area, which is to the right. So even if you did have a spotter, you wouldn't necessarily know.
Shout out to the worried parents, because there's 3 sets of parents there up at the spotters area who don't know where their kids are. They're all fine, but that's part of it, isn't it? Just it makes you nervous as a parent, I'm afraid. I know my parents were always nervous when I was competing in anything. It's just nature of it, isn't it? Interesting. Marcus is a bit different, professional driver. I think when it's in the family, it's a different. You're almost as nervous for their performance as you are for anything else. But that's such a shame how Suono's start, P6. We'll see it again. Look at them all they're actually having a laugh together. Yes, mate. Good effort. They were all having a bit of a laugh up there, but the start was epic, wasn't it? P6, and I thought he was going to get on the inside with those mistakes and end up P2. I really thought he was booking a slot in the final, and then that happens. I'm gutted.
Yeah, I am as well, but this is all about learning, isn't it? In these incidents, I just love the camaraderie in this category.
Into the last corner, Karl-Petter Nordstrand books a spot in the final.
Great drive, did everything right there.
Yeah, and... crossing over the line in P2 is Joachim Lund-Alander.
And hard to compose yourself once you've seen that incident unfold and then have to pass it and wondering what's going on. It really upsets your rhythm, so good job from those 3 guys to get through.
All 3 of our pole sitters have gone through. Watch this, Suono on the outside of the back row.
Yeah, just absolutely hooked it up, didn't he? Went to the inside immediately, moved out wide again to take the ideal line. Now he's going to cut back in to go for the inside, and there's just going to be the tiniest bit of contact.
Not his fault in my book. Nobody's fault really, racing incident. He had the door closed on him just ever so slightly here. It was...
they were side by side. He's hard. He's in the brakes.
Yeah.
He's got back in the throttle. Oof.
I wonder if Niemi was having a look at Nordstrand in front. If you... We might see it again. I don't know if we'll be able to see it again or not, but it looked almost like he's having a look up the inside of Niemi, and then, tricky. Gutted, though.
Yeah. And racing incident, I mean, and any penalty they apply now won't make any difference anyway.
No, it doesn't matter. They're all out. That's great to see, isn't it? That's just great to see. Nicely done. Love that. That might be one of my favourite moments of the day. Brilliant.
I often... I don't concern myself. I often wonder if some of these young kids are forced to grow up too quickly. They don't get the opportunity to be kids because they're on this trajectory to being great racing drivers. But look at that. They failed to make it past turn 4, but they're having a great time. Really, there's a really good feeling in the junior cross car paddock, isn't there? There's a lot of goodwill between the teams and between the drivers.
So if we look, looking back at my stats, so in 2020 we had 10 cars. I believe the first season there were 4 or 6 or something. In 2021, we had 21 cars during the course of the season. And then this year, we are at 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're over 30 already. There'll be more added to that in Finland here, Hal. It's tripled in size. It's doubled each. It went from 10 to 20 to 30 over 3 years. Brilliant.
What's the saying? Rome wasn't built in a day. Things take time to build, and the quality and the size of the junior cross car category is down to the huge hard work of many people. The constructors of the cars, the people that run the series, and Andreas Eriksson, who is and Olsbergs, who ultimately are so supportive of this championship. And this is where the world champions, the Nitro champions, whatever, are going to come from in the future, isn't it? It's racing in those kids in these junior categories. I think it's fantastic.
Seeing Andreas with a couple of the Norwegian kids, and they were like, Andreas is our hero in the commentary box with him, and they're there with their hero, and they're racing on the same track at the same weekend as Johan Kristoffersen. And I say there's 3 times as many in racing now as there were 2 years ago. Earlier on, Molly caught up with Sondre Evjen.
Sondre, you're P5 after the 3 qualifyings. How's it going so far for you?
It's been rough in the start, getting away, bad reactions, but the driving has been good. We're quite good on lap time, so hopefully now we have a good position for the semi, so looking forward to that.
Bad reactions, is that something you struggled with for a while, or?
It started a bit in the final in Höljes in the first race, but it's better now. We had a good start in Q3, so hopefully it stays like that.
And what do you do to work on that?
A bit of focus. We practice here on the phone, but yeah, we see.
You practice on the phone?
Yeah, we have app with the reaction time, so we have competition with Ole Christian and his spotter, so we have some fun in the meantime.
And who's leading that competition?
His spotter is leading, so we're struggling a bit. Maybe he should drive.
And that's Ole Johan, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Ole Johan. So we hear it all the time that he's better than us, but.
So he says he should be driving, right?
No. He just mocks us. He's having fun with us, so yeah, it's good fun.
Sondre, tell me what you like about this track here in Kouvola.
Everything, except the Joker could be longer, but the driving, the differences in height, the levels, everything. It's just awesome. It's cool. We can slide without losing time. It's the best track, I think, driving alone, but when you're stuck in traffic, it's really, really difficult.
How did you feel the weather conditions? Because this morning it was cold, it was a little bit damp, and now it's starting to dry up. The sun is out.
Yeah, we just made the car stiffer and stiffer, and then it just works out. The lap times are quite similar, so it doesn't change so much, but the gravel is better, and the tarmac is also getting better, but I think we're okay.
You better go work on that reaction time then.
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
So that was just a short while ago, Molly, having a catch-up with Sondre. Nice to hear there's a bit of banter going on down there as well. I need to get that reaction time app, Hal. We can have a little bit of competition there, can't we?
Yeah.
Think you'll win?
Yes.
Do you?
Yeah. I've seen your starts.
The starts are fine. It's what happens. It's how it ends that is the bad news. I think we'll see the lights thing tomorrow. We've got Molly live now. Down to you, Molly.
Yeah, you certainly do. I'm here with Jari Kalliokoski. It's great to see you back in Rallyx. It's been a little while.
Yes, nice to drive to Rallyx Nordic.
And I was watching from where the spotters were standing. Your start in the Q3 race was incredible.
Yeah, start is really good, but I don't know, driving is not best for the weekend, but start is good.
Why wasn't the driving the best?
I don't know. Q1 and Q2 is really good lap time, but I don't know why Q3 is not good.
So you don't know where you lost the time?
Yeah, little contact and yeah.
But how does it feel to be P3 in the intermediate standings behind Johan and behind Nicholas, and there you are?
Yeah, nice feel. Drive.
Your English has become a lot better.
Yeah, little.
Looking behind you, I can see that door has taken quite a beating.
Yeah, it's battle.
Whose fault is that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yeah.
Well, you must have felt that, though.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Thank you very much, Jari. It's a pleasure to have you back.
Yeah, thanks.
I love that. Just as Molly said, your English is coming on. You say, I don't understand. We'll blame Molly. She's Norwegian, really. But yeah, you'd think you would remember, wouldn't you, who clattered into the door, but you just don't. But yeah, great for Kalliokoski to have qualified where he has. Nice to see him back. And yeah, congrats on your English, mate. We know we're lucky. Hallberg, Anderson, Rajala, Eganson, Weinicke and Nogin in this one. Revs right up. You hear just that little bit of an extra push. Hallberg, remember, got a couple of wheelies in Höljes and almost gets one again. The nose of the car comes up so high, hangs onto the gear for a long time. Rajala, though, is right underneath this rear wing. Inside line into turn 2. Oh, moves up. 5, 6 cars over there. Oh, one of them's lost a wheel. We've lost a wheel in the background. Who was it? It's not Rajala. He's still got 4 out of 5. It's the car in P5 has lost the front right completely. completely. Up out front, though, it is Hallberg who leads. Wow.
Finally, Hallberg gets away from the line, from pole position to where he wants to be. Great effort to still be dragging a car around on 3 wheels in the background, but that's not going to be resulting in a place in the final this afternoon.
Ryler's gone to the Joker, so Ryler goes Joker this time round. Hallberg leads as they come round the end of lap 1. Remember, 4-lap race. We're 1 car down already. Looks like that's been part of spin right on the start finish line, just to the right of shot. Ryler's going to go up the inside of 2 cars.
Perfect for Ryler.
Yeah.
They went either side and he chose the better of the options. It's like when Mika Häkkinen...
Oh no, Hallberg's off.
Oh no.
Hallberg's off. We saw the dust come across the camera. The leader's dropped it as well. Carnage in semi-1 for Crosscar. So these 2 cars...
Ryler's going to win this.
Yeah, Ryler's going to win this. Can Hallberg recover? Remember, Hallberg, the minute is P2 in the championship, Hal, to Thomas Merstad. So the championship front runner might not make it through if he doesn't have a big recovery now.
Disaster for Hallberg. Just as I said, he'd done everything right in the first corner compared to how it had gone for him through the qualifying races. The positions are yet to update on the stack, but we know now he's running P3. This is going to be tight on the exit.
Again, Van Aker and Hallberg were alongside each other on the start-finish straight. They got 2 sideways coming out through that first corner. So Vainica is going to go through with Rajala as it stands at the minute. Right way up front. Hallberg hasn't jokered and needs a disaster for somebody else now, frankly, to make it.
Yeah, even then, he's going to joker and come into the pack. So it's day done, really, for him, isn't it? So frustrating. Remember, he had a few niggles last season that ultimately resulted in him not being able to clinch the title in that really dramatic final round. He's going to duck into the joker, but it's not going to be enough, because he's going to drop down the order badly now.
Even if he came out in P3, it's not enough, remember, because there are 3 semi-finals. If there's 20 cars or more in a category, Hallberg's trying, isn't he?
That was some frustration there, wasn't it? Just sending into the final corner.
It'd be a great photo. It was properly lit. This was where we don't know if it was a mistake or what, but he was out really wide. You just saw the dust as we cut to the camera, and Hallberg was off the track. I'll tell you what, when Ryler went, he probably thought, I'm risking it for a biscuit here with an early joker, and literally the seas just parted in front of everybody, dropped it or had an issue. So Ryler coming through the left-hander now, and then into the right is going to take an easy win in semi-1 for Crosscar. Who's going to go through in P2? It should be Vainica, and it will be. So from the front row, Hallberg dumped right back. Ryler goes through, Vainica as well. 3 cars side by side over the line. Hallberg ends up P5. Look at it, 0.2 of a second would have been enough for P3, but he needed 2 seconds to get in front of Vainica.
You don't normally see much emotion from Ryler. He's pretty...
Look at the emotion from Vainica, though. That's absolutely brilliant. Where did they qualify? Down in P13.
So this
Marco Vainica qualified in P13. Hal is through to the final. Great.
Amazing. There's Ryler on the inside in the first corner. Was up to P2 at the start. So what happened next? I've forgotten what happened next.
Well, so
he's got...
Vainica going up the inside. There's
so that's pushed Ryler wide. And Ryler's going to lose places in turn 4. Hallberg was lucky to get away with that as well in the... that was unlucky to lose a wheel there.
So look, Vainica now is up into P2, so now Ryler's dropped to P4. So you can now understand why Ryler's joker, but you see what I mean? You joker at this point. Now look, he's in P6, Hal. Normally, you've just booked yourself out of the final. Yeah, watch this. Spin, car goes outside, he goes inside. That's 2 gone straight away.
You make your own luck, don't you? But he was also fortunate there that he chose to go the right way. We're now above Hallberg, who's still leading. There's the spin. Oh,
he span avoided
so unlucky.
him. So, and then, of course, so what we hadn't seen is the car that almost span has lost so much time.
And this is Hallberg. Presumably he's just dropped it. We haven't seen, but he must have just... There's some marks. There's so many marks that it's hard to tell, but he must have just dropped it on his own because there was no one there with him.
I wonder if the drone would have it. I guess not. I guess not. So Hallberg, our TQ man, remember, the top qualifier, Patrick Hallberg, who's P2 in the standings, has gone out. Thomas Merstad will really want to capitalise on this. Ryler and Vainica go through. Semi-final 2. Pasi Penton and Thomas Merstad on row 1. Elias Svensson, row 2 with Ronald Spaldings. Alex Gustafsson and Marco Ringenberg. This is a tough semi-final, it really is. Eek Mørstad now has the most to gain or lose here. Championship leader by some margin, has just seen his nearest competitor drop out. On the outside though, Pasi Pentinen's going to get the whole shot. Eek Mørstad drops into P2. Hold on to that there, and he runs out wide. Pentinen's got wide. Eek Mørstad looks at the inside, touches the wall. Pentinen just holds on. Eek Mørstad holds on to second place through the long right hand, and we wait now as they come up over the crest. And Eek Mørstad is still in there. It's Bowdens who's got up into P3. Look at the black livery with the orange number on the front. So a battle between them maybe for that spot, but Eek Mørstad's got to go through Hal now. If you're looking at, he's leading the standings by 15 points already, and Halberg's not going to be there.
Yeah, and sitting second at this moment of the race isn't necessarily the best place to be when only 2 go up, because the guys at Joker early on are going to get some clear air in theory. Well, that is going to... But you also come out into traffic, don't you? So that sort of dispels that theory immediately. Eek Mørstad went for the inside into turn 4 on the opening lap, and that's such a risk, isn't it? We've seen already in junior crosscar how that door can just close and then you're met with a sideways crosscar in front of you. That didn't happen though.
That's Elias Svensson, I think. Is it? No, is Svensson in P4? I think Svensson's still out, or is that Gustafsson?
Gustafsson is...
Gustafsson's showing us P4 on the ladder, but
I haven't seen him on the shop for a minute. Eek Mørstad's going to go for the Joker now. This is to try and get himself some clear air to try and beat Pentinen. He needs to really hope that he clears Gustafsson on the exit. He's going to do that if Gustafsson can't get the undercut on the Joker merge. That's worked really well for Eek Mørstad, and now he needs to absolutely get the hammer down to not only leapfrog Bowdens, but to try and get himself the best possible starting position for the final.
Yeah, lovely job. Sideways up in turn 3, but through nonetheless. Pentinen leading from Bowdens. Eek Mørstad, Gustafsson P4. So Svensson, remember Elias Svensson, who's down to P5, Hal, is the driver who won both rounds at Hollius and then was DQ'd from the first one for the exhaust muffler issue. Light silencer, not a cheat as such, the wrong part. You know, it's not like I've put this on here to win, and he proved on day 2 with an emphatic win as Pentinen comes out in the lead in front of Bowdens. So the leader, Joker's back to the lead. Great tactics by them, but it has put Bowdens right there. You don't want any contact. Ronald Bowdens looks out wide and then looks to the inside line, but Eek Mørstad is right there.
So that's really played into Eek Mørstad's hands, hasn't it? Because all it's going to do is hold Bowdens up by getting right on the back of the leader after Joker. It's a great spotting by the leader's team to get him in and out and maintain track position. But they need to drive sensibly now, don't they? Bowdens is going to Joker and drop out of this fight for the final places, unfortunately for him.
Eek Mørstad, I thought was going to take a risk there, Hal. Totally, you don't want to go up the inside there, do you? Eek Mørstad putting a banger of a lap there as well. Pentinen being closed down by Eek Mørstad, but there's not going to be enough time. Pasi Pentinen going to take the win. Eek Mørstad going to go through in P2. Bowdens drops to 3rd place. Elias Svensson, the winner from Hollius, not going to make the final here on day 1 in Kouvola. Gustafsson and Ringenberg drop down 2.
Eek Mørstad shaking his head on the slowing down lap, but unnecessarily so, I think. Really important to make the final. Okay, dropped a couple of points there, but doesn't really matter.
Both front row cars through, Hal, as well. Neither of the front row...
Oh, they had... sorry, Andy, they had quite big contact there. Again, lucky not to just... I mean, the suspension's strong, but if you just hit it at the wrong angle, as we've seen so many times, it's quite easy to do more damage than you would like.
It's a real funnel there, isn't it? There's no, it's not like curb and barrier, it's just barrier. And if you go for the gap, you've got to be absolutely sure. I'd rather go for a gap there in a car than in a kart because your wheels are exposed. You know, you can run a door down that barrier as long as you keep your wheels straight. In effect, if you're in the gap, you'll stay in the gap. But in a buggy where the tyres are open, that tyre will grip at any point and just whip the car out of your hands, as we saw in the junior cross car semi. Pasi Pentinen 255.4 from Thomas Eek Mørstad. Ryella was a 258, I think, but it's kind of all immaterial once they get through to the final. Oh. 4-2 to Finland, apparently. I hope you weren't looking for any spoilers. But that's how the semi-final's gone in the ice hockey. So Niklas,
I'm glad you've clarified the sport.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be football, is it?
Cricket.
Yeah.
we've got sports we're good at, or at least better than the Finns.
Yeah, true.
Rallying's not really one of them.
No, yes, that would be a big ask. Oja, Osterberg, Hattala, Hukka, Yuga and Nojin. The revs just seem to be getting higher and higher, don't they, as you wait for the light. Osterberg gets away well, maybe going to try and go around the outside of Oja. I think he might try and brave it out. Surely going to put a wheel in the gravel there, just holds on, bounces it through. Hukka in the background gets up super high. Contact there, Osterberg just avoids being collected in the background by Huttala. Huttala with a big wheelie, having had a little touch, and then Hukka has got all tied up in the background as well. So it's Osterberg from Huttala in P1 and P2.
Quite a risk from Osterberg, isn't it, to run that deep? You need to carry the momentum so you don't become a victim of leaving the inside open, but you have to bounce over that really uneven gravel just on the outside. I'm so glad they're not calling track limits on that bit of the circuit.
Yeah, me too.
Gives the opportunity for the cars to run out wide, but it is a big risk to let the car move around like that.
That's what I would like to see more of from track limits, is deep gravel, where if you go through it, it's as much of a risk as it is a reward. You know, like hitting a bollard and getting a 3-second penalty is always a bit boring, isn't it? Like, look at the spin. Was it Vaby? Or yeah, it's Vaby, wasn't it, who went off with a big spin, sticking a wheel through the dirt.
For me, that's the solution. It's not having track limits, because for safety reasons, for the way you carry the momentum, you've got to have areas of the circuit that you can't go. But instead of having bollards, have big curbs, have really aggressive runoff like we've got here, so that you don't go there. But also, on the rare occasion that someone does go there, it's massively rewarded. That's not to say that people should go there, but you know, it
just adds a little bit more of a risk than it is a reward.
Absolutely.
Like, look at turn one here is the perfect example of it for me.
But you've got, I agree. But at the same time, you have to discourage people from heading straight into that wall on the outside, because that's a safety risk. So track limits are usually there. In my opinion, track limits need to be to stop people getting into harm's way by running too wide on a fast corner, not by affecting the lap time by clipping a cone.
So I know exactly what I mean. Yuga has been Joker, Hartala has not, and the gap between them is only 1.5. How this is super close. Hartala coming through now, gonna go standard lap because he needs basically to try and make a bit of time. But to me, Yuga in the background is driving tidier and faster. Osterberg comes out and is going to merge into P2, leaving Hartala to Joker on the last lap. And look at Yuga. Just looks tidy, like the angles on the car are much less than they are out front for Hattala. Yeah,
and the gap's 1.2, so comfortably within the window to get the position once Hattala takes the Joker on this final tour.
So what is it, 0.8, isn't it? It's really way closer.
They're jumping a lot higher now, aren't they? Now that corner, now turn 4's cleaned up, and they carry the momentum a lot better up the hill there, which is actually quite a steep hill when you walk it. Just getting lots of air.
Little mistake there from Yuga with a bit too much opposite lock in the previous corner, but I think Hattala would have to have the absolute perfect Joker. He's right on the back of Osterberg. Osterberg going to go on a spin in the Joker, but Hattala's gone round, tried his hardest, but it's not enough. It's Osterberg and Yuga who go through from semi-final 3. Yuga from the back row. Great drive. Where did Yuga qualify overall then? P15, Hal. Only 3 places off, not making it through.
So close this class, isn't it?
Yeah,
it literally is. Throw a load of balls up in the air and see which one you catch.
But, what I love about that as well is where did Osterberg... Osterberg qualified 6th, yeah. Yuga qualified 15th. And to me, Yuga was closing Osterberg down at the end of the run. It's good close racing. What happens to Hukka here? So on the outside, big old...
They just get tangled up, I think. Or he runs wide. Frustrating.
Gutting there, because he would have got away with that, wouldn't he? And there was a car out there to be collected.
What's also interesting in this class is the transition to the FIA spec cross-car chassis. They're now getting to the point where, I mean, to be fair, the FIA spec machines were not as quick in the first instance, were they? But now the Speedcar Wonder specifically is so good that that organic transition is happening in the class.
It meets the FIA category?
Yes.
Yeah. So the TN5, of course, appeared last year with the Wonder, didn't it?
The year before as well, wasn't it?
Did it really?
Yeah,
Was it the year before now? Yeah. Who raced it last year? Was it Katie, or did Katie do it the year before?
Katie was last year. Thierry and Timmy raced it
That's right, yeah. Do you remember engines and all sorts? That's the development cycle of a new car, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's good to see that it's getting there. Osterberg and Yuga with a good result there, and we're going to go. Molly had a catch up earlier on with Isaac Högqvist.
Anders, you're here working on Isaac Högqvist's car. What's happened?
The clutch is broken. So quick change. So I have once each car before, and so I give some advice.
It's all hands on deck now, yeah?
Sorry?
It's all hands on deck.
Yeah.
How long does it take to change a clutch?
About 30 minutes.
About 30 minutes. Have a look at that. That is one damaged clutch. Wow. Oh, and there's Isak, also getting his hands dirty.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
When did you realize the clutch was gone?
I think on the second last lap, I felt the gears were like not getting into the right places. So I was just crossing my fingers to cross the line without some gear issues, and then I just reported directly like we need to check the clutch. So came in here and yeah, everything was completely destroyed inside actually. So we changed everything.
It's quite chaotic.
So here is the clutch. We will make it to the semi-finals for sure. Yeah.
Good.
I'm confident.
Fair play for being confident in that situation, because there is a lot of work going on there. Just a message from Rainis Nitish, who's obviously watching at home, and he's been competing in Estonian rallycross, I think, in cross-car, against some of the competitors who are doing very well here. I think Rainis fancies his chances. Come back, Rainis, come back. I'm sure he might appear in Riga. Unfortunately, I won't be in Riga. Myself, I'll be commentating Extreme E, so Johan won't be in Riga either. It's a really unfortunate scheduling clash. How Ridge is going to be there. David Addison is going to be covering for me, the brilliant British Touring Car Championship commentator from the UK, who also loves his rallycross. He's commentated rallycross a decade, hasn't he? So he'll be great. Wheels back on that. Getting a message as well that Johan Kristoffersson has just bolted 4 new tyres onto the Polo. So Johan obviously going all in at the semi-final stage. We wondered when they might start wheeling out the new rubber. Now the Mercedes, Pontus Lindros, thank you for the information. We sent us a couple of things. He's a bit of a local expert. And the Mercedes has a BMW hybrid electric motor in the drivetrain as well, which he doesn't use off the start, I guess because it would give too much wheel spin, but he does use for the rest of the race. So let's see whether or not he can put that to good effect. It's Olli Lahti on the pole. The Mercedes is going to hold on the outside. I think it's Ryler, isn't it? Yeah, it's Ryler in the yellow and purple with the bonnet absolutely smashed to bits, who drops into P3.
Ryler's a busy guy, isn't he? Literally just climbed out of the cross car from having made it through to the final and immediately into
mate,
open two-wheel drive.
How pumped up do you reckon Ryler is right now?
He's pretty used to it, isn't he? Yeah, he's also one of the most chilled out people in the paddock.
Maybe this is what he does just to sort of keep his pulse up a bit. You know, I bet his relaxed pulse rate is like 18 or something, isn't it? You know, and he just, you talk to him and he'd be super chill, usual finish. What about that, though? Hybrid drivetrain, that's what you were saying again, Hal, about open two-wheel drive. Yeah, it's kind of, it's bonkers, isn't it, really? It's like, it's the limit of being allowed to do stuff. There'll come a point where someone will do something ultra factory team and we'll have to ban it because it will be too expensive and clever, but that big old Merc with a hybrid drivetrain, who'd have thought?
And another good example of the growth of this championship, remember there was half a dozen or 6 non-English speakers cars in the first couple of races when we first started doing this together, Andrew, and this class is really growing. Okay, we haven't got the guys necessarily who were in Hüljes this weekend, but there's a lot of local Finns, there's a lot of Baltic drivers who I'm sure will join for the Latvian round as well, and then we're back to Sweden. So this class is growing too. I know there's some British and Irish competitors looking at it to come up here and compete as well. So yeah, fantastic to see such a variety and also the growth of the class.
Johansson has jokered from P2 to P3 and he's now putting pressure back on Ryler. So Ryler could have, with clear air, you could argue could get away, but it seems to me that the Johansson has the measuring pace, and what Johansson has done there, in fact, Tiger, he's out, the champion is out again.
What a torrid day.
Really torrid, he's having a torrid season, Hal, isn't he, really, so far. Anyway, Lahti leads from Ryler, but remember the top 3 go through because there are only 2 semi-finals for this category.
Really going to play into Victor Johansson's hands, isn't it, having scored good points.
Ryler's gone joker, so this is to try and get in top 3. Going to come out alongside Nilsson, is it? Would I hope to come out just in front, but if he can hang on to the back of Nilsson now, effectively, you're booking a spot. Oh, Kip Simon's car, why is it parked there? Anywhere but there, you'd have turned right, wouldn't you, and gone over by the Cooper tyre branding on the inside.
I would definitely be running away from it, if nothing else.
Oh, I wouldn't be looking, you don't want to get collected out there. The BMW that is the want of everyone who wants to try it. the Mercedes is going brilliantly. Do you remember it appeared at Arvika last year? I think that was the first time I'd seen it. I'm sure you've seen it before then, Hal. And now, I don't know, it just seems it seems a bit more dialed. It's a big old beast to be using on a track like this.
Bigger circuit than Arvika. Arvika's very small, isn't it, really?
Larty coming through much closer than I thought it was going to be, and the Mercedes has a look up the inside over the line. Larty takes it from Johansson by 0.086. Wasn't expecting that. So we said, and just as we were saying, the Mercedes looked dialed. Really
a great final lap from Johansson, the fastest of the race, to try and get there and sneak the win.
Oh, Rylo's shaking his head. Off the line then. We say the Merc doesn't use its hybrid off the line, and then apparently switches it on once he's into race mode. It's such a big car. It's very DTM-like. That's what I like about it. I think it's just, it shouldn't, like if you said, what car do you expect to see in open two-wheel drive? That's not it, is it?
Well, we know about open two-wheel drive, so, yes, it is, but as a racing car, it's absolutely not, is it? It's like the estate, remember the estate cars that were in Arvika last year from the same Omen squad?
Who was it that loved that? Was it Cabot Bigham? It was, wasn't it? He's getting the after
station
it.
wagon.
Yeah, he's getting the after it in the station wagon. It was brilliant. Sorry for my American accent there, everyone. But it was so good, and I love that. Yeah, he's really getting after it. It's just,
Oh!
Wow, no way. Huge accident down at turn 1. So that's what happened with Simon Tiger. Can we see that again?
Wow.
Can we? If we could see that again, that would be great.
Crash.
So what happened? Have we got it from any earlier or any other angles? That's massive. Can we see, let's see that. Can we run that again? The previous, there's 2 different angles there. Can we see the first one again if it's in the truck? Oh, so it's on its roof. 2, 3, 4. 4.5 rolls?
Yeah, it slid 5.
Oh, 4 3/4.
We'll call that 5. It slid for we don't know how many times it went over on the curb on the inside. It was sliding, when it came into shot, it's sliding along on its roof.
So what happened there? We just don't know, do we?
Is Tiger's steering broken on the front left? Looks like it's got quite a lot of toe in.
I'm just wondering, was Simon on the inside and the guys tried to come around the outside of him and touched wheels? Yeah, had Simon already got a problem? We just don't know, do we? We got nothing from any earlier. We're hearing, unfortunately, from the truck. We think we'll happily take another look at that if you want to, while we're getting a clear-up done. If not, it would be good to talk to Simon Tiger and find out what happened there. Molly, I know you'll be in the paddock, but when Simon comes back in, maybe you can find him and have a chat with Simon and see if he can shed any light on the situation for us.
There's a lot of damage to that.
So Molly's just radioed me. She's watching the rest of the ice hockey game with the fans. So I don't know, maybe we can find Molly from one of our track cameras. She did say she'd lost her voice last night, so we did tell her to, try not to talk too much, didn't we, Hal?
Ice hockey, though.
Well, you're disappointed in her. You've got to be careful in Finland, mate. It's national sport over here.
I don't care. Molly's a motorsporter through and through.
Oh, hang on. Whoa. Got the big guns in. Oof. Okay, Molly, what's going on?
Well, there's how many minutes left?
5.
So there's 5 minutes left of an ice hockey game between USA and Finland. As you can see, we have a view of what's happened out on track there. But I just wanted to get that experience of what it's like when Finland actually win this ice hockey game. But how exciting has it been?
You go up there or that?
It's been very good. If Finland wins, Finland goes to the final tomorrow. And we're going to tomorrow to watch Rally, and then we go to look the finals.
Brilliant. Yeah, I guess you saw what happened just now.
Pretty rough. He went on the roof, and then he glided like 30 meters.
The commentators are telling me to go and find these guys instead of having my focus on an ice hockey game. So
yeah, but you have to prioritize the more important, because Finland's going to win.
So guys, apparently the ice hockey right now is more important.
Well, Molly, I'm not going to argue with a couple of dudes wearing like horns on hats and stuff, and they're absolutely loving it, aren't they? He's my kind of guy. You have to prioritise. He said when he said about him sliding 30, it sounds to me like he slid more than most of the ice hockey players have on the way up to turn 1 on his roof. So
we could hypothesise over what's happened. I think he's been on the outside, gone to turn in. They've had contact. It's just tipped the car over. What are we going to see here?
Here it is. It's
already on its roof by this stage.
There's bits in the road, look, so there has been contact. There's pieces coming off. Tiger's car. It's just whether or not, it's the way Simon's going so slowly. I'm wondering if he was already going slowly. Do you see what I mean? Was he going slow on the inside line and the guys tried to pass him around the outside, or?
That is a big crash.
But then if
you don't often see rolls like that in rallycross.
Oh mate, that's a shame. Look at that. Absolutely gutting. It's Van Hatalo. Jarno Van Hatalo in the Toyota Starlet. Ah, mate. We're sorry, Jarno, because we know what this sport will mean, and that could be the end of the season, couldn't it, Hal? You know, at this level, on the other hand, they might have it not. They won't have it rebuilt for tomorrow, but you never know. He might have another shell at home. But that's there he goes. Oh, good on ya.
That's a trudge, isn't it?
Oh, look at it. It's gutting. Applause from the crowd. Good stuff. Nice to see. Put on a show. Didn't go his way this time. Maybe next time. Okay, here we go. Semi 2. Gabrielsen, Venäläinen, Enlund, Niemi, Sari and Seppala. Or Seppala. Marcus Grönholm taught me that. The A with the dots over it, it's an A. Great start on the front row for Gabrielsen, but Tuomas and Venäläinen going to come around the outside on the run to the first corner in the Smurfmobile. Gets it up into the lead. People riding the gravel trap in the background, but Venäläinen and the fire-breathing Datsun Finn have managed to get the whole shot around the outside of Lucas Gabrielsen in the Toyota Starlet.
I love the Starlet. I also love the fact that we're in different countries. The two-wheel drive rallycross categories just look so different. There's Lotuses and Vauxhall VX220s and BMW M3s and stuff in the UK, and these cars up here are just so... Wow, Timmy Enlund, that's a great move into the Joker, getting up the inside and then forcing Niemi wide to not let that place go. Great move from Enlund, picks up the throttle, nose of the car rises. That Brilliant. Could make the difference between making the final and not.
Brilliant, really, really good move. Decisive, wasn't it? And it was only the tiniest mistake. He only ran a metre or so wide, but slotted it in that gap.
But yeah, such different cars in the different regions of open two-wheel drive, and I think as this class grows in this championship, we'll see more variety as well. But I love the fact that Finns use pretty old body shells, really, to do such great things with.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, and another similar move almost coming up there. Nearly, wasn't it? Just could have got alongside a bit more, could have forced it in.
That double apex really doesn't lend itself to trying to sneak up the inside because it tightens up on you just as you've got the nose in.
Everyone reacting there to the Joker, aren't they? Oh, two wheels almost over. Get it lit in that gravel trap. Come on.
All that hard work undone.
Enlund, no. So Enlund, everybody responded to Enlund's Joker, didn't they? Well, the two cars that went in are responding to Enlund's Joker. Now we see, is that Niemi running wide? Enlund going to have another look up the inside. Is that another gift? Venäläinen still leads in the background. What's going on the right-hand side? There it is from the drone. So we can't see Niemi in the battle was further back. That's such a shame for Enlund.
It looks like Enlund's got him, but I don't know where that loop is in the timing system. Venäläinen, though, out front, taking the Joker. No, Enlund is behind, has another look up the inside. He's going to run side by side, doesn't quite get the traction off the final corner.
Look at the angles, look at the angles. Sari making a move up the inside of Seppala. Seppala drops back. So Sari is up into P3. Yeah, to P3, yes, Venäläinen and Gabrielsen out front. There you can see Gabrielsen, Venäläinen is on the exit already. So Tuomas Venäläinen qualified in P4, but looks like going through to the front row. Remember, top three go through. Enlund desperately trying to find another pass, sticks up the inside again. Oh, hello, have some of that.
Bit of frustration now, isn't there?
Yeah,
he was so lucky not to go over from that contact earlier on.
Venäläinen takes the win and goes through. Gabrielsen going to go through in P2, and I think Seppala is going to take that last position. Enlund takes him out of the line. No! Oh, Enlund's got really naughty on the last lap there. Niemi's going to go through in P3. And I'm afraid Seppola was cleaned out there, Hal. Sorry, but you got to call it sometimes.
Yeah, I was looking at the lap times, not expecting anything too dramatic to happen in the final corner.
And I do understand Enland's frustration, but unfortunately they're properly cleaned out. No. Do you think, is that the point where you're driving back going, I know what I've done? Because he will know, won't he? The previous move on the MR2 was aggressive, but the move in the final corner, no, I'm not sure.
So Venlainer makes the best start by some margin to take the ideal line, carry the momentum round the first corner. There's Enland in the back of Niemi in turn 1, but nothing too untoward. This is the move up the inside. This is a great pass, like you say. Just forces Niemi out. Niemi didn't want to go in the Joker then, but had no choice.
That's what's so clever, isn't it? How the move's good, but to go Joker as well. Earlier on, we saw the opposite, where we felt Vranckx shouldn't have gone Joker with a similar move. Yeah. But this time it was killer because it forced the guy to go who didn't want to go. Here's the last corner. Oh. Enland goes up on 2 wheels, so goes from P4 with waiting for
and that
people
wasn't malicious. That was just contact at the wrong moment.
Yeah, and clipping stuff. So now Enland starts. To be fair, I tell you what, he made up some ground on the last lap, didn't he? Because he's a long way off the back of the pack. Here's Naomi making the mistake. So now Enland's going, I'll get you.
This is a look to the inside. Oh, that's...
So that is the pass on Seppola.
And I think that's broken the suspension on Seppola already, hasn't it? Yes, I think.
Right, so Seppola's going to... Here's the last corner. So here comes Venäläinen.
He's gone.
Watch in the background. Gabrielsen comes through, and here's Enland with a dot. Okay, now he gets. The one thing I'll say is he gets launched over the curb.
Yeah, he's in the air.
Yeah,
but
so
I mean,
nothing. But you would know that you were going to get launched over those curbs, and I think I would be.
So I played Dirt 2, whatever it is, online quite a lot with some of my mates. Well, I did before I got horrendously busy. So in the winter, and in Lowiak, when you run wide and going down to the hairpin, you can hit the curb and it picks you up in the air. It's a great excuse to hit the cars in the hairpin, but ultimately you know it's going to happen. And I think that's the same there, isn't it? He's hit the curb, you know the car's going to get pitched up. But yeah, you can't be wholly to blame in that situation either.
Molly, what's going on? What's the score?
Well, it started to get quite exciting because America, or USA I should say, scored with 3 minutes left. So everyone here is holding their breath for Finland in the ice hockey game. I know we're at Rallycross, but you know, if you love sport, you love many different kinds of sport. And I know Finland love their ice hockey, right?
Yes. The ice hockey is the #1 sport in Finland, and we like Rallycross too. But this is now the most important.
How much time is left?
There is under 1 minute left.
9 minutes, seconds. 49 seconds.
49 seconds, guys.
Yeah, it's getting tight.
We've got to stay with this, haven't we?
Yeah, more and more people are coming over to have a look. It's clear that this means a lot to everyone. It means a lot with Rallycross, but ice hockey too.
He's going to have to get up, isn't he? He's getting the flags ready. What's he doing?
Can you promise something big's going to happen if you win now? Are you going to put on a show for us?
I don't know.
Maybe.
It is Finns we're talking about, guys.
Yeah, it's Finns.
They don't get that excited about things.
They're so keen to watch the game. They don't want to be talking to modders.
There they are in the middle of the screen.
The semi-finals.
Look, there's other people looking at their phones down there too.
If we go to the finals and win the finals, then we're going to do some crazy shit. Then we're going to bathe in the...
Come on, 49 seconds must be up. What's going on? Is there extra time?
49 seconds.
Oh, it stops. They stopped the clock. Oh, it's a time now.
Oh, Molly, we're building up the tension. God.
I
think we know what he means. I think we know what he means. Right, I've no idea. Who went through from the semis there, Hal? I don't know.
Well, we don't know what the result is of that last one, because who did actually cross the line?
I don't think Enland made it through. Enland went through... where?
Yeah, they're playing. How much time is left?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Here we go.
Oi.
Listen to the commentator.
Tell us what's happening.
20 seconds left.
25.
USA empty net. And
What are they doing? I know nothing about ice hockey.
15 seconds left.
You're now the commentator.
I'm guessing they're playing ice hockey, Mole.
USA has the puck, and it's somewhere.
Go on, lad.
7 seconds. 7 seconds. And Finland's going to the finals. Finland's going to the finals.
Brilliant.
Now we have some Rallyx to watch.
Fantastic. Right, well, there we go.
Your job might be at risk, mate.
Molly, well done. Brilliant. That's lovely to see. I love the fact we've held up the Lites semi-finals so the crowd can watch the end of the semi-final of ice hockey. So, yeah, it's Finland beat the USA, and they're going through. And tomorrow, that's pretty much... Well, mind you, do you remember last year when we were in Oulu, and the final was on the last night there, wasn't it? We went down to a bar to try and find people watching the final. We could only find a few, couldn't we? Because they'd all stayed home to watch it.
Yeah.
Was it Toppy that was telling us they'll watch it at home and then go out after?
Yeah, Toppy was there and had to rush
We thought
back.
he was going to come out, and he didn't come out, did he? He was watching at home.
Always a disappointment.
Yeah, Toppy, you're let down. Oh, is this what we're waiting for? Still waiting on Enland's car.
Hats off EVS. A replay.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I reckon
Where
it's
is
still there.
that? That's on the
outside of
circuit
turn 1.
exit, so he's got most of the way off.
That is on the outside of turn 1.
Down the exit road. Really would like to drive here.
Would you? Yeah? High on the list? Where's highest on the list?
Whoosh. Whoosh. That is a very difficult question. What, as an only track?
Huh?
As an only track?
What do you mean an only track?
Well, like the one track you could race at?
No, like if you
if you want a list,
like to race at the
crack
most,
on.
there must be a track that you'd like to.
Oh, Hurlius, of course. Would love to race at Hurlius.
Yeah.
You haven't raced at Hurlius?
No, I know.
Yeah.
I've driven it. How bless him. One of the first things he said to me when I messaged him and said, mate, I've driven a Lites car around Hurlius. He was like, I'm really pleased for you, which was lovely of him because he's driven lots and lots of supercars and various different things, which I'm super jealous of, and he does a brilliant job. It's a great driver, Hal. Yeah, the first thing he said was, oh, congrats, mate, I'm really pleased. And it was great. It was the circuit lived up to everything you've ever seen.
I was impressed.
Watching it.
I'm not going to give anything away, but yeah.
Really?
Good job.
Thank you, mate. Very kind. Skins, nice one. So that, yeah.
I mean, given
cool.
your performance in an RX 150, I was astounded.
I know, yeah. Actually, I wasn't bad, was it, the test of the RX 150, but it took me 3-4 events to get
you
my
did
head
chase
around
Chrissy
it.
Palmer one time.
3 times, cut off switch.
The one event.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I was a bit unlucky.
You'll have to come back.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to do that at some point. What do we got? Supercar Lites semi-final. Yeah, so it was good fun. Anyway, Hurlius was a great track. So I'll tick that off now.
That's up there. Here.
Yeah.
Hell. Lowiak I'd like to drive.
No, there's a lot of this. See, so I've ticked
No,
off
I've driven Lowiak, sorry.
Have you? Yes, you have, haven't you?
So, it's, yeah.
Well, I kind of ticked off my favourite traditional track. Now I quite fancy I'd go on a nitro track. But it's a gap jump. I'm thinking whether or not I'm fascinated.
I mean, when Kevin Eriksson and Timmy Hansen are scared before going out.
I know, and that's what I'm fascinated by, is how I would feel about approaching a gap, because a lot of the drivers are, a bit scared of it first. Bakkerud, Larson.
Just physics, isn't it?
That's what Liam said. Yeah, and Ollie Bennett. Some people, it's not like ridden a motocross bike, it's fine. Olofsson, Enland, Högqvist, Janssen, Oskarsson and Walfridsson. Great start on the front row for Olofsson immediately. Going to take a significant lead. Walfridsson coming up, looks to cross to the inside, but ends up boxed in 4th place. Nicely done, Olofsson and Enland. And I think it's, is it Janssen who's trying to come around the outside, and it's dirt everywhere. Well, Walfridsson cuts back to the inside. Does he need to see what's going on in the background here? Yeah, Walfridsson comes out 4th from a bit of carnage in the background, but everybody is through.
Högqvist took a big hit to the rear from Mats Oskarsson in turn 4. He was looking to repay the work done by the Hedgestrom Motorsport mechanics to get that clutch changed ahead of the semi-finals. Not working out for him at the moment. Wolferton actually gained there, didn't he?
Yeah.
By that bit of contact. But up front, Simon Olofsson again where he wants to be.
Well, if you look at the gap now, Hal, from P4 to P5, Walfridson's only got to be eyes forward, as there's no point in him covering anything from behind, in my opinion. He's got to try and close that gap down. Is it Mattis Janssen, I think, in front of him? Yeah, Mattis Janssen.
Yeah, but Oskarsson behind, but some way back. So, like you say, no threat there and can get his head down. Olofsson not under pressure from Enland, as you might expect him to be. Enlund drove brilliantly last year in some of the NRX Next races, didn't he? He looked like he was going to duck into the Joker there. I mean, you could risk that. What's the gap to Wolfertson? It's just not enough. Wolfertson Joker's now. So Wolfertson in the Joker. I think he should. This has been a stellar lap from Hookvist.
That was to cover Hookvist, wasn't it? Because he knows that if Hookvist gets past, he's got no chance. So he has actually covered.
Track position is king, isn't it?
Yeah,
because now if someone gets a puncture up front, you've already got that position in hand. It's all well and good knowing you've got the pace and trying to run away, but you can never be sure of anything in this sport, least of all problems that might occur later in the race for anyone up front. Olofsson now 1.2 seconds ahead
of Enlund. Enlund was so Enlund last year was P3 in NRX Next with 3 times P2, a win and 2 third places.
And about 1,000 punctures and broken suspension. We had a really difficult time, didn't he?
Like said, Olofsson injured himself after he had a bit of a torrid time at Utah, and then injured himself at the next one.
Enlund's results don't show the pace he had, because he had a lot of issues as well, didn't he?
Listen to the gravel down there at that first, as they go from the tarmac onto the loose. This is a brilliant performance by Olofsson. So Olofsson was P2 and P5 at Hollius, looking back to last year. So just had that win and then dipped off. So this could be a great indicator of Olofsson's form into the Joker lap with a very clear lead over a very capable opponent in Martin Enlund. Olofsson is going to take semi-final number 1. There's only 2 semis for Lites. So he goes through with the win. And it's Enlund and Mattis Janssen. Wolfertson holds on to 4th place. But Olofsson, Enlund, Janssen going through. So that's your P1, your P2 and your P4 driver have gone through in terms of their qualifying positions to the semi. No contest.
Hookvist made a good start, didn't he? Tucked onto the back of Enlund through the first corner, got to the apex, was looking up the inside, and Oskarsson, I think, is just going to outbrake himself, distracted maybe a bit by that fight for position with Jimmy Wolfertson, and just collected the rear of Hookvist, which ultimately spelled the end of his challenge up the front. Wolfertson back for a full season, doing a tidy job, but Olofsson was pretty untouchable again. Like we were saying earlier, Andrew, when he's in this groove, he looks pretty unbeatable, doesn't he?
You wonder if it gets a run of good results, Hal, if the confidence will come, which gives you the edge, which means that it continues. You always talk about getting the monkey off your back, you know, of whatever it happens to be. And for Simon, maybe it's that up-down form, I've done brilliantly, and then you lose confidence because you know in the past that's happened. If you can get a string of good results, maybe you lose that demon of what about when it goes wrong, and he'll continue to perform. I hope so. Rainis Nittis says hello to everyone. I don't know if he meant that for us to go and say hello to people in the paddock or not. By the way, hello from Rainis to anyone who's watching. Send him a message. Light his phone up, people. Ola Henry Steinsolt, Martin Jonsson on the front row from Jesse Kallio, Birgit, Kasper Janssen and Lars-Erik Haug. Kallio got a good start on row 2. Unlikely to be able to get up into anywhere other than P3 though at the moment, as he gets squeezed out by Martin Jonsson. But your leader is Ola Henry Steinsolt, the pole man, up over the crest.
Oh, Kallio all out of shape, coming down the hill behind Martin Jonsson there. Hasn't been the weekend so far that Kallio would be looking for. It is
looks to the inside. He's got it hooked up, hasn't he? Well, what next for Kallio, Hal? Because he did Academy, didn't he? Then went on to do Super 1600.
He's rallying now. He's competing in a Fiesta Rally 4, I think it is.
Yeah.
So he's focusing on that at the moment. Did RX2E last year. Was
steady on now. Steady on.
Was disappointed not to win the RX2E title. Took it to the final round with Guillaume de Ridder, but just didn't quite get it sealed at the end, and was pretty gracious in defeat. But he was more disappointed than I expected as well for someone as laid back. Spent quite a bit of time with Jesse over the last few years, certainly when he was doing RX Academy. And a very, very tidy driver. Ducks into the Joker.
Mistake from Jonsson in front of him, Hal. Definitely. You can see a difference, can't you, between backing it in and hanging onto it. And Jonsson was hanging onto it. So Kallio, I think, is going to come out of the Joker with less than the Joker deficit, if you like, between them.
Yeah, for sure. He was all over the back of him before, and this is about grip position for the final now, isn't it? They're not really being troubled from behind.
He needs to get a row up, ideally, doesn't he, Kallio, if he can? And I think Jonsson, well, Jonsson can wait a lap, but if I were Jonsson spotters, knowing how quick Kallio is in clear air, you'd send him too late. It's too late.
I would leave him out now, just in case, yeah.
Yeah, but then cover off Birgit behind, because Birgit's not far off, only 1.5 back. I mean, at the minute, I suppose 3.2 is enough. I'd go now. What are they going to do? Leave him out. There we go. Hal's right.
But we know how questionable my Joker strategies are, so...
I don't know about that, mate. You've had some good results.
Yeah, but I didn't. You don't make the strategy yourself. You just do what you're told.
True.
It's funny, last weekend Anton Markman won the opening round of the European Championship. He jokered on lap 5. Enzo Ida went and joked on lap 6 from second, and Anton retook the lead. I asked him at the end of the day, why did you do that? He said, I don't know. That's what I was told to do.
Yeah.
You just do what the spotter tells you, because they've got the global picture of what's going on in the race. You don't know.
How far back was Ida?
He was outside. He was within the window, but they knew that Anton would get it back.
Right. So I wondered, if someone's right close behind you, sometimes you go on lap 5 because it gives them no alternative. Oh, over the line.
Kallio's done it.
He does get it. So Kallio gets into P2. Steinsholt's gone through. Kallio gets onto row 2 and Jonsson onto row 3. So we said that, didn't we? We thought that was what would happen, but both the pole men have won. So it's Olofsson versus Steinsholt on the front row for the final. Kallio moves up to row 2, where he started the semi from, but he's managed to get in front of Martin Jonsson, who started on row 1 and now will move back to row 3 for the final.
We've barely talked about him, haven't we? But Steinsholt, what a great job he's doing.
He is, yeah.
What did you think of his performance in Julius? Because this weekend he's been pretty impressive.
I went and saw him and he said, I'm still learning. Like, what's hard? Lots of things are hard. We'd had this chat at the start of it was Friday, actually, after practice. And he did a good job there. He won a session on day 2, I think it was. Let me have a look. It was on day 2, yeah. Won a session and qualified 6th. Made it through to the final, got 4th, and you just thought, OK, this is going well. And then looking at today, Hal, he's gone another level up. It was quite a ride from
Kallio.
Yeah, so wasn't it?
Yeah. Or critically, though, keeping the car in one piece.
Made it work. I often think the difference between experience and not is more tricks in the bag when it goes wrong.
Yeah.
I used to say that a lot when I was working at rally schools. They were like, what's the difference? I said, the difference is that when it goes wrong, you've got another backup plan. And you see that with people when they pull the handbrake, they do something, anything to keep the car on or to stop the car from crashing. And that comes with experience. Molly, where you at?
Well, I'm on the pre-grid, actually right next to the tyre cleaning area, so it's loud. And here is Joel Kristoffersen, team manager at the JC team. What are your thoughts now, just before the first semi-final?
Yeah, it's a tough one here. So P3 for Sondre. So trying to go up in the bumper on U1 and trying to have P out of turn 2. So that's the goal.
And just out of curiosity, who's on the radio? Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Sondre now after the launch to discuss how he should tune it in for the race here now.
And what are the words, the final words to him?
No, but just keep calm and be steady on the throttle in the start and don't spin out. So, and we hope to have a good result.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
So there we go. That's a bit of an insight into the planning that does go on in the background. As we've always said, you have a plan until turn 1. But he said Evjen needs to get up on the bumper of Johan. If he can do that, if he can keep Kallio out on the outside line, Evjen can claim P2 right at the start. It's Kristoffersen, Kallio, Evjen, Carlson, Midtschlack and Ostreng. Great start on the front row from Kallio. Going to move across. He's been starting strong all day long. It looks like it's going to get Kristoffersen again. Evjen goes backwards, doesn't get his wish. Over the gravel trap on the outside line. Multiple cars. Carlson drops back into P6. Oh, 3 cars out of the wall. Carlson is out. Facing backwards is Midtschlack in the background. Have we lost another car as well? We've only got 4. We have still got 4 runners. So Midtschlack is facing the wrong way down the back. We got Hans-Joran Ostreng has made it through into P4, and at the minute it's Evjen behind Kristoffersen, but the leader is Kallio.
Big damage to both Midtschlack and Anders Carlson's car, who've both got going in the background. You see them coming down the hill. Kristoffersen's piling the pressure onto Kallio, who is an experienced supercar runner. He won't be feeling it as badly as a rookie, and he's putting a bit of a gap through turn 1. He'll know this circuit so much better than Johan. Johan tucks it into the wall in turn 4, going up the hill.
Up over the crest now comes Kaliakowski, going to go defensive on the brakes. We believe Johan's on 4 new tyres from Molly being down in the paddock, radioed up and said, look, they're putting new boots on the Polo. What's he going to do? Does Johan Kristoffersson go Joker this time round? I reckon he might. Lines up towards the inside line. Now he feels he's quicker. Kristoffersson to the Joker. This is where it counts. Kaliakowski's got to outfox a 4-time World Rallycross champion. How can he do it?
No, I don't think, not on the basis of that Joker lap. What a brilliant entry to the Joker from Johan Kristoffersson. Absolutely nailed it and got the rotation done nicely into the latter phase of that section. He's on a mission now. Look at the attitude of the car. Sends it into the top of the hill. We'll see it in this shot coming over the jump. I think he's going to be visibly closer than he was. He's eating the gap up.
That's ridiculous. He was 1.6 seconds back as they crossed the timing line from a perfect Joker. Kaliakowski, is he going to respond this time round? Does he go Joker? He does. Straight on for Kaliakowski. This then for the front row in the final. Into the right-hander. Watch Kristoffersson on the outside. His Joker, that was perfect. Can Kaliakowski get there? No, he can't. The world champion's got the job done as he needs to. He nails it when he needs to nail it. And that was nailed on. Kristoffersson into the lead.
And very fair from Kaliakowski as well there. Kristoffersson shut the door into the final corner. Kaliakowski could have just picked the throttle up and run Kristoffersson wide. Chose not to do that. Of course, this is going to get him into the final as well. So a great job from the Finnish driver. And he's not being dropped. Look how close he is to the back of Kristoffersson.
He's done a brilliant job, but he will be frustrated. For me, that car's been the fast starter of the day. He's had a couple of brilliant starts, and if he wanted to win, he probably needed to be on the front row. So Kristoffersson going to come through in the left and the right-hander now. And Johan Kristoffersson, the championship leader, is going to go through to the front row of the final. Great performance, as we'd expect from the reigning Rallyx champion. Kaliakowski does a brilliant job to take P2, and Evshen books a spot in the final in 3rd place. Carnage behind them at turn 1. Ostreg, Michalak and Carlson involved in that. Carlson is a DNF, but that was a great drive out front. And it's Kristoffersson just with, it's the perfection, Hal, that it must be so frustrating for everybody else. Talk us through it.
The Fiesta's just so good off the line. The star-built Fiesta with its Pipo engine. He turns in on Kristoffersson. These two have got a lot of racing respect for each other, haven't they? They haven't turned in on each other and aggressively moved each other out of the way. Kaliakowski up front in the background. Very hard to see what went on there, but I think Ostrand got out of shape. Michalak, maybe we'll see from this angle. There's a lock-up from
locks up
Evjen.
and gets into Carlson's door.
So that's a big jump up in the air through the gravel trap from Ostrand.
So is Carlson now? So what happens?
He's going to have contact with Evjen, or he's wide, avoiding Evjen.
No, it's Michalak into the back of him.
They've all just locked up,
into the back of Ostrand, and then Carlson is already a passenger from being on the outside on the gravel. You know,
that's almost a replica of what happened with the Liam Duran Pettit crash 2014 here.
Look at Johan giving just a nudge, just a nudge. I'm going to affect your exit speed. I'm going to be right on your bumper. And then, Hal, you called it, his Joker was absolutely bob on.
You know, when we were with Kevin Hansen in the studio earlier talking about his father Kenneth racing and all the little tricks he had, Johan has those tricks and more in abundance. It's the little nudge just to upset the car. You haven't done anything wrong, but the guy knows you're there, you're in his head, you just... this is an art, and he is a brilliant artist.
He's the master at the minute, isn't he? He really is. He is the master. Kristoffersson through to the final on the front row. Can he make it 3 wins from 3 in Rallyx 2022? Jari Kaliakowski goes through to row 2 and Sondre Evshen to row 3. That is 3 very quick drivers, and we've got 3 more spaces available. It is, in fact, the top 3 that go through from semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2, Molly has just radioed up and said that she thinks everyone is on used tyres. It is quite hard to judge. She would have got around the cars in the pre-grid, and normally you can tell because the Cooper branding's missing from the side, the shoulder gets rubbed off. It's sometimes hard to tell. You might have a set of tyres which hasn't done much work, and that's much harder to tell compared to, brand new to used is easy, but whether or not they've done 2 laps or 8 laps is a little bit harder to tell. But Molly says nobody's got new boots on. Is anybody saving new boots to try and get Johan in the final, who we think has just used his 4 new tyres in the last one?
There's also the operator winner of these tyres. If you go and do 2 laps of practice on them, you're not really taking any life out of them from their optimum.
Yeah.
So you might look like you're on used tyres, but they might have just been scrubbed that little bit in preparation. You wouldn't want to use, and we knew it was going to rain, you wouldn't want to run brand new slicks in the rain. You want them a little bit scrubbed. So yesterday evening, maybe they scrubbed the new set just for a couple of fast laps, just to get them in. So it's frustratingly for us, it's very difficult to tell.
Just give you a heads up, it's 4 new tyres per round, so it was 8 at the first round in Holliers. From round 2 onwards, if you have competed in the series before, you take any 4 used tyres from any previous event this season, and you get 4 new ones if you want to buy them. So someone like Kalle Koski, who's coming at this round, Hal probably had 8 new tyres here because it's his first round, I believe, but I'd have to double check that.
Yeah, and that does give you, as a new driver, it does give you a good advantage. Yeah.
Interestingly, both Ekstrom and Kristoffersson think the compound is slightly harder than it was before, and if that's the case, there might be a slightly longer operating window. Grönholm, German, Brindersen, Belevsky, Vaby and Bergstrom. I reckon this is the tougher semi-final in terms of outright pace. Who's got it at the start? Great launch, Brindersen row 2 straight underneath Grönholm. He's going to be able to keep German on the outside line here. Contact between them. Oh, Belevsky's off on the outside. Grönholm, the rear of the car, gets cooked up. Brindersen into the lead. OC Vaby moves into P2. Niklas Grönholm's been dropped down into 3rd place.
Vaby absolutely made hay there, didn't he? In the carnage through the first couple of corners. Grönholm lost out badly on the exit of turn 1. Brindersen, though, in the right place at the right time. Not like in Q1 earlier today where the car got pitched up in the air. Now we're going to see what Grönholm's got. This is going to need to be really good Joker strategy from Jussi Pinamäki.
I'm surprised he didn't go. Philip German's gone, and I think that's a good move. The only problem is whether or not he's going to catch up with Gustav or not. Gustav Bergstrom qualified P6. You know, he's still learning a little bit.
I don't think you could Joker on the first lap.
Look at Grönholm all over the back of Vaby, but it's allowing Brindersen to get away, Hal.
Yeah, this moment it's damage limitation, isn't it? It's about making sure you can get to the final at all. Ideally now on the 2nd row, all over the back of the WRC2 regular. German in the background has taken the Joker, hasn't he? So he's at risk now.
He's only 1.8 off the back of Gustav Bergstrom.
But they can't risk joking. You can't risk joking at this stage, I don't think, and risk coming out.
Grönholm on the inside line of Vaby finds better traction on the exit. Brilliant pass by the Finn, racing at home, got the grip, launches up the inside. Lovely job.
He is so good through that corner. We saw that in the World Rallycross Championship event here a few years ago, and again this morning he got Belevsky in that same corner. Just gets the nose well in to get the drive out of the corner. Great job from Niklas Grönholm.
Absolutely epic pass, wasn't it? Grönholm now has got to chase down Brindersen, so we didn't think he wants to be on the front row. If Grönholm wants to beat Kristoffersson, he needs a front row start. I wonder if he'll do an alternate strategy to Brindersen. He has to, really. He's got to go Joker. In he goes. So he goes in. Vaby goes standard lap. It can depend whether if Vaby gets in the way of Grönholm on the exit here. Can Grönholm get back out in front of OC Vaby or not? He's got the inside line, but Vaby's going to be right there. Niklas Grönholm does get out in front just 1 lap later. Got to hold on. It's going to compromise his speed on this lap. Brindersen should be able to get out in front. It's 2.7 the gap. It should be enough.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he made that. He did a really good Joker to get back out in front of Vaby. I thought that was a big risk. Well, it was a big risk just to make sure you've got track position, but I think Brindersen's going to be too far up the road in front as long as he does a tidy job now.
Thomas Brindersen, semi-final at round 1. He got P4 at round 2 at Holliers, but this time might be able to, from row 2 of this race into the Joker lap, get onto the front row. Niklas Grönholm going to do everything he can to deny him. Brindersen comes out of the Joker on the inside lap. It's not enough from Grönholm. Thomas Brindersen joins Johan Kristoffersson on the front row. OC Vaby comes through to take P3 behind Niklas Grönholm. And we've got a hell of a final lineup, but Grönholm is not on the front row, and for me, needed to be to take the fight to Kristoffersson. Having said that, look at what happened in turn 1 there. Anything can happen.
Vaby was lucky there as well that German had an issue towards the end. Now watch Grönholm starting from pole. Brindersen has a great launch from row 2, and what happens to Nicholas? He just gets run deep, doesn't he? They run
Is
side.
Brindersen in the back of him there, Hal? Because why has he gone straight on unless he's locked up with Bergstrom?
I think he's locked up with German.
Sorry, German.
Yeah, he's brake late. The rear of the car picks up, so that the yaw is, he was lucky there as well, not to run further wide.
German's it's not deliberate. German's trying to turn in with Niklas. Niklas is almost trying to run them wide, and where he's pushing into Niklas's rear left, Niklas can't rotate right, can he?
Yeah.
So he ends up going straight on. It was actually a great recovery. That pass on Vaby was brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah, he is a really, really good rallycross driver now.
If Vaby hadn't jokered on lap 3, Hal, I think Grönholm would have had a bit more track. Look how close he was to Brindersen here. But he'd had the little battle with Vaby, and it meant that he lost time on the exit with this here. So this here, look. He's compromised both on the entry here.
I still don't think it would have been enough.
No, but he would have been closer, wouldn't it?
But Fabi's also lucky that Grönholm ran into trouble on the last lap, because otherwise I think he wasn't making it to the final this afternoon.
Good effort, Niklas, but great from Brinterson. All coming from an absolutely mega launch. Got behind Grönholm and held on to that position. Then the problems for Grönholm in turn one let Brinterson through. Whole shot straight through to the win. Grönholm tried to close him down, gets P2. OC Vaby goes through in P3. So where the top three went through from the first semi-final, we've had one driver from each row through for the rest. Woo-wee. Hot diggity dog. Right. Take a breath, people. 5 races to go. 5 big trophies to give out. Well, medium-sized trophies.
Johan likes them, at least.
He does.
He hasn't won many before. So.
No, something. To be honest, yeah, it's a good job. He must be running out of space at home for trophies anyway. So I'm sure if there were monsters, he'd need another trophy room, wouldn't he? Go on, Johan. Couple of kids there, look, playing down at the front of the grandstand. I met a couple of Finnish kids earlier on, and their dad, who said they're regular viewers, but it was his daughter's first time at the Rallycross, so she had the ear defenders with her. He said, my son's been 5 or 6 times. I was like, good on you, nicely done. Look at that, they've got the old, what was that, like a jumpsuit, romper suit? I want one of those. Especially when it's a bit too warm now, probably. Hal's changed into the shorts again.
It is warm.
He had a quick outfit change in the middle of the semi-finals, actually, Hal Ridge did.
Wasn't in the middle of a semi-final,
well, it was towards the start. I mean, if they'd been quick on the comms box camera, we could have seen Hal getting changed in the background. But unfortunately, Robert's a bit tired today, so he missed that gem. But there we go. Molly, what a guan? Where are you?
I'm out in the forest here, it feels like, and we're just going to stop Marcus, because that was a fantastic race.
The race was okay, but the start was not good. Somebody pushed Niklas, or what happened in the... He was first in the corner, but then he came out as a 3rd or 4th, I don't know. But then he was racing okay.
Yeah, it was side-by-side contact with German, Hal says.
Yes, and he was fighting this time. Good. But okay, semi, you need to take the pole. Now he's behind you again, so let's see for the semi. Final.
Hang on, there's a question from Hal. Why is Niklas so good out of the penultimate corner?
Penultimate? I don't know. I have no idea. But okay, not so happy. I think Niklas is not so happy with the 2nd position, because Johan is in front on the start line. So it will be a hell of a fight to win.
It certainly will, but Johan just used 4 new tyres for the semi-final, and I'm sure that Niklas has some new tyre left.
We have 6 new. No, what? I don't know.
It's not possible, is
No,
it?
It's not possible. I have no idea.
You have no idea?
No.
Okay. But hopefully, maybe you.
Yeah, hopefully they are okay to fight. Yeah. Now the final is 5 laps, so there is time, hopefully.
And do you care about the ice hockey result?
Yes, I was looking.
Congratulations.
We are in the final.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
In 2 finals, huh?
Yes, in 2 finals.
Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you.
First of all, he has no idea why Niklas is fast out the last corner, and then Niklas has 6 tyres. He's like, I don't know actually how many tyres he's got. We love you, Marcus, don't we?
Well, absolutely, yeah. It's very difficult to know whether he's how much of it is honest, but of course he knows. He loves to play this game that he's just a spectator in the team. He's so entrenched in that team that, yes, he leaves the big decisions to Jussi Pinamäki, the team manager, but Marcus is across it as well. He knows exactly how many tyres Niklas has got to play with.
I wonder what he has. But as Marcus pointed out, and as Weird pointed out, he is unfortunately on row 2. Oh, there's Vigo picking up bits of his drone. Is that all they found? Is it just the camera? So that's Vigo.
He's always smiling, Vigo, isn't he? He looks delighted. He looks like he's had a massive shunt.
I don't know. How many drones does he bring?
Do you think he speaks Finnish?
2 drones. Only 2? Maybe 4. Peter has no idea either.
There is lots of fingers in the air.
All that Rallyx has is people who have no idea what's going on, including me and Hal quite a lot of the time. Okay, 2 with live link. He's behind the camera if you're wondering. So 2 with live link and 2 without. So hopefully that's not one of the live link ones. The live link one means we can take the pictures during the race. The other ones means we can only take the pictures as replays. They bring a memory card back in.
What I've learned about Vigo, though, is he's also a brilliant drone engineer. So there'll be a late one tonight when he rebuilds whatever's necessary.
He's as busy as most of the paddock was after Q1 this morning, where a lot of people appeared to have taken their brains out and forgotten how much parts cost. I think I went and saw Maria Eriksson. She was like, "This is kitchen." She turned around like, "This is office." There was a laptop on top of like a barrel full of cooking oil or something. She's like, "That is parts truck." And I said, "Has it been busy?" She said, "Yes, it has, very busy." So your Q1 was apparently pretty interesting. We were stood up in the spotters area, so we couldn't see down to turn 1. But yeah, good times in Kouvola. Grönholm's been given a time penalty and loses a position. So Grönholm's been given a penalty.
What for, I wonder?
I wonder what for. What for? What's the time penalty for? We demand to know. Do we know what for? Molly's going to try and find out. I pushed a button there that allows me to talk to people. There's a lot of buttons on this, you know. It's not as easy as you think. So Molly's going to try and find out. Molly, what do you think? What for?
They're looking in the truck, I'm hearing, at the replays.
Right, so...
Lap. Corner before the penultimate corner on lap
we're going to see... OK, we think we've found it. Here we go. Have a look at this. The replay guys have been checking it out. Have a goosey gander at this. Where is it? Here it is. Watching Grönholm in behind OC Vaby. So Vaby in the Bauhaus colour car. Oh, dear. Molly's just told you that he's got a time penalty. Oh, this isn't where he passed him, is it? Or is it? We're saying that... OK, so this is... so this is the pass, isn't it? So, no, it's not. I'm not sure about that. If he didn't gain an advantage, what's the point if he didn't pass him? He doesn't hit him here. I think that's harsh, personally, but there you go.
I don't...
Well, you say what you like, Krista. Sorry, mate. I know we sometimes.
I don't think that was it. I didn't see anything there.
Right. So you don't think that's the moment? So TV, do we know that is the moment, or is it? Could it be? Did he push him again when he passed him? Can we get that replay from slightly earlier of the pass there? Can we get it on the way into the corner, or were we on a different angle? I know we're talking directly live on air here, but it doesn't matter because it gives you guys a bit of insight into how we do this. So Molly says the team have no idea.
So this is what it would be about, but
This is the same corner as we've just seen, but we think this is later in. This is where the pass is. Yes. Okay. So is this the same one we've just seen?
No, this is the pass. So that's quite a big nudge in the rear, but that's still.
It's okay. So the first one for me is definitely not a penalty. That one, if you could argue it's pushing to pass, but I'm not. I want people to race as well. We did have this a bit in several series. There's Niklas last year. Look at Marcus in the background. Oh, that is a great shot, isn't it? Like the two generations. Marcus in the background, Niklas in the foreground.
UC running off here, trying to figure out what's
so
going
UC is apparently, you might be able to hear Molly on the camera down there. She's just saying UC's running off, trying to figure out what's going on. Marcus is potentially, there's an online notice board, so you may well be looking on that to see what the steward's decision is. Either way, it puts Niklas down to the third row. Here we go.
Wait, what is the penalty for?
Niklas was overtaking, like normally he was not pushing. I don't know.
Because it's clear that you guys don't understand.
We don't understand anything.
And it's 5 seconds, it's a big penalty.
Yeah. I need to wipe my ass again with a steward's paper like I did in Rally, so best regards.
Quote of the year. Maybe quote that. Is that the best Marcus Grönholm quote ever? I need to wipe my ass again on the steward's papers as I did in Rally. Kind regards. Was that what he said?
Best regards.
Best regards. Marcus, you're a legend. Amazing. Okay, on to the final of Crosscar Junior, while we just take in what Marcus Grönholm said live on TV. You legend. Oito off the line with Hallen alongside. Moving from the outside of row 2, who's moved across? It's Lucas Anderson, I think, has started into P3.
It is, yeah.
It is, yeah. So Anderson gets into P3. Great start. I know on the outside, going to lose loads of time through there, but it's Uito, Hallonen and Anderson moving across from 4th into 3rd off the start. Great job.
Oh, Hallonen's all over the back of him, coming down the hill. Now the grip's up. It's so much easier to find the braking point rather than earlier on in the day. I quite like to brush the track between each of these finals now just to make it a little bit more challenging and more interesting for us. But great job by that top 3 just to get the braking done and get nice and tidily through the hairpin. There's a big gap building after the top 3 here. They could be very clever with the Joker strategy now.
I was going to say there's 5 laps now, Hal, so this does change a little bit what you can do, but also the fact that you're in the final. We said this a few times with Andreas last time at Holliers, particularly when you've got 3 semis. There can be somebody in the semi who's qualified 1st to 4th, and then there's somebody in the semi who's qualified 14th to 18th, and the speed differential there means it's risky to joker early. When you reach the final, you can joker early if you want. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It depends who's in the race, what the pace difference is. I think running second, you've got to stay out. Third, it's probably worth a risk.
So Anderson goes from 3rd, and I think that's the right decision. Again, remember the juniors don't have spotters, so they have to make their own decisions.
It's made it work already.
Get information on the merge, yeah. So Anderson's made that work. Hallonen has lost time to Uito out front. Hallonen was right there on the first lap, but Uito is lapping more quickly. Uito's banged in best lap of the race there, Hal, from the looks of things. Screen's gone purple.
Bit of contact in the background. Sorry, Andrew, I was looking at the side-by-side contact through turn 1. I think it was Norstrand who lost out.
They're still going, look in the background, so no block track at least.
Uito doing what he did in the semi-finals, just eking out a margin. Hallonen looked really good on the first lap. But
Hallonen's going to go joker Hallonen. I think that's a good move. He won't know for sure, but it's 2.5 seconds back to Anderson, and I think Anderson's made mistakes, or Hallonen's had a good lap there, because he's going to come out in front. That's a great move by Lauri Hallonen. Really good awareness, and maybe not the perfect lap from Anderson to get the overlap, because I thought Anderson looked quicker. Certainly Anderson, when he's chasing, looks racier.
And now I would joker, as Uito is the leader, I would joker now, because there's never a replacement for track position. If he gets a puncture now and you still need a joker, likely to be game over, but I would joker now just to cover off the place and keep the position.
Yeah, so with a puncture, you know, you can keep the door shut. It's a long way round the outside in any of these corners. From the hairpin onwards, it's a long way round the outside, isn't it? So Hal's dead right from a safety point of view, but Uito stays out.
Yeah, and I think as a driver you have the confidence just to keep going, but ultimately track position is king, isn't it? I'm not saying what he's doing is wrong.
No, of course.
But I think that's how I would approach. But you also risk dropping yourself into the traffic. If you make a bit of a mistake in the joker, then you've got to fight your way back for it.
Without a spotter as well, Hal, it may well be that you have a conversation. I'm not sure how old Uito is, but you have a conversation and go, right, the score is, if you're leading, you do not joker until the last lap. If you don't know what's going on,
fair enough, yeah,
because it's a good, tactically, it's what Johan would do, and it's kind of the right thing. But I also, if you had a radio, you might go, you got 3.9. If you know it's not close, you'd go.
It's all irrelevant because he's absolutely smashing it and pulling the margin, so it's fine.
0.7 again on that last lap. So Uito going to slot into the joker lap this time round. He was 3rd in the standings, just 2 points back from Lauri Hallonen. But Hallonen has got no answer for him here today. Uito comes through to take a clean sweep in round 3 of Rallyx 2022. Uito wins, 2nd time this year. Hallonen, the championship leader, comes through in P2. And it's Lucas Anderson in P3. So the top 3 in the standings finish top 3 here at Kouvola for round 3. A whole round, of course, to go again tomorrow. But for Michael Uito, an absolutely brilliant performance.
Anderson made quite a mistake in the final corner as well. Lucky to not pay a too heavy price for that. Look at Hallonen, looks to the inside of Uito through the first corner. But Hallonen was all over the back of him early on. Bit of fighting forward position. The track's cleaned a little bit wider there. I think after the Supercar semi-finals, which makes it a little easier for these tiny little cross-car machines to find the grip. Anderson was all over the back of Hallonen.
Which is where I thought he was going to get Hallonen when he joked.
So did I.
Hallonen had, on the first lap, Hal, he had a wicked exit from this corner. And I wonder if that's why he was right all over Uito, because you've got such a long run from there down to the braking zone in the downhill hairpin. But from then on, Uito's checked out. And great. Hallonen, he did a good one earlier today as well, didn't he, in Q3 that we saw. But yeah, top 3 in the championship, top 3 in the final again.
And look at in the background, Anderson's going to... Oh, he was lucky there that he didn't get forced that bit extra wide and into the gravel on the outside.
So round 3 goes to Michael Uito and Crosscar Junior from Lauri Hallinen and Lucas Anderson. They were the top 3 in the standings, separated by just 2 points between them. Uito was down in 3rd. That might well see him take the lead in the championship. Of course, there's points from qualifying as well as from the finals here, but it's a brilliant drive. It's his 2nd win in a row. 6th in the final in Hollius, retired in that one at round 1, takes the win in round 2, and good to go. Taking a win here, 2 in a row.
Michael, congratulations, taking the win here in the Crosscar Junior. How do you feel?
I'm so excited. Car works very good. What a weekend.
What a weekend, exactly. Well done.
Yes.
There you go, and there's your answer. I wasn't sure how old he was, because they can be anything from 11 through to 16. And I would suggest Uito's closer to 11 than 16. I might be wrong, but great stuff. Oh, Marcus is taking the walk to see the stewards. Has he been called in? He wants the paper, then he's off to the bathroom. Or is he appealing? If they appeal, they'll have to put some cash down to appeal. Yet there's an appeal fee if you want to make an appeal. Or has he been called to see the stewards because they were watching the feed? I suspect not. When they watch the feed later, I don't know how amused they'll be, but it's... were you not amused? I was amused. Were you not entertained? Penttinen, Osterberg, Rajala, Ikmarstad, Vanica and Yuga. Long on hold. Osterberg with a great reaction time, the same for Rajala on the background. Penttinen gets good traction off the line. Rajala moves out, tries to move Ikmarstad out wide. Ikmarstad going to try and go around the outside, ends up on the dirt. Rajala almost end over end. Osterberg sideways too. Penttinen holds the lead. Rajala drops down into P7. Yuga gets through too. Out front then it is. Who's coming up over the crest in the lead? There we go. It's Penttinen from Osterberg, and Rajala trying to find a way round. Woo! Turn 1 was exciting.
How did Ikmarstad get away with that and still run 4th on the outside of Rajala, who ran so wide and had that massive moment? But when it's going right for you, it's going right, isn't it? And Penttinen's been driving brilliantly today.
Yeah, great drive so far. Pasi Penttinen was P2 in the standings after qualifying. Of course, Patrick Hallberg went out in the semi-finals. Penttinen won Q3. 15th actually in Q2, so a P3 in Q1 and a P1 in Q3 was enough to give Penttinen 2nd in the standings. Say, with Patrick Hallberg going out, where's Penttinen overall?
So the 2 guys at the back of the field have now jokered, so Ikmarstad has to joker this time around if the guys in front don't. Hoping that the 2 at the back of the field, Yuga and Rajala, hold each other up, because Ikmarstad's losing time here and he really wants to finish on the podium to score big points this weekend. He's not going to joker because the man in front does.
Vanica, I think it is, has gone into the joker. Yep. No, Vanica was running a really big... Yeah, he's running a really big rear wing. I remember seeing that in the semi-finals. So Rajala is so spotting in where? 5th place, Hal. Yuga down in 6th. So there's a pack there between them. That's tidy, isn't it, for Ikmarstad?
Yeah, so I think Ikmarstad needs to stay out now and get the hammer down, because we know he's got good ultimate power.
Oh, he spins! Ikmarstad has spun just as we said that. He looked like he was a bit lit on the way in. He's hooked the barrier on the inside line. Ikmarstad, who was running, he's leading the championship coming here.
I am sorry, Thomas.
He'll be fine. Ikmarstad's going to leave this round. Even if he finishes P6 here, he's still going to lead. He had a huge lead over Hallberg, who's not in the final.
Great observation from Osterberg's spotter now. They've seen the carnage behind. Get Yimi in and out of the joker. That not only protects his position, but now he's going to get some really clear air if he's got any chance of closing down Penttinen.
Pasi Penttinen leads, a lap and a half to go. This is where the problem was. Did they get on the radio and say to him? No, I doubt it, because they wouldn't have been able to see actually where Ikmarstad's problem was, because the spotters we think are on. Maybe they'd be watching the feed.
But you know that who's spotters now? Your Osterberg's?
No, I'm Penttinen's. He looked like he was backed off to be
right, okay,
give him a shout and go, there's been a problem, just you wind it in a bit. He's got a good gap, it's 3.3.
I think he'll joker now. Yeah, he's going to try and cover off Osterberg.
So this is what Hal was saying about earlier. It looks like he missed a gear, Hal, on the way in. Did you hear the revs go up high? So I wonder if he was getting a neutral in the box, but he gets out nicely in front. It might just have been the picture of the revs rising as he got the car sideways in. So the fight now for 3rd is between Vanica, Rajala and Yuga. And those guys are absolutely nose to tail in the background. Watch this in the background. This is for 3rd place, the last place on the podium. This is what we want to watch. Oh, come on, Yuga having a look on the inside of Rajala, but can't quite get there. Vanica trying to hold the inside line. Lovely exit through there. Rajala might have another opportunity as they come down to the bottom of the hill. There are your leaders.
Ryler's all over the back now. I don't think there's going to be, you've just got to get it stopped on the apex here to protect the inside, and that's going to be enough because there isn't another opportunity now without a mistake, I don't think.
Pasi Penttinen into the final couple of corners with Osterberg behind. We're going to focus on the battle for third. Penttinen coming through. Osterberg going to be P1, P2. What's going on in the background? What's going on in the background? There we are. Running out wide. It's going to be Vanica going to hold on. Ryler's right there after the Larry turn one. Ryler nearly gets the podium. So nearly gets the podium.
I thought Vanica would run too wide then, but what about the winner? Penttinen did a brilliant job today.
He's in the GRZ squad, I think it's called. It's him and Rico Hukar are running that together. Not as good a start as Osterberg, but had the inside line. Watch here now, Ryler is in third. Does he get a touch from Murstad? Not really. And look at Osterberg and Ryler. Osterberg on the nose and Ryler too through turn one. Here it is from the other angle. So Ryler's in the luminous yellow buggy on the inside. It was him we were focusing on actually, but Osterberg had just as wild a ride look on the lock stops. Boom. Get some. Launched up into the air. Wow.
I bet that doesn't feel as violent in the cross car. You often have a moment in a car and you don't realise quite how dramatic it looks from the outside. Sometimes you do, of course, but you'll be so focused on trying to get the thing stopped for the next corner. This was a great battle. If you're
enjoying this, make sure you like and subscribe to Rallyx on all our various social medias. Eek Murstad, well, I'm sure he's liked and subscribed already, but he won't be enjoying it like we're enjoying the action. But
but still good points. Important that he got to the final to get those points.
Exactly. You know, okay, in the end, what did he end up with? He ended up with 1, didn't he? And he would have preferred 8. But there you go.
Because Hallberg didn't make the final, did he?
No,
and that's critical.
And Hallberg, mind you, Hallberg was... Eek Murstad was 15 points in front of Hallberg. So there we go. Molly.
Here we have him, the winner of Crosscar, a huge smile on his face and also breathing a big sigh of relief.
Yes, it's amazing day. I'm a lucky guy.
Tell us why you're a lucky guy.
I mistake heat 2 and heat 3 is good and semi-final, final. It's
winning feeling is good, yeah?
Yes, it's fantastic. Yes, thank you.
Great, love it. I think he meant lucky guy. Personally, I think he was appreciating having a great time. You know, I don't think he meant luck in the race. I might be wrong, but I think he just meant I'm a lucky guy. I'm having a great time. It was a great time. 3:37.116 is enough for Pasi Penttinen to win from Jini Osterberg and Marco Vanica. Vanica was not there in Hollius, so great performance to get a podium at home. Ryler 4th after a wild ride through the gravel trap. Yuga 5th, and Eek Murstad, who is leading the standings, will continue. There we go. Okay, so the gap comes down. It was 15 points, but Hallberg was in second, so it's actually Pasi Penttinen who was in third place, has closed down the gap. So Thomas Eek Murstad on 72, Pasi Penttinen on 63, and then Patrick Hallberg on 57. So just between the top 3, 15 points. It was 15 between the top 2 before. Marco Vanica looks straight into 16th place with a great result here. Take a look at the standings for junior cross car. Michael Uitu takes the lead, 78 points from Lauri Hallinen on 76, so it was a 2-point lead for Hallinen over Uitu in third place, and now Uitu has flipped that round the other way and is 2 points up. Lucas Anderson, look, is only 9 points off the lead. Anderson was in P2, just 2 points off, so Anderson lost out by about 7 points compared to the 2 in front of him, but I reckon a great battle on there. Tomorrow, of course, is the halfway point. This is a 7-round series. We're on round 4 tomorrow. And I think when we leave here, we'll have a great indication of where we're at in terms of championships. Hal, that was good, wasn't it?
It was brilliant, yeah.
That was good.
The finals always deliver, don't they? Even if it's a boring final, there's just something about a final in a Rallycross event that there's a little bit more at stake.
It's an accumulation of your whole day's efforts, isn't it? Or in some events, the whole weekend's efforts. And just, a lot rides on it. So a lot rides on this then for Olli Lahti on the front row. TQ, Thomas Venäläinen, who qualified in 4th, will be hoping to capitalise on a great start here. Can he get one? Venäläinen off the line. Oh, straight in. He did that Simon Tiger before and they got in trouble for it. Oh, up in the first corner. Contact. The Mercedes ends off to the side. absolute carnage. Ryler gets collected, Venäläinen goes through, the Mercedes goes through, Ryler parked on the outside of the track. I think it's Niemi parked on the inside. Is it Niemi spins the car back round? Ryler gets going.
Niemi's
got a car parked in turn one. So where's the carnage, Hal? Absolute carnage.
I can't believe there's 3 cars in the shot for the lead, given what happened in turn 1. I think,
there is your TQ, man. How livid is he? Pretty chilled.
Pretty chilled about that. I think, obviously we need to see the replay as Johansson takes to the Joker for the first time of asking, clever move that, just get it out of the way, still hold position, so barring any disaster, that's secured a runner-up slot.
Yeah.
There's still 5 cars going unbelievably after that first corner.
Right, look at the front end. The front end is completely up in the air. You've got a car parked on the outside, fair bit of stuff lining the track.
But I do think Venäläinen might have been the catalyst to all of that by getting stuck in the first corner before turn 1.
Do you remember what happened with him and Simon Tiger? They did exactly that. They got into each other 2 or 3 times down the start-finish straight. You can move across, but you just, you don't move until you get contact. You squeeze, don't you? So, I don't know. The stewards will make a decision on it, but at the minute Venäläinen leads. He responds now to the Joker from Johansson.
It's going to be enough.
Tuomas Venäläinen going to come out in the lead here. Picks up the front right wheel. We appreciate the Smurf machine, even if the occupants of the turn 1 gravel track might not. But we'll see. I'm sorry for Olli Lahti, because as TQ guy, yeah, that's not what he wanted. But we need to see the replays before we make any kind of judgment on that. And it's not really our place to, but we'll have a crack at it.
Oh, yeah, of course. But I also hope that his damage isn't so bad that he can't get back for tomorrow. All of these teams are very good in the paddock as Venäläinen's machine fires flames out of the rear into the hairpin, but it would be such a shame if Lahti can't be back tomorrow, so I hope it's a relatively easy fix for the guys tonight.
You know when Venäläinen's off the throttle because it just breathes flames, basically, so every time he lifts off the throttle, flames pour from the exhaust, and it's just good, really.
Maybe tomorrow we could put some food at the rear of his car during Q2.
We've got to swing a burger off a tie wrap.
And then it'd be ready for us to come off air at the end of the session.
Like, so just we're going to hang a sausage.
There's liquid pouring out of the back of his car through the first corner. And yeah, I wonder, it could just be unburnt fuel, couldn't it, before he's ignited it, but it looked like, I think the radiator would almost certainly be in the rear of that car, the water cooling.
When he's on the throttle though, you see a lot of vapour from the exhaust, do you see? I don't know if it was on the other side. Is it just the exhaust, was it?
Maybe so. Well, the exhaust on that side.
The exhaust is on the left, yeah. Right, let's watch Venäläinen through turn 1 as he gives it a little flick. Yeah, Johansson is looking dangerous here. I wonder if you're right, Hal. Johansson trying to go round the outside of Venäläinen. We know that car's got a little bit of a hybrid kick in the electric. What nerfs off a bit of the trash that's left in turn 1 from all the contact. Venäläinen.
Johansson's getting a bit wild.
He is getting wild. Oh, it's getting wild at the back as well. That's Ryler and Niemi. Ryler, mate, I'm not sure if that was a pass or not. We've been so focused out the front. Either way, it's for the last spot on the podium. Gabrielsen is a long way back.
Where's Johansson gone? Oh, there.
Johansson's on a go slow. So is he gonna manage to, what happened? Did he spin? Where's Ryler? How far back is Ryler? And how slow is Johansson? Johansson's going really slowly. Can Ryler nick turn to P2 before the finish line? Venäläinen going to take the win, but watch now in the background for Ryler and Niemi. Could they both get a podium spot here? Overcomes. Venäläinen has made it. Whereabouts is Johansson? We need to see Johansson. There he is. Ryler's right up behind. Get a look to the inside line. Ryler gets P2. Niemi gets P3. Johansson drops down into P4 and the last lap gutted. And Ryler comes back from carnage in turn 1 to get P2. Venäläinen, Hal was dead right. There's something pouring out the back of that car. Let's hope it's not fuel. But wow.
That was bonkers.
It was, wasn't it?
So 2 of the cars on the podium were facing the wrong way in turn 1.
Yeah. Tuomas Venäläinen is
pouring fluid all over the racetrack.
Yeah, he is. I wonder if his spotters on the radio saying,
we've been hoping
for race
rain
tomorrow. Look at the toe-in on that. Look at the toe-in on it. Yeah, there's a lot of toe-in on that. Right, here we go. So, Tuomas moves across. Yeah. Well, no, but did the pole man move out, Hal? I'd need a different angle. Did you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like they met each other. Look at Johansson. Gets absolutely launched in the Mercedes. And then, did he hit Lahti on the way back too? Here it is for another angle. Watch this. So Lahti sideways, but then the car hooks up, and poor old Johansson gets launched. Actually, you know what? Lahti just got really sideways in turn 1, and then Rayala gets turned around. So does Niemi.
So I'm going to retract what I said in the race, because I don't think that was actually Venäläinen's fault in the first corner. I'd really like to see that again if we've got time before the end. But it was Gabrielsson in the Starlet that made a brilliant start from row 2, I think, who then had contact with the rear of Venäläinen and moved Venäläinen over. But it was almost a different scenario with Lahti and Johansson in the first corner that caused a different moment.
Just quickly, Hal, I know I say it often, but good spot, Hal Ridge. Like, seeing that fluid come out, mate. We've said it before. Eyes of a bat, unless he's wearing his glasses. Ryan comes through to take P3 for Niemi. When did we didn't even see? Do we see a spin here? Does he tap the barrier on the inside? Because that's where it went wrong, isn't it? Venäläinen's come round. Yeah, he's getting some applause. Go on, Thomas. Well done, mate. Big wave to the crowd. P1. Oh dear, look at that. That's a lot of work needed to do on the Starlet, isn't it?
I'm sure nothing they haven't done before.
Yeah, the problem with the start is unless you can see it from above and figure out what happened off the line, directly off the line.
I'd like just to see it again from that front camera, because I do think it was actually 2 separate incidents.
Can we see it again in the truck? Can we just see the start from the frontist, the most front angle you've got? Maybe we'll see in a second. Venäläinen from Rayala and Niemi, who were both facing the wrong direction in turn 1. Johansson holds on to 4th, would have been 2nd. It was close to Venäläinen until they had some sort of an issue on the final lap. Gabrielsson, and then, oh, here we go, look, bringing over the flag. Yes, go on. Wicked. Look, down there. Does Thomas realise, oh, someone no, they've sent the kids back. I mean, I do get it. They shouldn't climb over the wall, really. Molly, go. Who are the kids?
Yeah, that's a good question. Who are the kids, Thomas?
My kids.
Yeah, there we go.
No, always. They are with us.
Oh, but congratulations on a brilliant win. Tell us about the race.
Thank you. I drove 12 years, and now first win for the big game.
Wow.
I don't know.
And does it feel like you thought it would feel?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just happy.
Quite emotional.
Yes. I work very hard this thing.
Okay, we'll let you go to your kids now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 11 on the car, but 12 years for Thomas Venäläinen, and he says that's his first ever big victory. We love the Smurf livery. We love the flames on the side of the car. He's always got his kids with him. Congratulations.
He was pretty emotional then, wasn't he?
Yeah, I love that, though. Makes me emotional. I love it.
Brilliant. And just a great insight into the amount of work everybody that goes competing does to get in to do this sport.
Yeah, I worked really hard was the key moment there, wasn't it, for me? Yeah, brilliant. Love it. My favourite thing about it. Things like that. Amazing. Okay. Championship standings. Jonas Dowsett, the Jakobsen, continues to lead despite not being here this weekend. Victor Johansson moves up. Let me see, where's my open two-wheel drive standings from last time? Victor Johansson moves up. He's only just 1 point behind. 2 seconds. Joni-Pekka Rayala is into 3rd. So yeah, Victor Johansson was in 4th coming here, and he's going away effectively kind of leading the championship. I wonder if Jakobsen will look at the points and go, you know what, I should go to Riga and Sweden and see if I can finish the job. Simon Engsvig is up there, and despite not being here this weekend. So it's Victor Johansson, Rayala and Mika Nilsson. Simon Tiger is there in 5th. So
missed opportunity for Tiger, isn't it?
Yeah, but still there. But yeah, you kind of, we'll have to see. It depends who comes to Riga.
We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Of course, yeah. God, blimey. Knackered already. We've only done one day. You're killing us with all the action. Olofsson on the pole for round 3 of Rallyx Supercar Lites. He's had a brilliant day so far. TQ.
No favouritism, but I hope he finishes it, because I think a win would do him so much good.
It would do him a lot of good, definitely. Alongside him, Ole Henry Steinsholt, then it's Enlund, Kallio, Jonsson and Mattis Janssen. Row 2 is danger. Enlund and Kallio Olofsson with a good start, moves across, squeezing Ola Henry Steinsholt out, gives himself a bit of room up to turn 1. Kallio puts a door close on Enland. Enland drops to P5.
Great.
Ola Steinsholt into P2, and but your leader is Olofsson. Tidy start, a lot of respect.
Sorry, Andrew, great start from Kallio to shut the door, and Enland, great awareness, and that's just his massive experience in rallycross now to defend the position from the first corner. But as we would expect, Olofsson up front and Steinsholt continuing to do a brilliant job.
So Steinsholt right in there. Olofsson and Steinsholt looking for great results here if they can get them. Kallio, remember, is kind of on a guest appearance here, coming up for celebrating 10 years of the Lights car, and Andreas Eriksson keen to put people who've performed well in that car, isn't he, over the years in it. So God knows why he put me in it after Hollies for a few laps. We'll show you that tomorrow. But yeah, Olofsson leads. Olofsson's got to keep this together, Hal, and Ola Henry Steinsholt as well. Just be a great result for both of them. Steinsholt with a best of 4th. In Hollies.
Enland's checked himself into the fight for the podium here by taking that early Joker lap. Already closing on the back of Jonsson now. Under pressure from Janssen as well, but someone's going to have to respond here. I would probably respond if I was Steinsholt at the moment, because the top 4 are running quite close together. Kallio's in danger here.
So Kallio could be overlapped by Enland, but chose not to go in on that last lap. Olofsson has a 0.8 second lead out front. Steinsholt and Kallio. And Jonsson having not jokers. Oh, Enland makes a mistake, so Enland's run
scruffy.
really wide. That's going to lose him loads of time. But again, it's out of sight of the spotters, and this is where actually how they could do with watching the feed. Even if it's a few seconds back, you might just get enough time to say, don't respond to him, don't respond. You know, this has happened in the background. Steinsholt doesn't go, Kallio does, so Kallio's gone in, and that could be go because he's made a mistake. Yes, Kallio into the Joker lap now, going to try and come back out in front of Jonsson, and does.
Great
tactics, brilliant move.
Yeah, Fraser McConnell on the radio for Jesse Kallio, learning as he goes up from a different aspect of the sport, and a great call there by Fraz to get Kallio in and out.
So Fraz, could be a good learning process for him as well to understand the huge amount of pressure. I know he's done that kind of thing before. He spent a lot of time with OMSE, but for him to understand that pressure of the spotters and things and making the decision for himself. Olofsson continues to lead from Steinsholt. Steinsholt must go this lap if Olofsson doesn't. He's got a little margin of 2.6, and this time he does. So Ola Henry Steinsholt going in, going to try and protect his position from Jesse Kallio behind. Into the Joker lap now. Watch for Kallio on the exit on the standard lap, and Ola Henry has done enough. Good job by him. This is a super tidy final. Nowhere near the carnage we've seen in the previous ones, but Ola Henry Steinsholt looking for a first podium in Lights.
What a drive. Great job, and such a big learning curve to be fighting against such experienced drivers. Runs a little bit wide in turn 4. Kallio's going to close on the back, going up the hill. What's going on in the background? Kallio will be pleased to be in a podium place, but this is a rookie in terms of full-time competition, and he's really schooling the former race winner.
Olofsson out front goes into the Joker lap now. Keep one eye on the battle for P2 in the background as well. Olofsson's tidy in the left-hander and in the right as well. Comes through the last corner. He's been unchallenged most of today. It's an absolutely brilliant drive by the top qualifier. Goes through to take the win. Olofsson wins round 3 of Lights. Ola Henry Steinsholt with the first podium, and Jesse Kallio on his return to the series gets P3. Fantastic driving from all 3 in a very tidy final. All looking to move on to Supercar, and then you can just see the skill set that's needed to perform at the highest level developing in these guys.
This is what I was talking about from Kallio. Look, immediately looks to the inside. Your spotter can't really help you from the hill, but just shuts the door enough on Enland. There's nothing untoward about that, but just forcing the issue on the way in to make sure you take track position. Enland, I thought, was going to be in the fight for the podium, but he makes a bit of a mistake. I think we're about to see it at the top of the hill. Yep, just gets a bit loose right in the gravel on the outside. The car over-rotates, and then he was under big pressure from Janssen. Lucky not to get overtaken there going up the hill, but Simon Olofsson so often runs into poor fortune at this point of the weekends, and he just did a brilliant job out front.
He took a win last year at round 1 in Neeson, as we said, and the rest of the season was just up and down. He was kind of there or thereabouts, but didn't get it back. He was P2 at Hollies in round 1. He was 5th at Hollies in round 2. Takes his first win, his second podium of the season here. But crucially, it's going to see him, I think, lead the championship standings as we go into the midway point tomorrow at Kouvola. And if that's the case, will it be enough to give him the confidence to go on and do the job and win the series this year?
And he's out of the car and he's shaking with adrenaline. He's so happy. Congratulations, Simon.
Thank you very much.
It's been such a clean day for you. So good.
When we started a day like with fast lap times, we have the fast lap times, and we improved every day. Every time we went out to track, we felt it was an easy and good day.
And how much does this mean to you?
Of course, very much for tomorrow and next race and all the season. And good feeling.
What did your sister Sandra say on the radio?
Keep pushing, because the guys were like gaining up a little bit, but we had good lap time, so we didn't need to push that hard. So it was just a perfect race for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great drive from Olofsson, really good drive. There's the team in the background giving him a huge cheer. Fantastic, kept pushing. Yeah, maybe that's the key, just to keep that focus and keep pushing, but it's a good step for Olofsson. Simon Olofsson wins round 3, 3:37.923 from Ole Henry Steinsholt. Brilliant performance. Steinsholt really starting to come alive now. Was in a good position coming here. Jesse Kalli on a return to the series. Martin Enlund is in 4th. It will be tight for the championship standings then between Olofsson and Enlund, although Olofsson did out-qualify Enlund by a few places as well. So we'll find out whereabouts they are. And Simon Olofsson and Martin Enlund, I said it would be tight. They're equal on points at the moment. Olofsson and Enlund on 65 each, with Ole Henry Steinsholt on 60. Three-way title fight, and I think those drivers will all intend to do the whole series. Kevin Eriksson, of course, not continuing after Hollius. Martin Jonsson, Kasper Janssen, and then Oliver Eriksson and Jimmy Walfridsson down to P8. But that, for me, is looking very much like a three-way fight. You can't count Martin Jonsson out either. He's not far enough back. One race to go. Supercar, round 3. This man has won both so far. What hasn't he won? But he's won both rounds so far. He is the reigning Rallyx champion. He's the reigning world rallycross champion. Thomas Brindersen alongside him, who is an absolutely brilliant performer as well. Brindersen with a P4 in Hollius would like to get a podium here. Kaliakowski, danger off the start. He's so fast, and he will look to get onto the bumper of Kristoffersen and prevent Brindersen from coming in. Vaby's been aggressive in the starts. He'll need something special from there, and Grönholm will need something very special from here. He's P6 on the grid. We're not sure what the tyre situation is. And finally, Sondre Evjen.
We do know what the tyre situation is. I was talking to Molly on the tour back through the Supercar Lites final. Grönholm is the only driver in this race, I believe, on 4 new tyres. I'm not totally sure what Brindersen's on. Couldn't quite hear Molly. But Kristoffersen's on used tyres. The 2 Audis have got new fronts, but Grönholm is on 4 new tyres.
I think Kristoffersen needs another new door, doesn't he? Looking at that, I might be wrong. Either way, bit of work for everybody to do overnight, but one job left to do today, and that is to try to take the win in round 3. Heads up, here we go, ready to race. Oh, Kaliakowski looked like he blocked, but Kristoffersen did too. Not a great start. Brindersen going to try and shut the door. Vaby tried to go around the outside, going to slide to P3. Kaliakowski up on 2 wheels. Grönholm almost spins in the background. Drops to P6. It's Brindersen, Kristoffersen, OC, Vaby, Kaliakowski into the rear of Vaby. Runs him up the barrier on the inside line. Who's gone round? Kaliakowski's parked, and so's Vaby in the background.
Both Audis.
Carnage behind them. And that's Brindersen then leading from Kristoffersen and Marcus. Niklas Grönholm is up into P3.
And this really changes the race, doesn't it? But now Kristoffersen doesn't have to worry about the traffic. Looks to the inside of Brindersen towards the end of the lap. Kristoffersen's going to joke it immediately. This is exactly what Brindersen didn't need. He needed the other guys in this race to hold Kristoffersen back after the joker.
Kristoffersen's joke can come out in front of Grönholm already. So are there any cars parked up in turn 1 or turn 2? And are the drivers going to see them in time? So Brindersen will be showed a yellow if there's anything still parked there. I want to see what's in the corner. Everyone's got to wait. So everyone's got to wait. Grönholm now in the dust, and this is about Kristoffersen versus Brindersen. Brindersen has to respond on this lap, Hal, but it's probably too late already.
This is played into Kristoffersen's hands so much. I'm almost a bit disappointed, not because I don't want Kristoffersen to win, but I would have liked to have seen him have to fight for it that little bit more. Brindersen's going to respond now, but it's going to be so tight on the merge.
Here we go. Brindersen going to get on the handbrake, flick it back round the other way. He's run a little bit too deep in there, and he comes out almost alongside Johan. It was nearly enough, but Kristoffersen takes the lead. Brindersen slots into P2. Grönholm hasn't joked in his third, but Kaliakowski, I think he's a long way back, so Grönholm's probably in a safe P3. Oh, Brindersen, he nearly did it, Hal. He was a little bit scruffy in this next hairpin on the first lap. Look at the damaged parts of cars.
You just can't afford to give Kristoffersson the lap, so he had no option but to joker, because Kristoffersson would have eaten into that margin, but at the same time he needed a little bit longer to try and tidy up.
Yeah, if Johan had just anyone battling with him, Grönholm goes joker lap now. If Johan had anyone to fight with, or just a little bit more of a problem in the first corner,
it just makes more of it it makes the strategy more complicated.
I almost wonder if Brinderson should have jokered first, like if he just should have gone for it. But you know, you put Johan out front, then you give him 4 laps, don't you? But you might as well give up at that point as well. Oh dear, I'm not even sure the door is damaged. Maybe it's just a mirage on the front row. Lap 4 out of 5, and these 3 are pretty much unchallenged. Kalliokoski is 11.7 seconds down. Have you any idea what happened in turn 1?
Nightmare for the JC guys. I know that much. Both Audis. We saw an Audi almost roll, didn't we? Right up. It looked like it was on top of the barrier, or at least underneath a car. Kalliokoski was in the middle of that as well. Kristoffersson's
run wide. The rear tyre's been smoking. Has he got a puncture? Johan Kristoffersson's going slightly slowly. I did wonder whether or not he would hold on. The car may be crabbing a little down the straight now. Has he got a deflation on his hands? There was a lot of smoke coming from the rear of the car. So Johan Kristoffersson either with a problem or a mistake, and Brinderson is all over the back of him now. Half a lap to go as they come up over the crest. Watch for where they appear. He's got to keep that door closed. Brinderson and Grönholm are right there, and they're desperate to pounce. He gives him a little nudge through the long right-hander. Johan Kristoffersson going to come through the left now. Is he going to keep the door shut? He takes the inside line. He won't run it out too wide. The smoke pours from the rear right. It was this corner. Here's the problem. Go straight again. Johan Kristoffersson struggling. Brinderson looking to try and get the inside line. Oh, Brinderson can't quite get there. Kristoffersson shuts the door. Final corner to go. Up the inside. Brinderson takes it from Grönholm. Kristoffersson P3. Unbelievable. Wow, what a final lap.
What a great job Kristoffersson did at trying to hold that position, but what great composure from Thomas Brinderson to come back out of the throttle. Johan had placed the car so well that it was shutting the door for Brinderson, but Brinderson had the awareness, the Kristoffersson type awareness to come back out of the throttle and tuck back up the inside into the final corner, and Nicholas Grönholm nearly got there too.
What? See Johan bog off the line. He just had a little bog, didn't he, as he came up there. So turn 1, look in the background. So Grönholm,
so look at Kalliokoski first. The car running in 4th at the moment, the green rear of the car.
He got hooked on the curb on the inside, Hal. That was when he went up 2 wheels. So this is Baby on the third car. So Baby now goes to the inside and he gets pushed from the back.
He hits the rear of Kristoffersson. The Kristoffersson right rear damage that he carried later in the race is from contact from his friend Baby.
Yeah, but what did he do it because he'd been hit by? Because wow, look at that!
That is not
blue
a great.
On blue, literally. That is like.
That's also not a great place to have an impact. This is Kristoffersson late in the race. The smoke is already pouring off the back of the car. What we don't know. I would like to see it again. It wasn't that close at the merge, but it was close enough. I would like to see whether Baby just got over-rotated and then clipped the rear of Kristoffersson.
So what happened?
I don't think he had
There's nothing. But why terminal understeer, Hal? That's not. And again, onto the start-finish straight, he can't get the car turned in. I wondered if it was the rear from where the smoke was, but not. Then here, look. And he desperately tries to shut the door, but look at Brinderson. He just waits. There's a tiny nudge into the last corner, but what, you think it's a big nudge?
I don't know if Nicholas got a penalty for the contact with Baby last time around, but, you know, when someone's already... Yeah.
Oh, is it... I know he's off the bumper there. It was early.
On the other side.
Contact was early. What, you think he's pushed him again? Oh no, I don't want a steward's inquiry, but if one's necessary, then fine. But there we go. At the minute, Brinderson, it's a brilliant drive either way. You know, whatever happens afterwards. Maybe Molly can ask him after we found out about a brilliant win. You know, what was going on with Johan. What could he see?
Brinderson, congratulations. What an incredible race. Your car looks like it's been through hell, but it's a win here in Kouvola.
Yeah, it looks like a folk race car, but yeah, we haven't found the speed the whole weekend, but to the semi-final we changed almost everything, so it worked well.
Tell us about this battle with Johan.
Yeah, for sure he was a bit faster, so I was trying to secure the second place, but then he got some problems, so yeah. We took the opportunity and yeah, it was really nice.
How good does it feel to win again?
Really good. Really good. Thank you.
So Brinson all smiles, and so he should be. As far as he's concerned, he's got the job done, and we're just taking a look at things from the outside. It's whether or not what we think from the replays at the end there. But you know what? Either way, what an absolute banger of a final!
I'm delighted for Brinson as well, because family team, former champion who's done his own thing, did drive with JC, done his own thing, and fighting his way back through. Great result.
Epic. It was, and like it's like we're thinking okay, stewards are getting involved, so we'll have to wait and see here. So it might be a Niklas Grönholm home win, because although he was P3, so Niklas is here now with Molly. Let's hear what does he know?
Well, Niklas, the commentators are just talking about the stewards getting involved now, about the incident between Thomas and Johan. So what do you know at this point?
I don't know anything. I just know what I saw and what should be done, but...
Okay, what did you see and what should be done?
Well, I think it's quite clear case. Even if Johan has a tire broken, he shouldn't drive like that. And I got a penalty for less than that. So I think it's quite clear. But either way, it's a disappointing end to the day. We had the speed, we had a good tire strategy. Just overall disappointed that the result is not what I feel that we deserved. I think we did a lot of things right, and it just seems that 2022 is not getting started properly at any time. It's just it's always something, and it's disappointing.
Well, I can tell you something, that you do deserve it, because I've just heard on my ear now that you are confirmed the winner of this round here in Kouvola today. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Even though, like I said, it's I don't want to win like this. I want to finish, be the first on the finish line, and it's. I've been here before, and it doesn't feel good. It's not the same.
Well, new day tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Good night's sleep, shower, good night's sleep, and we go again.
And some ice hockey.
Not anymore. We won already, so at least that's good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Niklas Grönholm, then the winner of round 3 after an epic end to the final. Doesn't take away that it was an epic end. Regardless of the stewards think I think as you said, Hal, if Niklas is penalised for something which we thought was really mild earlier, didn't we? I'd say Thomas is a lot more aggressive than Niklas's was. So Johan shuts the door. Look, Thomas comes in, so he hits him from the inside, but it's this outside hit there. Yeah, and Johan can't turn in at all.
We got very excited at the end of the race, didn't we? And I was hadn't really seen, or maybe we were looking at it from the front, weren't we? So hadn't really seen the extent of that contact.
You can never call a moment like that, from all angles. Can you just got to go with what you see?
I still don't think Kristoffer's got a puncture. So I wonder if it looked to me like something maybe in the steering rack. Maybe he lost power steering because it just wasn't. It was like he wasn't turning in like he wanted to.
I wasn't sure if it was in every corner or just right-handers, which normally suggests puncture, unless it was drive shaft or something. I mean, we'll go see Johan and find out.
But look how hard Vaby hit him.
So this is, the rear end of that car's super folded up. Here's Johan turning in. Look. He's got a little bit of opposite lock on, and the car then, so it's like he's backed it in, and mid-corner, Hal, something's happened. You see what I mean? There was rotation on the car on the way in.
Which is why I think it may be something in the rack when you can't, you just have to wait then and bail almost because you can't do anything about it.
So here, look, again, you can see there's not enough rotation. I don't know, there's a bit of rotation on the exit, but not as much as maybe normal. Oi, oi, oi. Niklas not over the moon about the win, but that's understandable because, as he said, I don't want to win it that way. And what Niklas wants is to start winning. He wants to start winning. He's annoyed about the penalty earlier. He'll be annoyed that it's not performing the way he wants. We had a good strategy. They had new boots in the final. He wanted to be on the front row with new tyres and beat Johan face to face. They're going to do battle in the World Championship this year. You want those moments, don't you? And unfortunately, they're not there at the minute. So Niklas, I understand, he's a bit hacked off. But as you said, new day tomorrow, he's got to get it done, hasn't he? He's just got to turn it round. And you might as well get your rotten luck out the way now.
Yeah, I mean, he's had this at the in the World Championship, hasn't he? Lost his first win on a steward's decision, then did get his first win in Norway, didn't he, on a steward's decision? So he knows, like he says, he's had this before. He knows exactly how it feels, and everyone wants that jubilation of crossing the finish line, don't they? That's what everyone here aspires to do, is to feel that release of relief, emotion, joy, whatever they do when they cross the finish line. And you know, not having the final, the weekend he wanted, being frustrated with that other penalty he had, but it's still, a win is a win, and I think, you know, in hindsight, he'll be pleased.
And that's what he's got. Niklas Grönholm wins round 3 of Rallyx 2022. Kristoffersson is promoted to P2 after Brintelsen is given a penalty for contact with him in the final corner. Johan will be annoyed because without the contact, he would have held on for the win. So Johan will be slightly aggrieved as well. But there we go. Molly's with him now. I wonder what his thoughts are and what was wrong with the car.
Well, the drama is real, but you're promoted to P2 after that contact. But tell us what everything was like from your point of view.
Well, I don't care, P2, P3, but yeah, I bogged a bit in the start, so didn't have the best launches, but being quick on the track, so 1 lap has been enough today to overtake through the Joker. So likely today it did, so very happy with that. The pace is good, but then unfortunately 2 laps to go, I started to feel there was some problem with the steering, and then with 1.5 lap to go, I lost completely the power steering. So yeah, then it was difficult.
So it was mechanical with the car, not contact?
Yeah, no. I was driving 1.5 lap completely without power steering. Yeah, that was slower than I should have been otherwise. But yeah, anyway, 1 corner from the finish. But you know, sometimes like that. In Höljes, I overtook Martin in the last corner. So yeah, sometimes you have the luck on your side, and sometimes not. Thank you.
You win some, you lose some. This one he lost, the one in Höljes he won, but he's annoyed because he said, I don't care about second or third, and that's a little glimpse into the mindset of Johan Kristoffersson, you know, arguably the GOAT, well, the stats, what the stats say, certainly. And as he said today, 1 lap was enough for me to get the pass. So 84 points. Johan Kristoffersson leads the supercar standings ahead of Niklas Grönholm, 13 points clear. Sondre Evjen, look, a 30-point gap back to Kristoffersson. That's a full whole day's TQ and win. Brintelsen is 4th, Ole Christian Veiby 5th, Ekström 6th. Then it's Belevsky, Markland, German, and Enzo Eid. So that battle between Evjen, Veiby, and Ko and Brintelsen, well, I think it's Evjen and Brintelsen, it looks like, doesn't it, really? Will be the one. Great stuff. Great stuff. Drama. Right. Well, there we go. That's the voice wrecked after just 1 day. I don't know that I was particularly anticipating the end of that one being quite so wild as it was, but we weren't in Höljes either, and that was mental as well.
It's a Rallycross Supercar final, isn't it? And anything can happen right until the bitter end.
Molly's just giving me stick on the talkback, basically saying what you're talking about having a wrecked voice. So maybe I'm going to swap with Molly tomorrow, and let's see how long her voice lasts up here, shall we? Come on, Moll. You know you want to. I know she'd never go. Here we go, champagne time. Trophies as well. Here she comes. Molly's here now, actually. So Molly's coming in. In fact, she's joined us in the studio here right now. Grab a mic under there, Mol. There you go. We've got a mic for you. Which one do you want? Yellow or black? There we go. Marvellous. Well done, mate. You survived. So Molly's been losing her voice. She's been working really hard all round different championships, being a superstar, and you've been losing your voice, haven't you? I nearly lost my voice in there. Well, how great was the end of the final? I know, stewards and a bit naughty, but Rallycross never disappoints, does it really?
It's been a bit dramatic, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Very up and down, and angry dads and angry drivers, and some drama. But it's Rallycross, and it's like Johan said, you know, sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some.
Yeah.
But last corner, that's got to be a bit frustrating.
It's gutting, isn't it, for him? Hal, have you enjoyed being back at Rallyx? I know you missed. I'm gutted I'm going to be missing the next 2 rounds in Riga. Well, okay, not the next 2. We've got tomorrow to go, but it's nice to be back.
Yeah, I loved it. Really have loved it, actually. Great working with you two. Great feeling in the paddock, and the action's been great as well. I know we were saying that look at the guys there. I think they're probably watching back the last few corners now on the...
Knowing Niklas, he's probably watching back the end of the ice hockey. That's much more likely, isn't it? But yeah, they may well be.
There's been some great action. I know we talked about it being so hard to overtake. It's so hard to overtake on these older circuits with the new cars, but there's been some brilliant action today, and none of the categories have disappointed.
No, it has been fantastic. That is a full-on day for us. Molly, what should you and me do to sort our voices out? Do you think we should have a nice cold drink, maybe?
Oh, yes, some drink that will soothe the throat a bit. Any suggestions, anyone?
Well, our director's just said a whiskey, but I think our director's had quite enough this weekend, so I reckon he'll be early to bed. Robert and everyone in the TV truck and on the TV team, thank you. Oh, the Latvia Black Balsam's just come out. Ronald Bowdens gave us this at the last one. There we go. There was a bottle of this at Nitro last year. The Americans were like, what on earth is this? So, Ronald, thanks, mate. We're going to fix up Molly. It's supposed to have healing properties. Did you know that? We're going to get that fixed up for Molly later on. But thank you very much indeed for joining us. Molly Pettit, Hal Reeves, thanks so much. We'll see you tomorrow, same time.